Lately, a super popular game has come out. The characters in the game all have their own unique skills. But there's one character that literally no one bothers to pick. That character possesses a blink skill. That's extremely difficult to master. But our protagonist happens to be a total masochist. He grinded this character to the highest possible mastery level. After defeating the game's final boss, he gets isekai'd right into the game, becoming the very character whose only skill was blink. Blink is a skill that's supposed to be uncontrollable. It's a really difficult feat. And yet he can use blink however he wants. One blink, one kill. He dodges skills as smoothly as Faker and lands one-hit KOs. Without further ado, let's get started. The game Mythic World 4 was released 15 years ago as a dating simulator, aimed at female players, but it ended up with a surprisingly large male player base. The game's features allow players to choose from a wide variety of characters, ranging from easy ones that are highly effective to extremely difficult ones that are completely useless. Among all these characters, there was one trash-tier character because he was incredibly hard to level up and had the worst abilities. And one masochist mastered this character Baek Yushong over 15 years. A character clenches his fist and says, "Let's begin, shall we?" That's me, the player, Baek Yuseong. The story begins on a new day. Our protagonist was drinking some water when his eyes fell on something on his computer. Oh, a new post on the forum. Is there an update or something? He saw a stream of rude, critical comments. This game is trash with that stupid dragon. It just appeared out of nowhere and wiped all of my game data. A demon dragon hack or something. It said my character died, and I can't log in anymore. What the hell is going on? My character was just suddenly deleted. Baek Yuseong's eyes widened as he realized. The final boss in a dating sim. I thought the game would end if the two characters got together, but instead it left a single line of dialogue. Everyone, this boss can't be defeated. This trashy black dragon has a passive 99% magic resistance. It has no cooldown. And it always gives me a hard time with its absorption skill. Magic and something. It fires out spells. Baek Yushong realized again. Wait a minute, this is a famous ranker. The main character's cup was slowly lowered. He muttered in a low voice, "The final boss, huh? A monster with magic immunity in a world full of magic doesn't seem very logical. Is this game really that broken? People are saying their characters are being deleted. It seems like it. The Black Dragon Black Knight of the 13th Moon has appeared." Baek Yushong started to piece it together. So the story is, in a world of myths, there's a cult called the Black Demons. Their goal is to help another world, called the Persona Gate, take over this one. When they achieve their goal, the Black Dragon appears. Our guy is seriously analyzing the situation. 90% of the 6 continents have been taken over by the Persona Gate, occupied. I only ever did PvP, I never paid attention to the game's story. But this time it's too chaotic. Will this be okay? But it's not like I've been avoiding a throwdown with it. I should give it a shot. Baek Yuseong's hand slowly moved the mouse. The cursor selected yes to fighting the Black Dragon. Our guy declared with full confidence, "I will show you the skills that I've sharpened for 15 years in a fierce battle against the Black Dragon." In reality, the main character's monologue appeared on screen. To put it briefly about my character, he's the only character who can't use magic, despite the fact that anyone else can use it. Magic in the game. For that reason, even seasoned players chose not to play him. Seriously, this character is worse than a side character. Of course, he could use a little magic, just one single spell. A purple magic light began to appear, growing stronger. It erupted in a flash, engulfing the surrounding scenery. Even my eyes widened in shock at what was happening before me. A single smirk crept onto my face. I shot through the air at incredible speed. That ability is flash. After a moment, he landed back on the ground. His face was cold, his gaze fixed intently ahead. Baek Yuseong's flash spell allows him to teleport to another location within a range of 3 to 10 meters almost instantly. The destination of the flash is random, so if you don't control the distance well, you'll die instantly from the speed and impact force. I started to get distracted thinking it over. Furthermore, the cooldown time and mana cost are ridiculous. There's also a 2-second immobility penalty after using this skill. That's why anyone can learn it, but no one ever uses it. However, Baek Yuseong had mastered flash. He could control both the direction and distance of the teleport. He knew how to resist the penalty. It wouldn't cost any mana, since this character doesn't even have a mana stat. Unlike other spells, flash is nothing more than a movement skill. But I became obsessed with this character ever since everything became based on skill level. So for the past 15 years, I've only played this one character who uses no magic in combat. A power that has always been, our guy used it with faith and tenacity, exuding a fiery fighting spirit. In the end, he waited majestically. The protagonist always carried an air of confidence in his own abilities. In the end, he defeated the final boss, the 13th Black Knight. Even our protagonist couldn't believe it. What did I really kill it? I know I was equipped with rare ancient artifacts from head to toe, but this is still a trash character. Anyway, this is awesome. Time to show off to the community that I just killed the Black Demon Dragon. However, the protagonist received a bright red notification. It was for reaching the bad ending. 90% of the mythical world has been destroyed. However, you were very close to the true ending. So our protagonist froze completely, wondering what was happening. The system kept prompting him to reach the true ending. The room. Suddenly, only the light from the computer screen remained, and our protagonist had also disappeared, transported to another place. The protagonist's eyes shot open. He was sprawled out on a dirt floor. His body aching, he slowly sat up. What in the world just happened? And where am I? A sudden noise caught the protagonist's attention. A mirror shone brightly before his eyes. Curious, our protagonist approached it for a closer look. His eyes widened in surprise and he froze. This appearance, is this Baek Yuseong? But the strange occurrences didn't stop there. Something strange began to appear in front of him, and the information on it read Episode 1. Escape the Pursuit. The protagonist quickly recognized something familiar. This was Baek Yuseong's opening quest, and now, the one facing that quest was none other than the protagonist himself. He couldn't believe his eyes. He shoved his hands straight into his pockets. His hands quickly felt something inside. It was the acceptance certificate for Stella Academy. Model. It's hard to believe, but this is definitely the world of mythos. And our protagonist is now Baek Yuseong. He's shocked to the point of panicking. His mind was heavy with thoughts. I need to think logically. That voice told me to reach the true ending. But with my knowledge, this game doesn't even have a true ending. It has countless endings. Wait a minute, could it be? Has no one unlocked the true ending in the past 15 years? Damn it, there's no more time to think. If I remember correctly, right after Baek Yuseong wakes up, the people chasing him will storm the house. Those men are searching frantically. Where did that bastard run off to? Our protagonist struggles to find a place to hide, not even daring to breathe loudly. A thought lingered in his mind. This is bad, they're already here. One of the thugs suddenly glances over, noticing something strange. He spots a house over there. He aggressively orders, go search it now, got it. Baek Yuseong anxiously wonders, what do I do now? There's a limit to how long I can avoid them. I can't fight back either. What do I do? Just as our protagonist is panicking, the system appears again. You can use Flash. The protagonist suddenly realizes, I can use Flash. The Flash skill was created for those with mana leak syndrome. Baek Yuseong is someone who can't accumulate mana. You can only place your hope in one single thing. That is the magic that I have spent my entire life practicing. Back to the present. The system reminds our protagonist. You can use the skill Flash. Flash is described as having a maximum distance of 9 meters. Maximum charge is 1. Cooldown 3 seconds. Our guy was a bit hesitant. It's telling me to use Flash, but I'm not playing a game with a keyboard and a mouse. The heavy thud of footsteps was rushing toward him. The bad guys relentlessly sped up their pursuit of our hero. The main character picked up on the sound of the footsteps. A terrified expression appeared on his face as he broke out in a cold sweat. Are they here already? There's no time left. I'll just have to risk it. The bad guys quickly closed in on the house's location. They took a closer look and then shouted, I found the bastard, get him. Don't let him get away, stop. Our hero did his best to run away. The first part of the tutorial was to use Flash to shake off the pursuers. The vast forest quickly became deserted, with not a soul in sight. Baek Yuseong realized that they were wearing magic shoes, allowing them to run faster than him. Therefore, the only way for him to escape was to use Flash. Calm down. I've used Flash countless times before. I definitely know how to time it perfectly. The bad guys roared, You bastard! Aren't you going to stop? The main character glanced back. They were right on his tail. Strategic thoughts started popping into his head. The weakness of Flash is that if the user doesn't control the distance well, they'll crash into something and die instantly. However, a voice interrupted our hero's thoughts. Let me send you to hell. Just die already. Baek Yuseong felt that. If it were him, things would be different. He quickly used Flash. The distance between the main character and those guys instantly widened in a split second. The expression on Baek Yuseong's face also showed a bit of surprise. He couldn't believe it had actually worked. Those other guys, they froze when they saw our guy use his skill, shouting out, What was that Flash? Is he a mage? The commander ordered his men not to lose heart. After activating Flash, the user will be paralyzed for about 2 seconds, so this is a great opportunity for us. However, when the commander looked over, he was surprised. Wait, how is that bastard still able to move? Our guy wasn't just able to move, he was also moving incredibly fast. Suddenly, he was zipping through the snow. As he ran, Baek Yuseong reassured himself. Careful, I have to be more careful. I have to take advantage of this rough terrain. Any player who couldn't learn how to use Flash, at this point, wouldn't be able to pass the next chapter. In fact, up to 99% of players who chose Baek Yuseong couldn't complete the tutorial. As for the remaining 1%, although they managed to get through the tutorial, they still couldn't grasp how to control the flash distance and perform consecutive flashes. The countdown timer went 3, 2, 1. Our guy used flash again. The pursuers found this strange and questioned it. Using flash on terrain like this, is that guy crazy? Anyone who can use magic get to the front, attack him from a distance. These bad guys quickly rearranged their formation, preparing to fight Beck. Yu Seong was a little curious. Are they really going to use magic? Considering the second part of the tutorial, using flash to dodge magic arrows, the main character remembered clearly from when he played the game that he could see what was behind him through the screen. It wasn't hard to dodge them. Suddenly, a blue system light gradually appeared, accompanied by a notification. Skill Mana Leak Syndrome. Activated. Mana Leak Syndrome. Disables the sixth sense and acceleration skills. Awareness. The main character glanced to the side in surprise. His feet were still busy running. The attack rushed toward him faster and faster. Baek Yuseong took the hit. His face winced as he endured it. This was the moment to use Blink. The skill successfully moved the main character away from the danger zone. A dark remnant appeared right next to Baek Yuseong. He let out a sigh of relief. Phew, that was close. But things weren't over yet. Our boy's feet kept moving forward. There's still the last part. The main character's eyes widened in surprise again. The third part of the tutorial. Use Blink to cross the abyss. In front of Baek Yuseong was a bottomless, gaping abyss. He thought to himself, the only way to get to the other side is to calculate the blink distance precisely. After that, I'll run into some passing mages and escape. That's also the end of the tutorial. To pass this part, I have to cast Blink, which activates in 0.1 seconds. Failing at the right moment even just once means death. There are about 20 floating rocks here. Doing it in 0.1 seconds, easier said than done. I don't know what kind of bastard wrote the script for this tutorial. However, to be honest, this isn't impossible. The problem is, a loud noise is rapidly approaching from right in front of me. There he is. The main character could feel his pursuers getting closer. He imagined the distance between him and them was approximately 100 meters. The cooldown for Blink is 3 seconds, so I won't have enough time to get to the other side. In that case, the most realistic way for me to survive is to kill them all. The stone slabs were covered in ice. The weather was getting harsher and harsher. Our protagonist landed safely. He regained his composure and sensed his surroundings. Inside his head, Baek Yuseong thought, this is crazy. How could I even think that I could manage right after finishing a fight? If this were a game, the system wouldn't let me beat up these pursuers. But this is reality. There's no rule that says I have to blindly follow the game system. Killing someone who isn't even worth my time. The reason isn't because these guys are my parents' enemies, like in the storyline. Our protagonist's gaze shot sideways, filled with danger. They're here. Come on, I'll take care of all of you. The group of pursuers had indeed appeared facing Baek Yuseong. They started to scowl and said, it's him. Get that brat. The henchman behind them immediately obeyed and charged forward. But our protagonist remained very calm. His piercing eyes stared straight ahead. The lead pursuer, feeling smug, sneered silently at the protagonist in his mind. You dare to fight us all alone? You idiot, you're finished. Our protagonist coolly calculated everything. Target distance 80.7 meters, flash step begin. The lead pursuer's eyes widened in disbelief. Huh, he gasped out loud. Ah! The shocking sounds continued to pierce the air, showing no sign of stopping. The protagonist decisively struck his opponent. His eyes were ice cold. The opponent was truly in a miserable state. His entire body felt like it was about to disintegrate. Fresh blood splattered straight onto Baek Yuseong's face. Droplets of blood slowly trickled down his face. Fresh blood dripped lightly from his fingertips. But our protagonist felt no guilt whatsoever. He killed them to survive, model. It's all for the sake of survival. So our protagonist does everything with sheer determination. After dealing with that cop, the protagonist delivers a powerful kick with his leg, sending the guy flying. His terrified comrades catch him. A strange unsteadiness appears. It's like these cops have a damn screw loose. Their eyes and the way they snarl are just unnerving. Shouts ring out, he's running. Don't let him escape no matter what. Our protagonist tries his best to run away, thinking to himself, that's one down. But the next one won't be this easy. What am I going to do? Why is it so quiet behind me? Did they stop chasing me? Baek Yuseong's bad feeling was of course right. He looks up and sees his opponent right in front of him. Don't tell me they're using magic again. If I dodge this, my footing on this precarious cliff will be totally screwed. The commander over there screams at his men, do it! They quickly cast their magic. An intense overlapping light appears. With just a single arm, one could unleash a massive amount of violent light. Our hero looks at the danger before him and has a realization. The most important thing right now is to escape the center of this danger zone. As he ran, Yuseong cursed inwardly, damn this stupid spell. Suddenly, the protagonist looks towards the cliff ahead and notices something strange. It's this very moment that makes him decide to make his move. He precisely flashes to escape the incinerating explosion. This explosion was so massive it completely leveled a rocky area. Immediately, the mob of cops appears behind him. A satisfied voice calls out, "Serves you right, you worthless punk." However, when this guy looks closely into the dark crater, but our main character was nowhere to be seen down there. He suddenly wiped the smile off his face. Where'd he go? Just then, our boy seized the opportunity and charged straight toward the cop's position. It took the old man several seconds to notice our main character appearing above him. In that very instant, our guy used his ultimate skill, Flash Step, a move that requires momentum to be equal before and after use. This Flash Step was so fast that, in a blink of an eye, the main character had already taken down his opponent. The lackeys behind him, witnessing everything, were frozen in their tracks. What the hell was that? What just happened? Our boy had made his opponent bleed completely. Their fear was beyond words. The main character acted quickly and was incredibly cold-blooded. The decisive moment of annihilation was so sudden it was suffocating. He calculated that 2 guys were now down. I have to hurry before they recover. The men behind him spoke about the main character in fear. He's a freak. His reaction speed is too bizarre for a mage. What kind of monster are you? The main character's eyes darted around, calculating. My reaction speed must be superior to all other players, but that's only in this game. You can't dodge their attacks forever, especially at this range. I have to finish them all off quickly. One of the goons started threatening the main character. I figured out your moves. He can only use Flash Step with a dagger. Just guard your face and neck and he can't touch us. This guy had started to put up his guard. The main character fiercely thrust his Yang sword forward. He bellowed, "Come at me, you little punk!" responding with a move of his own. Our guy used a precise Flash Step. That cop acted with extreme confidence. Every swing of his sword was powerful. Gotcha. Now let's see how you writhe in pain. However, his eyes widened in fear. He was completely overwhelmed by our protagonist. Flash Step technique. It swiftly pierced through his neck. The other guard's gaze started to pay closer attention to every single move of the protagonist. He shouted, "You bastard!" before you did nothing but scurry and hide, like a little mouse. "But now you actually dare!" The protagonist replied, "That was before. Thank you for helping me get stronger day by day." The scumbag roared in fury. "You son of a bitch! It was only because we went easy on you. Time to die." The protagonist's feet began to move. With a look of sheer determination, he charged straight forward. The spear in Bekiason's hand was aimed straight ahead. His arm decisively thrust the spear. The guard silently predicted the protagonist's move. A Flash Step aimed at an undefended spot. He's planning to throw the spear, to make me block it, then attack from behind. Nice try. I just need to turn around and stab him once. He confidently turned around intending to stab our protagonist. But to his dismay, no one was there. His eyes gradually filled with terror. There wasn't a single person behind him. From the start, he had intended to attack from the front. How can this be? Our protagonist dealt a fatal blow to the opponent. The system appeared with a series of notifications. You have gained experience, received an additional gift from Project Constantio for developing a unique story. That was all our protagonist received after the fight. Covered in blood, his ragged breaths came out in non-stop gasps. His hand slowly moved closer to the sharp dagger. His sharp eyes gently scanned his surroundings. This very scene of bloodshed made him all the more certain. That's right, this isn't a dream. My first Flash Step, my first battle, and my very first kill. I killed a person to survive. My hands still ache. My body is covered in my rival's blood. Our guy tried his best to get back up. Baek Yuson looked around and thought to himself, I need to get out of here fast. As he was about to move, his eyes landed on something. Wait a minute. His eyes stared at the bloody corpse of his opponent. The main character frowned deep in thought. Even though this is a little messed up, I have to be realistic. I have no money. Let's see, this much. About 2 million won. It's better than nothing. After taking the money, our guy was still thinking with a heavy heart. Now the problem is the harsh weather and the obstacles right in front of me. The main character was faced with a direct challenge. I have to cross this cliff. Just then a voice called out, Is anyone there? The main character saw a noisy group of people in the distance. This way. Baek Yuson was curious. Weren't those the mages who appeared in the tutorial? He was right. The main character immediately waved his hands and shouted, I'm over here. The mages replied with concern. There's no bridge around here. Can you make it across? Yuson composed himself. Yes, I'm on my way. The female mage immediately relayed the main character's message to the others. Let's wait. He said he can cross. Another person spoke up, worried. But to cross this cliff, he'd have to be at least a rank 3 knight. Can that young man really do something like that? I'm not so sure. But then the female mage gasped in surprise. Our guy used flash to move in an instant. Everyone was stunned by Yusan's action. He confidently crossed from one ice platform to the next, using the flash skill, making the group of mages bewildered as they asked each other, "What was that just now? Some kind of teleportation magic." To be precise, it's flash. Among them, one figure stood still, listening intently. The red-haired female mage voiced her objection. "That's flash. But with flash, you can't control its direction and distance. How is that even possible? And yet our guy is using flash perfectly fine." The red-haired mage still looked astonished, her mouth agape. A bit of curiosity arose. "Are those two traveling with that guy?" The red-haired female mage broke out in a cold sweat, terrified. That mage over there suddenly used magic. A scorching red light began to form. The spell shot straight towards our guy's position. A scream rang out. "Watch out." The main character quickly sensed that something was wrong. Damn it. The situation was so critical he had to use flash to dodge, escaping the danger zone. Beach Yusen glanced back. The remnants' dust and other things were completely crushed. He thought in fear. "It's those mercenaries from before. They're seriously dangerous. Flash's cooldown is 3 seconds. Dodging all of that magic is impossible. I have to find another floating rock to stand on. Everything is so unpredictable." It was written all over the main character's eyes. That mercenary over there was gathering magic into horrifying, dark purple specks. The main character's legs seemed to freeze up. He couldn't do much. His face and entire body strained as he tried to dodge the magic. At the same time, the rock beneath him cracked in two. His body was teetering. Bitch Yusan felt like he was about to fall. Everything was spinning out of the main character's control. Damn it! All the floating stones are too far away. I just have to land on one of them. Now's the moment for a perfect flash. The main character's arm desperately reached for a rock. Finally, his hand managed to get a grip. I survived. However, that powerful blast of magic was still hurtling straight toward Becky Yusan. It was getting closer by the second. I'm going to die. Suddenly, in that critical moment, a contrasting blue light appeared out of nowhere. The two streams of power clashed head-on, causing a massive amount of destruction. Shattered pieces of rock rained down with a clatter. The main character stared intently at the figure who had just appeared. Who is it this time? What was that magic just now? An ice spear encased in lightning. Who can combine two elements into a single attack like that? And what's more, they calculated the trajectory perfectly. Without wasting a single drop of mana, who could possibly execute such a flawless attack? This person who appeared out of nowhere was one of the mages from the group. The mysterious blue-haired female mage. The mercenaries were frozen in shock. Impossible. Pitiful screams erupted. Ah! These two mercenaries finally got what they deserved. Our guy let out a sigh of relief. Looks like I'm still alive after all. The main character landed on solid ground and moved towards the group of mages. His eyes searched for his savior. He spoke up. "Thanks for the help back there." The blue-haired mage replied coldly, "I didn't do it for your gratitude, so pay it no mind." The main character felt a pang of disappointment. All right then. But a thought still lingered in his mind. She has the most beautiful voice I've ever heard in my entire life. But she seems a bit hard to approach. Still, even if they were bandits who ravaged and plundered the village, the truth is most of those activities were carried out by the dark magic cult. But even that ends here. The moment I cross this cliff, I'll be entering their territory. The mages and the cultists won't follow me, not to mention they don't even know who I am. Just then, a system window suddenly appeared before our protagonist. Chapter 2. Enroll at Stella Academy. This surprised Beck Yusen, who wondered, Chapter 2. Man, that sounds pretty high class. Stella Academy. The protagonist worried, how am I going to go through school at my age? The scene darkens as a carriage moves silently through the night. The carriage traveled with a flickering lamp on top. Our protagonist was exhausted, deep in a sound sleep. After so many events, he seemed completely drained. His breathing was steady and constant. In his dream, images from the past suddenly appeared. A young version of our protagonist called out, "Mom, when I grow up, I'm going to be a mage." His mother replied happily, "Of course, I believe in you, Yusan." He could feel everything. According to the records, his parents worked extremely hard to raise him. I'll study hard and make my parents proud. There were days when the protagonist studied so hard he fell asleep at his desk. His mother would gently come over and cover him with a blanket. However, an unexpected event made his mother worry. "Doctor, did you just say my son has mana leakage syndrome?" Ugh. The protagonist shook his head wearily. "No, it can't be. Are these Beck Yusen's memories? Or are they really my own?" A child burst into tears, wailing in pain. Startled, the protagonist was jolted awake. His head throbbed with pain, and he clutched it tightly with both hands. Becky Yusen's gaze slowly shifted outside. The sun was already shining brightly. The red-haired sorceress spoke up. "Oh, you're awake. I was just about to wake you. We'll be departing for Lizocha. It's a satellite city of Iconium. We should be there soon." But the carriage continued to move without stopping, plowing through the thick snow. "Everyone get out. Let's take a break here. After sitting in the carriage for so long, our protagonist stretched to relax. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. The blue-haired sorceress appeared. Her appearance made our protagonist freeze in place. He didn't move an inch. The blue-haired sorceress always had a very cold demeanor. She immediately turned and walked away without a word. That coldness only made her more memorable and exciting to our guy. In that moment, Becky Yusen took some time to think. But things are going okay. Considering how worried I was, I'm glad that the timeline is closer to the modern era, rather than the medieval one. Magic exists in this mythical world, but within the safe cities, trains and airships or sky routes have all been built to make long-distance travel more convenient. We'll be heading to Lizocha right now to board another airship. Lizocha is on the way to Akarium. In Akarium, the city of magic, is where everything truly begins. The magic towers, the sorcerer conferences, and the 5 prestigious academies are all located in Akarium. Academies with the most powerful mages and the most outstanding students currently enrolled. Stella Academy. Our guy was still deep in thought because of this. Stella is filled with geniuses and nobles from all over the world. I still don't understand how Baek Yuseong was accepted into that place. The main character's face twisted a bit. I haven't checked my own skills yet. The system also has the description for Ritmana syndrome. Sixth sense. It consumes the user's mental power to activate. It scans for mana within a certain radius. I see. I completely understand sixth sense and acceleration wave. I would have died if it weren't for these 2 things. A cursed constitution. It makes me unable to focus mana into my body. The mana leakage syndrome. It's a type of congenital curse that Baek Yuseong has. However, this allowed him to detect mana around him with his sixth sense. It also allows him to detect any incoming attacks, even when he's not looking in that direction. Acceleration wave. It allows him to perceive everything, as if time has slowed down. If there's a threat or an attack in front of him, he can detect it faster than any human could possibly perceive. The main character's gaze lowered in deep thought. That is a necessary skill for Baek Yuseong, because he can't use mana. But he can't use sixth sense for too long. It uses a lot of mental power, so there are many side effects after using it. Next are the statistics. Frankly, the starting stats look terrible. The original Baek Yuseong had a very low agility level. That's something I absolutely have to improve. In this world, there isn't just one type of level. There are also levels for each stat. Skills are in the form of levels and stats are in the form of stars. The highest stat level is 9 stars, but it's almost impossible to reach. I played this game for over 15 years, but the highest I ever achieved was 8 stars, in both constitution and agility. But I should focus on acuity now to increase my sixth sense and reaction speed. I can train my stamina, stability, and flexibility through various other methods. That's the plan after all. Looking at his stats, the MC was genuinely terrified. The problem now is the mana leakage syndrome. If I don't train this, I won't survive for long. I need to upgrade it to quickly uncover the secrets of my condition. Stella Academy is the way to suppress the syndrome. The MC was conflicted. There's no other choice but to go to Stella. If I want to prevent the end of the world and treat this illness, to be honest, I really don't want to go there. I wish something could save me from this situation. The system displayed a notification. You have missed several messages. I've never seen this before. Just then someone called out to the MC. Hey, let's get going. The MC complied. All right, let's go. I'll check this later. The blue-haired mage's gaze was a little strange as he watched our protagonist. High above an airship was hovering. An announcement came from it. We are approaching the Acaneum. Please remain in your seats. Suddenly, one of the passengers looked over. Hey, look at that guy gawking around like a little kid. Never been on an airship? What a country bumpkin. Shh. I don't get why Stella lets people like this in. The MC started to overhear their whispers. Those arrogant rich kids were trying their best to bully the MC verbally. Word about this is going to get everywhere. Trash like him will taint everything. The MC paused for a moment thinking. Then he just walked past them with a sigh, scoffing in his head about how there are brats everywhere. But being ignored by our MC, the rich kid flew into a rage and screamed, How dare you look at us like that? Hey, you little brat. Stop right there. Another one of them spoke up. Hey, what's all the noise for? Just then the young master's eyes noticed something. A beautiful girl appeared, Princess Beyonce. This also made our main character curious. He said, Beyonce, Princess of the Adolabit Kingdom, Beyonce Adolabit. Her beauty made everyone swoon and stare after her. The purple-haired young master approached and said, Princess. Princess Beyonce glanced over at him, but then she walked away without even bothering to reply. Her coldness left the group of men stunned, staring at her retreating back. Princess. Beyonce quickly walked past our protagonist. The main character sensed it and thought to himself, she's the world's enemy Hong Bian. She's one of the main characters in the game. She and the heroine were always at odds, but in the end she always dies, no matter which route you choose. She gets brutally killed in most of the endings. or she's forced to commit suicide after being bullied by the entire academy. This time, she'll have to go through the most humiliating things. In front of everyone, it's as if the developers held a grudge against her and wanted her to suffer through it all. The main character pondered and recalled, I heard she's extremely popular. Among the male players, she really is beautiful. But it looks like she'd kill you if you even tried to talk to her. The main character's stomach rumbled loudly. He decided to go get something to eat. A beautifully arranged dessert area appeared, but Baek Yusan had to grit his teeth and bear it. Why is it so expensive? It's like this every time we eat at Akarium. An announcement gradually began to play. Attention, everyone. We will be arriving at Akarium in 10 minutes. Please make your way to the ground floor. I repeat, we will be arriving at Akarium in 10 minutes. Please be present. The main character smirked to himself. It's finally starting. Well, this is my reality now anyway. Let's do this. Our protagonist stood in a corner lost in thought. A sigh escaped him as he pondered. I'm so glad I managed to deal with that. But can I really survive at Stella Academy? No, to be more precise, survive in this world. Baek Yusan's eyes were filled with a desperate wish. I wish I had something useful in this situation. Thinking about it, I haven't even checked that notification yet. 4 pieces of information on the system display showed Project Star System grants you a special reward. The weapon that you used in the game at a lower level. The skills you obtained in the game with lower power and even your experience. Our protagonist read through it quite impressed. Looks like this system has some decency after all. Let's see. What should I choose? Should I take the Reflector or the Prius Lightning? According to the search results, the item's rank is too high, so its rank will be lowered. What about Hyperspace Flash then? According to the search results, this skill is an upgraded version of Flash and cannot be obtained. However, you can use the reward to enhance the skill. Flash, the protagonist grimaced in annoyance. Does it really have to be downgraded? The system continuously updated. Due to a lack of narrative energy, we are unable to fully materialize it. That which influences the story's progression is called narrative energy. If you continue to explore the plot lines of the story, it will be accumulated. Our protagonist immediately questioned the system back. So in the short term, you can't let me have overly powerful items, because I'm still just a newbie. Our handsome protagonist narrowed his eyes, observing something. He asked further, what about the Warbler glasses? The system remained silent, offering no response. Only much later did it finally reply. Based on the system's results, we have concluded that it can be provided. Without a moment's hesitation, our protagonist said, all right, I'll take it. Holding the glasses in his hand, Baek Yusan was a bit conflicted. I never thought the day would come when I'd actually have to wear this thing. The Warbler glasses is an item that contains all the information that I gathered while playing the game in the world of mythology. You can't recall or read information about the monsters you've hunted or the knowledge you've acquired. So players developed countless items to store information in their own ways, and our protagonist did the same. The Warbler glasses quickly activated as soon as our protagonist put them on. A system window opened, information on the Warbler glasses, special feature sealed by the Warbler directory. Curious Baek Yusan opened the Warbler directory. The materials for creation were listed: alchemy, hunts, dungeons, monsters, and characters. Looking at the materials, our guy nodded. All right, this is enough, because this place is exactly like the real world. I have no way of explaining what I'm capable of doing now that I can use the system. But with these glasses, I can regain about half of the abilities that I used to have. As our protagonist was concentrating, he was distracted by the voices around him. Hey, is that an idol? What? Oh, you mean the eldest daughter of the traitor Daekyeolmu Ug. How dare she show her face here? Shh, she'll hear you. The main character started paying more attention to the idol's name. Some thoughts came to mind. Come to think of it, one of the functions of the crested spectacles allows me to register or check information on the characters in the story. He immediately checked the information on Iso. She is a false heroine, an ice and lightning mage. The death of her father led to the downfall of her clan. The main character was a bit surprised. So she's a false heroine. Speaking of Isan, a false heroine, there's one thing I have to point out. Even though the place I'm in is inside the game Mythic World, the truth is that Mythic World is a game based on a romantic fantasy novel, Don't Love the Princess. And that novel is about the heroine Iso, who lost all of her loved ones. She matured by confronting the schemes of the villain Hong Beyonce, and in the end she gets together with the male lead. The main character pondered the ending. Her plan for revenge had all but vanished, and the other male characters were protecting her. It had a sad ending after getting some mixed reactions from the readers. But the thing is, even though the game's world is based on the novel, the storylines are different. In the game, a character named Flame was added, and she's the one who replaced the heroine. What's more, this character named Flame has her own backstory. She used to be a woman, living an ordinary life in the modern world, who used to enjoy reading the book don't love the princess and was reincarnated into this world. And that's why our MC realizes that, unlike in the novel, Iso becomes a fake heroine in the game, while Flame becomes the real hero. No matter how hard the players tried, no matter what they did, she could never survive on any route. This was the result of her being pushed out of the position of the true hero. After thinking for a moment, the main character felt like it had nothing to do with him. But, am I just imagining things? I feel like I've seen her somewhere before. In the end, Beach Yuseon just reassured himself. I must be imagining things. I should just get ready. The scene shifts to Stella Academy. The students were gradually gathering. A figure stood on a high platform and made an announcement. As you all know, the Dark Mages are sorcerers who have obtained power from another world and turned into monsters. Even now, those Dark Mages are still continuing their invasion by opening persona gates or unleashing ancient dungeons to invade the world of magic. Our responsibility as mages is to protect the world from these evil forces. The other students started whispering to each other, starting the semester with a boring speech. How dull. And now we will hold the oath-taking ceremony for the 4 students with the highest scores, who will also represent the freshman class. Please come up to the stage. Just like that, the exemplary students made their way to the front. Wherever they went, an aura of glamour and magnificence followed. Even Beach Yuseon could feel it. Their faces were all shining, befitting their roles as the main characters. But the one who shone the brightest here was the freshman representative Ma Yuseong. He's the one with the highest score on the entrance exam. Everyone was wondering, how can he be so talented and handsome at the same time? But the main character's eyes were fixed on him without blinking. So this is the famous Ma Yuseong. To tell you more about Ma Yuseong, he's the perfect embodiment of the phrase, throughout heaven and earth, I alone am the honored one, with his mana stats. A 9-star with potential nearing that of the gods. He is a genius among geniuses, the one who can control all the elements in the world. The main character realizes that, even if I can't survive until the grand finale, I still have to avoid the bad endings by bringing Ma Yuseong over to the good side. However, there's still some hesitation. It's definitely about Flame, but it also depends on how she's going to act from now on, because she's also from the real world, just like me. Maybe teaming up with her is a good idea, but things will get complicated. If she sees me as an enemy and rejects me, since I have the advantage of information, I shouldn't screw anything up. Flame is a reader of romance fantasy novels, and I'm a player of romance fantasy games. I swear I'll do just that, even though my importance in the storyline can't even compare to an NPC in a village shop. Baek Yusen's gaze was fixed forward. Furthermore, the heroine has a special ability that allows her to purify the Dark Mages. But on the other hand, she also has the ability to bring misfortune to those close to her. Being near her will definitely affect me. My role is to support the main characters from a distance and limit my involvement with them as much as possible. After a long speech, it was finally time to end. And with that, we will conclude the entrance ceremony. The students erupted in joyful applause. Chapter 2. Mission. Join the Academy. Our protagonist's mission to get into Stella is complete. The scene shifts back to Stella Academy. Our guy is sitting inside a classroom, his eyes scanning the surroundings. He thinks to himself, a little bewildered. I graduated from college a long time ago, so being a high school student again feels so strange. But there's still something that keeps me grounded. The watch. It's good to have this. It's a Stella watch, a timepiece that proves you're a student at the most prestigious Stella Academy. If you have one, you receive privileges and services, far better than other mages. Our quick-witted protagonist knows he has to take advantage of it. Might as well go out for a bit. Suddenly, the classroom door swings open. A teacher walks in and commands, "Everyone stay in your seats. We will begin the test right now. So other than your writing utensils, put all other items away. Anyone wearing glasses must have them inspected by me first." Our protagonist is shocked by this school culture. A test right after the opening ceremony. As expected, Stella Academy's curriculum is more rigorous than most other universities in Korea. Students have to take a test on their very first day of school. It's called the placement test, meaning it's an evaluation to divide students into different classes. The teacher shouts, "Begin the test." Our protagonist quickly receives the test paper. He gets frustrated because it's so tough he has no idea what to write. The placement test is completely unrelated to the entrance exam. It's famous for being incredibly difficult. Students are divided into tiers from F to A and an S tier based on their results. Naturally, most playable characters are S-class, featuring the fiery Becky Yusen. The player ranked last among 1,141 students. Since I already got in, I guess I can just turn in a blank paper. They wouldn't go as far as expelling me, right? I'll probably just get automatically placed in F-class. However, our protagonist noticed something. The brilliant model student is also relaxing today. Ma Yuseong was lost in thought. To be precise, he was just spacing out. But surprisingly, his test paper was already finished. The main character sighed in understanding. No wonder he's so bored with life. Ma Yuseong's character is defined by his ennui. He was born into the most powerful clan on the 6 continents and has a genius mind. Along with his supreme talent, everything comes easy to him. So depending on the actions of the female lead, Ma Yuseong will either side with good or evil. Those from the demonic cult who want to eradicate humanity will definitely be interested in Ma Yuseong from the very beginning. The biggest problem is his clan. Suddenly, our guy looked back at his own test paper. After all, observing a genius makes you take a hard look at yourself. Wait, can I use the bun glasses? Right, I used to use them to accumulate the skills I learned in the library. Awesome. It can't hurt to try. He slowly took out his glasses. The teacher immediately noticed. Wait a minute, what's with your glasses? I said that if you're going to use glasses, you have to let me inspect them first. Let me see them. Our guy didn't hesitate and handed them to the teacher for inspection. The teacher examined them very carefully. Baek Yusan looked on worriedly. What am I going to do if he finds out these are magic glasses? I'll definitely be expelled. Sudden light shone directly on the main character's face. The system posed a question. A missing part of his bun glasses has been detected. Do you wish to summon it? The main character panicked. No, system, please, just stay quiet. The teacher observed for a while, but still didn't see anything strange. I don't see any mana. Remember to ask first next time, okay? Our protagonist happily took them back. Ah, yes, he celebrated inwardly. What if the original feature was still active? I would have been in big trouble. That was a close call. Once again, our protagonist put on the glasses. As soon as he put them on, all the answers appeared. Our guy was over the moon. He'd hit the jackpot. Who knows, maybe I'll even get first place. With this momentum, I'll definitely escape F rank. I might even make it to A rank. While our guy was fired up, with determination, the teacher gave a signal. The test is over. Everyone turn in your papers. Our protagonist's test paper was officially taken away, never to return. He was stunned. But I only answered 3 questions. The teacher collected the papers and recounted them. The look on his face was a bit strange. Our guy sitting below took off the glasses and questioned himself. I really thought I was finally going to escape F rank. I guess it was a bit too much for Yusen. Our protagonist's long sigh lingered. Suddenly, the teacher shouted, "You give me those glasses right now, hurry up." The teacher tried to observe them very closely. He shook his head. No way. You there, get Dr. Graham for me. The student heard the order and immediately complied. Yes, sir. Our protagonist was completely baffled by this attitude. What's with him all of a sudden? I even wrote carefully, so I wouldn't be suspected of cheating. Or did I get caught anyway? The teacher then headed to the doctor's office. What do you think, Doctor? Professor of Magic Engineering, Dr. Ryan, was carefully observing our guy's glasses. He began to speak. The fact that this kid could answer this question is indeed suspicious. The teacher then asked, so did he cheat? The professor immediately denied it, but he didn't cheat at all. I couldn't sense any energy from magical artifacts like his glasses or other items. He must have done it with his own abilities. Heh, how interesting. I never thought I'd encounter a case like this in my life. Anyway, Professor Lee Han-won, you'd better apologize and guide him properly. Professor Lee lowered his voice. I misunderstood you. I'm sorry. The main character replied, It's nothing, sir. In his heart, the main character was still thinking, actually, I did cheat. If the original feature is still active, I'm toast. Just not getting caught is lucky enough. The story continues at Stella Academy. In Professor Lee Han-won's office, he and another female professor were intently reading each test paper. The first question on one of the papers was marked. Professor Lee's eyes were fixed on it. The woman beside him spoke up, Professor Lee Han-won, are these the first-year students' exams? I heard there are many outstanding students this year. She was a member of the Council of Elder Professors, Eden Timon. Professor Lee answered her earlier question. Yes, some of the most outstanding figures include, from the most famous family in the world of red fire magic, Beyoncé, the princess of the Fire Nation Adolabit, the Crown Prince's successor from the Scalvan Empire, who at the age of 12, thanks to his magical talent, Jeremy Scalvan, the prince, surpassed all of his older brothers in the battle for the throne, and from the most magnificent magic tower in the world, the Full Moon Tower, the successor to the Tower Master Hua Jiang. The female professor Eden Timon laughed with delight. I heard that the task of preparing questions for these elite students from various prestigious families was very difficult. This year is sure to have some good questions. Professor Lee bowed his head. I'm glad that you are pleased, Elder. In Professor Lee's mind, it seemed there were still many thoughts. Just as Professor Eden, Timon said, Model, this year's class placement test has a new type of question. The first 3 questions are difficult to solve if you only have average academic ability. Those 3 questions all have a hidden meaning. They test your agility. They can't be solved anyway. It's to see if the student will quickly move on to the next question or not. Second, it tests how a student would solve a problem they've never seen in a textbook. In this age of magic studies, rote memorization and theory are a thing of the past. Now is the era of practical application. It requires quick judgment and creative thinking. However, those questions didn't require an answer. Over 1,000 out of 1,141 students left their papers blank. The remaining 100 students tried to find an answer, but none of them provided the correct one. Among the new students, only 3 people answered correctly. Ma Yuseong, the genius of the century, who appeared like a comet, but no one knows which family he comes from. And Flame, who was recommended to the school by the principal. Despite being a commoner, his talent has been recognized, ranking just slightly below Ma Yusong. And finally, there's Becky Yuson. Ma Yuseong and Flame are considered geniuses, but Big Yuson's entrance score was definitely very low. I can't believe she solved all 3 questions, especially since she left all the other questions blank. Professor Eden Timon curiously asked Lee Han-won, "Why are you paying so much attention to the kids' scores?" Professor Lee then explained, "Because I can't make sense of the score of one particular student." Ms. Eden Timon nodded. "That's understandable. After all, those formulas don't really solve anything. You can still solve them without knowing." The curious Lee Han-won asked, "Do you think this kid is a genius?" She just commented, "It could just be a coincidence." Professor Lee still didn't give up. He turned his head to look, letting out a clear sigh. Professor Lee was carefully observing the main character's file. Our house was given special consideration for selection because our control over teleportation was highly rated. So this is what it's like to be personally approved by the principal. "You're studying combat magic, but specializing in teleportation," Professor Lai confirmed in his mind. "I'll find out soon enough whether this is just a coincidence or if these 2 kids are truly special." The students were gossiping among themselves. "Hey, did you hear? The results for the class placement test have been posted on the bulletin board. I'm so nervous. My mom said if I don't get into Class A, then I shouldn't even bother coming home." The main character smirked tiredly. "I can't believe I have to check the results myself for class placement in the game. All I had to do was click a mouse and it would pop right up." The information about the class placements was very clear. A student with blue hair noticed the main character. "Isn't that Becky Yuson? I heard he got a 0 on the practical magic portion of the entrance exam. Unbelievable. How did someone like him get into Stella? I don't get what Stella's standards are these days." The main character ignored their chatter. He walked straight inside. "Whatever. Go ahead and gossip. I'm just here to see what class I'm in, then I'm leaving. It's no big deal." The main character's eyes scanned the board intently. He didn't see his name in Class F at all. He started to worry. "Don't tell me they failed me just because I only answered 3 questions. Huh. No way am I screwed." The people around him grew curious on his behalf. "Becky Yuson? How is he? There must be some kind of mistake. This is so weird." The heir of the Marquis family, Balin, ranked 29th, still got into Class A. Even Kai, who got a perfect score on the theory portion and ranked 17th, was also placed in Class A. So how did he? The main character found it a little strange. "Should I go take a look?" Without hesitating, our protagonist went closer to observe. His eyes widened in disbelief. The name Becky Yuson was on the list for the special class. "Why is my name there? No way. What is this ranking?" "The most special rank that any student would dream of. S-class. Where the most exceptional students of the academy gather. The most prestigious magic academy. Stella Academy. Completely different from the classes with students of various levels. The S-class has only 41 students and only a single rank." Becky Yuson scratched his head in confusion. "I was placed in S-class. It seems like there's been some kind of mistake. This is insane. Now I'll be running into the main characters in the S-class. Constantly getting involved with the main characters will only shorten my lifespan even more. And I can't even change classes. I have to try to live a quiet life. There has to be a way." Just then, a girl noticed the protagonist's arrival. The scene then shifts to a large mansion. In a dark room, a mother was being harsh with her daughter. She interrogated her. "You answered 3 whole questions incorrectly. Even the idle princess of the fallen Mon Duchy got 2 questions right. This woman is the fire element Professor Hong Ji-eo. Her stern demeanor and constant questioning were all directed at her daughter Beyonce. You couldn't even correctly answer the questions that even those insects were able to. That means you are even lower than an insect. You should consider yourself an insect and start over. Do you understand, Beyonce?" She replied wearily, "Yes, mother." The woman's eyes were full of venom. She stared intently at her daughter. Sighing in frustration, she said, "Listen to me, Beyonce. You can't become like me, a person who was exiled from the kingdom and is now holding the position of a professor. This is so foolish. You must not become a disgrace to the kingdom." She slowly sat down, whispering her instructions. "You must become even greater than your sister." Her eyes and smile were filled with malice. "You understand what I mean, don't you?" With a flushed face, Beyonce slowly replied, "Of course, mother." In reality, deep down, she didn't understand at all. I just live the way I was taught, and handle everything in the same manner. Problems including magic, spells, and even formulas I've never been taught. She was terrified and burst into tears, wondering why. Why are you tormenting me like this? The scene shifts to Class S. The students have settled into their seats. The main character was sitting on a desk. His mind was racing, thinking, I'm so screwed. Of course I've been transferred to a place full of eccentrics. But it's not like I'm trying to get close to these students. But whispers about the main character began to rise. Why is he here? That's what I'm talking about. I have no idea. Do you know, our families protested and asked why he was in Class S. And he just said, Bick Yusin is qualified enough to be in Class S. Seriously, that's so weird. The main character could feel it. It seems like I'm an outcast, which is fair. Since they've worked so hard since they were kids, they would naturally be disappointed to find out someone like me is in the same class as them. A person's class can change, depending on their performance, so this kind of thing is normal, and the S class is no exception. Of course, there are some cases where some are demoted to a lower class. Come to think of it, there are also male students who were promoted from A class to S class. I'll look for them later. Still, it feels so surreal to think that the characters from the game are standing right in front of me. In a few years, most of the students in this class will become famous throughout all 6 continents, and there are 5 among them who have the potential to betray the Magic Council. Mayasong is one of them. Our guy's gaze shifts to the side. If only Flame could stop that from the beginning, that would be great. Professor Lee is here, everyone settle down. The main character is a bit surprised by his appearance. Lee Han-won speaks to the class. It's a pleasure to meet all of you. I'm sure some of you have seen me before, but I'll introduce myself as usual. I am Professor Lee Han-won of the S class. The students began to whisper after hearing the professor's name. So that's the famous Professor Lee Han-won. The number of dark mages he's hunted is almost in the 4 digits, isn't it? They call him a 7th-tier magic warrior. He's really on another level. The professor immediately called for order. Quiet, everyone! It seems there are many talented students here, and even one special admission student. As you all know, this academy is where we nurture combat mages, also known as magic warriors. You will experience a rigorous educational environment for the next 3 years. I don't expect all of you to keep up. I want all of you to show me the best you can do in the time you're given. Any questions? The students were silent at the professor's question. Professor Lee continued, Good, then let's begin the class. Just then, Beyonce started to walk in through the classroom door. Our main character was a little surprised, thinking about how Hong Beyonce, someone who follows the rules more than anyone, was late. She was approaching the professor's desk. Our MC was quite curious. What's going on? Let's use the inspection glasses. The system displayed some information about Beyonce. Notably, it mentioned she has a wicked mother and is fated to die. Our MC nodded. Not much has changed. Fated to die is something to keep in mind. Our guy suddenly had a thought. If she dies because of Flame, Hong Beyonce will die too. You could say it's the inevitable fate of a villain. I'll try to save her if I can, but I'm not in a position to save anyone. The professor told Beyonce, you should find a seat. Our MC tried to reassure himself. I feel pretty bad, but I can only keep my distance. Suddenly he felt something strange. Beyonce. She was heading over to sit next to him. Her eyes held a hint of defiance. Our guy went from one surprise to another. She was actually planning to sit down. Beyonce settled into the seat right next to Baek-yoon. Our guy was stunned. What is this? This feeling, has everything been twisted from the very beginning? Professor Lee Han-won instructed, All right, before we begin the lesson, we will have a succession ceremony, so you all can receive your wands. Class S and Class A will hold the ceremony together. As for the details, hearing about the succession ceremony, our MC became a little curious. This ceremony is a bit of a hassle, but I'm really looking forward to it. There are 2 major events at Stella Academy. One of them is the Soulmate Pact, and the other is the succession ceremony. For a top-tier academy like Stella, the succession ceremony holds a special place. Professor Lai surveyed the room. Looks like everyone is here. A wide variety of magic staffs, from the lowest to the mid-ranks, have been prepared here. What you need to do is go to the magic staff that you like and take it. The process of changing your magic staff, after you've already chosen one, is very complicated. Therefore, I expect you all to choose carefully. The main character gradually realized that despite what the teacher said, we are not the ones who choose the staff, but the other way around. In this world, magic staffs only react to the person they acknowledge, creating a resonance effect. This means you can't use a high-level magic staff just because you want to. The main character's gaze drifted upwards, observing. He was debating his choice. Anyway, which one should I pick? Before I would have chosen an F-rank staff, but I have to think carefully since I'm in the S class now. The staff that best suits my position. Magic staffs are divided into 2 types, wands and staves. Wands are typically wielded by the knight class, those who use rapid cast magic, On the other hand, staves are wielded by the bishop class, those who focus on a single powerful strike with a longer casting time. The murmuring questions started up again. Which one do you think he'll choose? Since he's in S-class, he shouldn't have any problem with resonance, right? Our guy tried to ignore the comments around him. Whatever, say what you want. Suddenly a voice called out to him. Our guy, a little surprised, turned to look. The student said, "Me, I'm Uslix." The slightly unfamiliar name made the main character hesitate. Who is that guy? This is the first time I've ever heard this name. I see. Usex asked curiously. Which magic wand are you going to choose? The main character just said he'd pick one at random. Usex suggested, you should choose a magic wand that suits your status as a commoner. Don't do anything unnecessary and cause trouble for the professor. Fed up, the main character walked away with a warning. You should stay out of trouble too, all right? Usex's face turned red with anger as he shouted, "You bastard! Are you trying to pick a fight?" The main character was tired of this annoying guy Baek Yusung. Looking closely, this guy was the son of Mark William Beeland, a subordinate of Prince Jeremy, bullying level -3. The main character was a bit disappointed. Is this all the information there is? Is there anything special about him? Usex pointed forward and said, Anyway, I was planning to choose that one, so you'd better watch closely. The main character's eyes immediately recognized that magic wand. That one must be the highest-ranked one here. A high-rank intermediate wand. A high-rank intermediate magic wand is usually used by professional mages. On the other hand, no matter how talented you are, a low-rank intermediate wand is already the limit for a student. Even professional mages rarely use a low-rank intermediate magic wand. And as for a high-rank intermediate magic wand here, besides being for showing off, it's not meant for anyone to actually take. The teacher instructed, "Everyone please stand in front of the magic wand you like." The other students obeyed and moved closer, their eyes fixed on the magic wands they liked. Bizon had also chosen a suitable wand for himself. A magical light burst forth in front of the main character. The other students were all shocked at once. Whoa, isn't that the magic wand that... Hewan chose Hayden Amikaton. That's a mid-tier magic wand. Prince Scalvin. He also chose a mid-tier magic wand. Princess Hong Beyonce chose Super Avatar Lahavan. That's also a mid-tier magic wand. How many people can actually choose a mid-tier magic wand? Damn, this year is insane. That eager guy Usex ran off. Just you wait. I can do it too. Everyone watched in confusion. Isn't that Usex? Can he possibly resonate? With a high intermediate level magic wand, all eyes were on him. Usex thought smugly. Watch closely. I'll show you all what a true S-class talent really looks like. His hand tried to grip the wand tightly. A burst of light erupted from it. The protagonist narrowed his eyes, observing with a puzzled expression. As expected, he failed. Usex collapsed onto the ground. He was panting, unable to get back up. The other students were terrified. Oh no! It looks like he's seriously injured. Someone call a professor quick. A high intermediate level wand is impossible. That's right, you should just give up. Ma Yusong walked towards the magic wand, ignoring their warnings. Wait a minute. Ma Yusong calmly walked forward, humming to himself. The owner of that wand has already been decided. Everyone was murmuring, it's Ma Yusong. Is he going for the scepter? I don't think he can handle it. Ma Yusong's expression was extremely determined. His hands touched the scepter directly. The surrounding light flared up. The light was so intense it drowned out everything else. The protagonist winced, affected by the light. Ma Yusong broke into a satisfied smile. This time the scepter was truly in his grasp. The other students gaped in astonishment. No way. Student Nam-il actually managed to get a high-grade staff. How is that even possible? Our guy thought to himself, I should have known. Now even more people will know how talented he is. Ma Yuseong glanced over at our MC. Baek Yuseol's expression. He froze when he was stared at so intensely. The surprising thing was Ma Yusong actually broke into a beaming smile at our MC. Our guy was completely dumbfounded. What the hell is this? Has he gone completely insane? Suddenly he remembered. Flame also possessed another high-grade staff. Tarian. However, this is where their paths diverge. If Flame successfully obtains Tarian, Ma Yuseong will become interested in her because of her talent, opening up the route to Ma Yusong. But if she chooses a different staff, Ma Yuseong will choose a completely different path. I have to use Flame to get to Ma Yusong. It was like something was clicking in Baek Yuseol's mind. I see it now. Our MC's eyes were fixed on Flame's location. She calmly walked forward. It's Tarian right in front of her. Our MC was dying to know, what are you planning to do, Flame? She was still moving, steadily forward. Her focused gaze didn't waver for a second. Our MC pleaded in his mind, come on, take Tarian. Then Ma Yusong will become curious about Flame, and we'll get the good ending. However, everything was going against our MC's predictions. What, she doesn't want Tarian? What's going on? Doesn't she know? Or does she not have enough information? Either way, this is not good. Flame can resonate with any staff, because she's the main character. What if she picks some random unknown staff? Then I'll lose yet another good option. At this point, our MC decided he had to do something. Looks like I have no choice but to push Tyrion towards Flame. Flame was rushing forward at top speed. Our protagonist quickly used Flash to appear right next to Flame. Flame immediately sensed someone beside her. She glanced behind her. She was surprised. She had no idea when the protagonist had shown up. He even greeted her with a cheerful smile. Beckyson started the conversation. I was just curious which staff you were planning to pick. Flame snapped back. And why would you want to know? Our protagonist had good intentions. I just wanted to help because you look a little lost. Flame coldly brushed him off. It's none of your business. I'm leaving. She walked away so quickly that the protagonist couldn't even stop her. He tried to call out, wait! Beckyson wondered, something's really weird. Flame is supposed to be friendly with everyone. She's so sociable, so why is she acting so cold? I can't just give up like this. My life depends on it. The protagonist tried his best to call out again, hey, wait! I really just want to help you. Flame yelled, worry about yourself first. But the protagonist kept trying to explain. But I feel like there's a staff that would be perfect for you. Flame was genuinely pissed off. What the hell do you know about staffs? Our protagonist timidly thought, what the heck? Did I do something wrong? Or maybe she just doesn't care about a side character. I've heard a lot about you. Don't you think you can get that staff? The protagonist said, pointing at the Terravon. Yes, that's the one. Just then, Beckyson suddenly noticed something. Strange, what's that sound? The sound was incredibly intense. Purple light also flooded the area. The light was so intense that our protagonist couldn't even open his eyes. He cried out, what is this? The staff was lying snugly in Beckyson's hands. An unbelievable wave of shock spread through the crowd. The terrified protagonist thought to himself, why is it in my hands? Flame was supposed to be the one to get it. This damn turn of events pushed the protagonist into a corner he couldn't explain. Flame was staring her eyes wide with anger. An unpleasant dark aura emanated from her. The story continues at Stella Academy. Flame was slowly walking across the school grounds. At the same time, whispers began to rise. Hey, did you hear the news? This year, 2 students managed to get high intermediate level staffs. Oh, for real. Until now, only 5 people have ever been able to do that. And now there are 2 more. But it's really strange. One of them only used Blink during the test to cast their magic. Blink is a basic spell, so how is that possible? My parents told me that Blink is actually a rare type of magic. I wonder what's going on. The gossip reached Flame's ears, making her stop and think. The scene changes to the self-study room. Sunlight streamed through the window panes. Flame walked down the hallway muttering to herself. Finally, some peace and quiet. Everywhere I went today, they were talking about it. The news that 2 students obtained high intermediate staffs has spread everywhere. But I still don't get it. There's no way he could have obtained Terravon. Just who is he? I read the original novel 3 times in a row before I came here. But this character Beckyson never appeared once. Flame continued to ponder. They say no one is supposed to be able to obtain Terravon. But he resonated with it so easily. It's like he was trying to show off to me. Thinking about it now is useless. Just then a voice called out, Flame, are you here for self-study too? Hearing this question, Flame immediately turned her head to look, a friendly smile spreading across her face. She answered the kids, do you guys think I'm a bookworm or something? The other girl replied, of course not. You always say there's nothing to do, and then you just end up studying. Flame shook her head, not at all. The other girl asked, a little curious, but hey, Flame, why do you call us kids? We're the same age, aren't we? Flame explained awkwardly, it's just a habit. Where I used to live, everyone treated me like an adult. In reality, Flame thought, it's because I've lived through a novel, so I can't really act like a kid anymore. The question came, so are you planning to study alone today? The appearance of this girl in front of her made Flame hesitate. This kid is Jackie, right? How is her fashion sense so similar to mine? I even thought she was Jackie before. She spoke up, answering the earlier question, no. There's a meeting soon, so I'm planning to attend. I'll get going then. Okay. Let's get a drink next time. And just like that, Flame left with a wave. As she walked, she let out a tired sigh. Girls this age. It's so hard going back to being a student at this age. Suddenly, a dizzying collision occurred. Flame clutched her head in pain from the impact. A voice called out, Flame. She looked up dazed and recognized him. Ah, Gunryang. Gunryang asked with concern. Are you all right? Composing herself, Flame replied, yeah, I'm fine. It seemed Gunryang was still worried about her. He stared at her intently. You don't look so good. Is something wrong? Flame felt shy. Is he worried about me? No way. The boy asked again, are you heading to class by yourself? Flame nodded. That's right. Are you also going to the private training room for S-ranks? The 2 of them looked at each other and exchanged words. How can I be lazy when I train every day? You're really dedicated. You shouldn't be saying that. Oh, really? The way they looked at each other was so gentle. A smile appeared on Gunryang's lips. His hand moved closer to Flame's face. He quickly left with a parting word. See you later. Flame froze for a moment watching him go. In the end, she felt that everything was so dull. Then she suddenly noticed something strange. It was the girl who had been watching her earlier, Jackie. Why is she still standing there? Flame raised her hand to say hello, but Jackie immediately ran away. Flame froze, trying to compose herself. She's okay, right? She kept walking because this wasn't the time. The scene shifts to the study hall, a special supplementary meeting. According to the original novel, ISO and Hong Beyonce will attend this meeting. I have to see the female lead and the villainess of this novel face off. That's why Flame hurried over to watch. The door slowly opened. Flame stepped inside and observed. The male lead Ma Yu-sung and the idol were both present. Flame noted. All the important characters have appeared. Let's see now. The host is the A-rank Kai. He looked surprised. This is a supplementary meeting for students who want to rank up. Seeing so many famous S-rank students participating, this has to be it. Flame carefully observed each person. She didn't expect Ma Yu-sung to be here too. He was even smiling so brightly at the male lead. Ma Yu-sung, the main character of this world, is interested in Baek Yu-sun. This definitely isn't a coincidence. And Baek Yu-sun couldn't solve a single question, except for the 3 hellishly difficult ones. Perhaps Baek Yu-sun knew from the very beginning. If he could solve those questions, he would be ranked S-class. Flame hesitated, wondering if Baek Yu-sung could really see the future, then his actions back then were truly terrifying. Just then, the main character suddenly sighed. He thought sadly to himself, I wish someone would just get this guy out of my sight. Maya-song started to question our main character, Baek Yu-sung. Why are you sitting here? With your skill level, there's basically no need for you to attend this kind of class. Or is there some reason you can't talk about? The main character gave a strained laugh and replied, Haha, there's no real reason. I was basically forced to join this class. What can I do with such bad grades? Our guy was sweating just trying to answer. He thought to himself, still unable to understand. Why does he seem so interested in me? Just then a stern voice cut in. Hello everyone, that's enough chit-chat for now. Today we'll be discussing the problems from the ranking test. As you all know, this ranking test is extremely challenging. So much so that the upperclassmen call them the 3 questions from hell, and I'll be explaining them to you. The woman observed the students, then thought worriedly, damn it, why are those people here? I just wanted to boost my reputation on the side by helping the idiots in this class. Her eyes then fell upon a certain person, and that person was our guy. No, perhaps this is my chance. I've heard that Baek Yu-sung got the lowest score on the entrance ranking test. She smiled, pleased with herself. In that case, I just need to show him how much better I am than him. And so she spoke up. Mình giỏi hơn cậu ta bao nhiêu là được rồi. Cụ thể cô ấy nói lớn. All right, everyone, pay close attention. This is how I'll tackle the first question. This place is actually a kind of trick question. It's trying to lead everyone down the wrong path. First, while that girl was giving her lecture, the other students were all diligently taking notes. Only Ma Yu-sung kept staring intently at our protagonist. He even asked him, what do you think? Do you think her point is valid? After asking Ma Yu-sung, he didn't forget to flash a smug grin. The protagonist froze, thinking, what the hell is he talking about? Asking. If I think that girl's point is correct, I don't even understand what she's lecturing about up there. What the heck are the 3 questions from hell? After a moment, Baek Yu-sung calmed himself down. After all, honesty is the best policy. No, I don't know. He spoke loudly. The protagonist's confession was heard by the entire class. Everyone started murmuring in confusion, what, it's Baek Yu-sung? He said Kai is wrong. The whispers reached Kai's ears, making her seethe with anger. The protagonist was bewildered. Huh, why is everyone looking at me like that? The piece of chalk in Kai's hand broke in 2. She said, so I'm wrong, is that it, Baek Yu-sung? Why don't you come down here and help everyone solve this part? Her words made the protagonist freeze on the spot. What on earth is she talking about? The protagonist glanced at the person next to him. Ma Yu-sung reassured him. You can do it? So, our boy finally realized this was all that guy Yu-sung's doing. Regardless, he still had to go up to the board. I can do this. All eyes. Even Beyonce was watching closely to see what Baek Yu-sung would do next. The protagonist quickly picked up the chalk. He put on his glasses. The 3 questions from hell. It looks more like a play on words. The question goes something like this. A mage casts the following spell. Oh, Mother Earth, please shed your tears. And with that, the amount of dust doubled from its original amount. Why did this happen? The answer is very simple. Is it that the dust is crying? It's just a kind of separation state. Our guy holds his head deep in thought. To me, it's honestly ridiculous. But around here, it's a really big deal to them. I wonder what kind of person with too much time on their hands came up with this damn problem. Anyway, that guy Kai over there didn't solve the problem like a normal math question. Instead, it was about making dust cry out more dust. It's hard to know what to say. Although his method was wrong, he still managed to get the right answer, even though it was mostly due to luck. But if he came across another similar question, he wouldn't be able to pass. The protagonist turns and says to Kai, I can't really show you how to solve this question, but I can tell you where you went wrong. Kai exclaimed in surprise, What? The protagonist went on to explain the fundamental problem with the earth element. But what if it were water or wind? Do you think your method would still solve it correctly? If that were the case, I would just use a different method. But if you do that, you'll need many different methods to solve the same type of question. Just because you luckily got the right answer doesn't mean your answer aligns with the intention of the person who wrote the question. Kai was speechless, not knowing how to argue. After a moment, he admitted that he was right. The protagonist got a little worried. I think I might have been a bit too hard on him. Anyway, the way to solve it is... The protagonist's words made Kai start taking notes diligently. The other students were the same. Everyone was diligently taking notes. Fleem never expected such an effect. No way. The others are all writing down what he said. ISO and Hong Bion, who were supposed to be joining the debate, were supposed to, but they were both busy analyzing his solution. Is this really possible? As the sun began to set, Ma Yusheng waved and spoke up. We'll see you tomorrow, Yusan, he said with a bright smile at our protagonist. He left with a cheerful expression. Our guy could only wave back helplessly. He felt so helpless, cursing inwardly. If I keep getting involved with Ma Yusung, I'm a dead man. I hope I never see you again in this lifetime. Suddenly, our protagonist realized something. He thought, maybe it's because of the phone. I can't use it anymore now. But it already caught Ma Yusung's attention. I don't get why he keeps running into me. Before, besides Fleem, no other character had ever used it. Just as he was thinking, our guy spotted Byeon. She was walking slowly with a sad look on her face. Our protagonist noticed right away. Isn't that Hong Byeon? Who is she waiting for? Well, it's none of my business. I'll just walk past. Just as he was about to pass her, a voice called out, Baek Yusun. Byeon slowly approached where our guy was standing. I have something to ask you. Baek Yusun was completely frozen. He never imagined that Hong Byeon would have a question for him. What is it? Byeon asked curiously. Why didn't you explain your answer earlier? Our protagonist froze, hesitating. It's not that I didn't explain. It's that I didn't know how to. How am I supposed to explain a question that has no answer? She must have misunderstood something. So our guy had no choice but to speak up. Then I don't have to explain it. Beyonce looked a bit surprised, then nodded in understanding. You just don't want to reveal it there, do you? In reality, that wasn't what the male lead meant at all. Beyonce kept making demands. Then I'll compensate you. I'll make it worth your while. So whatever is in your head, just explain it so I can understand. The male lead's mind was about to explode from the confusion. He couldn't stop wincing. The scene changes to the study room. The male lead sat silently across from Beyonce. The questions from the test from last time were arranged on the table. Our guy was curious. I don't understand why you're paying me to solve 3 questions from the placement test for you, Beyonce said coldly. I have my reasons. Just get on with it. Yes, yes, milady. Beyonce was a bit puzzled. But you only got those 3 questions wrong. I, on the other hand, got all the other ones wrong. So aren't you ashamed to be asking me for help? Beyonce immediately denied it. No. The only thing I'm ashamed of is that I still don't understand the answers to those questions. If I can find the answers, I'm willing to do anything. This statement made the male lead even more certain. She really is a model student, isn't she? But why are you asking me? You're a princess. Don't you have plenty of friends you could ask? Beyonce explained in a sad tone. Among the 1,141 first-year students, if you count the number of people who correctly answered those 3 hellishly difficult questions, there were only 3 people, and you were one of them. Hearing this, the male lead was completely flabbergasted. Huh. What did you say? Beyonce had to admit that those trick questions didn't have any answers at all. But Ayu Xiong, Flame and you both solved it. That's why I feel so embarrassed. The main character with trembling hands asked, Wait a minute. Were those 3 questions meant to be a trick? Was no one supposed to be able to solve them in the first place? Beyonce nodded. Yeah, didn't you realize it when you were solving them? The main character panted heavily. This is insane. Now I understand why I'm in Class S, and why Flame tried to stop me. I don't know the detailed lore of this world. I also had no idea those trick questions existed. But Flame is different, because she's read the entire novel. Even if she doesn't know the plot of the game, she would definitely know the lore from the novel. For example, those 3 trick questions. But because a side character who wasn't in the original novel appeared, Flame had no choice but to acknowledge the existence of this Becky USA. Damn it, no wonder she acted that way. Seeing the main character sitting there stunned, Beyonce asked, What's wrong? The main character quickly composed himself and replied, Don't worry. His eyes remained fixed deep in thought. He reminded her, Don't you forget about doing me one favor, in exchange for me explaining the answer to you, all right? I only have one small request. Turn my staff into a magic sword. The blacksmiths in your kingdom should be able to do it. Beyonce asked back, puzzled. but only low-level mercenaries use that kind of weapon. Why would a mage like you? The main character simply explained, it's just my personal preference. The truth was, he didn't want to say that it's because he has a weakness. So can you do it? Beyonce's eyes were pensive for a moment, and she finally gave her answer. Of course, that's super easy. With the deal settled, our guy continued. All right, then. I'll tell you how to solve this question first. The method is to change your perspective. This change in perspective was something Bison had apparently never considered. Bison's weakness was her rigid application of magic, and she had gotten stuck in it. Hong Bison only realized this when she became a second-year student after losing to Flame. I don't think I can help her right now, but I can point her in the right direction. With that, the protagonist began to lead her in a certain direction. He asked, do you know any silly riddles? Bison froze once again upon hearing the strange term. Tricks, I think I've heard of them. The protagonist quickly tested her wits with an example. What's in the middle of knee and knee? Bison pondered for a moment before giving her answer. The inside of the knee. The protagonist shook his head and explained, wrong, the answer is and. Bison was still bewildered, not understanding how that could be. Our protagonist patiently pointed out the trick in the question. I was asking what word is between the word knee and the word knee. Do you get what I mean? Bison's eyes filled with anger. She reacted as if she was being made fun of. Our protagonist reassured her, hey, now don't give me that look. Calm down, just sit and look at this question. It has its own formulas and tricks that you just don't know yet. So the fact that you have to solve it using only your own creativity is essential. But can you really do it with just your creativity? Alone. The protagonist's words were like an awakening inside. Bison, she sadly replied, I can't. The protagonist smiled. Of course not. That's why, even though understanding many types of spells and how to apply them is very important, for a mage, the most important thing has to be the way they see this world through your own point of view. Magic can transform things, even with the smallest changes. But you only think about what you see. Spells aren't just about memorizing and casting them. It was as if Baki Yusan was laying out all of Beyonce's shortcomings. Usan explains everything. She became strangely quiet. The main character continued to point out, you might be better than me at analysis and assessment, but you lack the most important thing. And for a mage, creativity. Beyonce's hands started trembling more and more. The sky around them seemed to darken. The main character was a little scared. She looked so serious. Baki Yusan scratched his head awkwardly. Well, you get what I'm saying, right? Even if it sounds a little complicated. Beyonce nodded. Of course I understand. Our guy chuckled to himself. Interesting. I don't even understand what I'm saying. I'm glad you understand, so let's begin. What did the man say to the horse? And when he put it to bed? Beyonce paused to think. The main character deliberately repeated the question one more time. What did the man say to the horse? And when he put it to bed? Beyonce couldn't answer. I don't know. The main character explained, the answer is, it's time for bed. Next question. Why don't they work harder? I don't know. Because they're always lying down on the job. Baki Yusan persisted. What happens when rock, paper, and scissors join a race? Rock and paper are in a race. Beyonce still didn't know and shook her head. I don't know. Our guy cheerfully explained, in that case the rock will roll, but the scissors and paper can't move. Their shapes don't allow it, you see, because they can't move. They can only stand still. The main character was excited. As for Hong Byung, she was heartbroken. Her face fell. Her eyes were red and watery as if she was holding a lot back. Our guy could feel it too. She looked like she could lose it at any moment. Becky Yusen asked another question. What would the clouds say to the sea? And when it rains? The question made Hong Byung think deeply. The main character was really hoping for Hong Byung's answer. Finally, she answered, I'm falling into the sea. The main character was completely surprised to hear this. Oh, you got it right. Just one correct answer made Hong Byung overjoyed. Her face completely lit up. Our guy was happy for her too. Man, this is the first time I've ever seen her smile, whether in the game or in real life. Baekhyun praised her, just as I'd expect from a princess. Your creativity is on a whole other level. Hong Byung brushed it off. All right, just drop it. Give me the next question. Our guy immediately continued. The scene transitions to nightfall. The students moved back and forth. Meanwhile, our guy was walking in a daze. He seemed exhausted. His breathing was heavy. I spent a whole 3 hours just using a few questions. Trick questions to challenge Hong Byung. I really hope she doesn't remember what I said. The main character sincerely hoped so. Hong Byung is definitely an amazing mage, and with a brilliant mind. But her weakness is her overly rigid way of thinking. But if I'm going to exploit that weakness, even though she's the villain, why do I feel so damn guilty? I need to quickly forge Terion into a magic sword. That's why I need to do more. Payback. This isn't right. All the things I used to be able to do. But that's enough thinking. I should hurry and find the books I need for class. It has to be around here somewhere. I'm sure I didn't remember wrong. After looking around for a bit, our protagonist spotted it. What he was looking for was right here. A dim scene came into view inside the old room. Cobwebs were strung across every corner. Our protagonist could tell this place was totally run down. But I know. The owner of this bookstore has a strange habit of pretending to sleep while secretly watching the customers. In this shabby nameless bookstore, Maella's notes from the valedictorian of Stella Academy 15 years ago are hidden somewhere. On a screen, you could just press a button and see it instantly. But in real life, you need the actual book to be able to read it. Besides, the book you study also affects how you level up. At first, I bought books from famous bookstores, but then I found out that all the good books are hidden in these shops, without any signs. If you're in the magic engineering class and you have Maella's notes, you're guaranteed to get a perfect score. To be honest, just wearing the bun glasses is enough to get a decent score. But I might discover a secret formula, so after a moment of looking around, our protagonist realized, it's over here. Without hesitating, he went over and pulled out the book. Just then another hand appeared, reaching for the same book. Our protagonist turned in surprise to see who it was. It turned out to be Iso. She asked curiously, "You know who I am?" Our protagonist replied, "Of course, you're famous." Iso recognized him and said, "I remember now. You're in the supplementary class. Your name is Becky Yusan." "Right." Our protagonist felt a bit curious. She doesn't remember meeting me before coming to the academy. She even complimented me. I really enjoyed that debate. It's a shame you couldn't explain the entire answer. Our guy also suddenly remembered. Not even a genius could have solved that problem. Then Iso left saying, "Anyway, it was nice meeting you." The main character's gaze followed her as she walked away. He even let out a sigh of relief, thinking, good it hasn't been taken yet. "Why is she here?" Iso picked up a book and then looked at the price. Just like that, she put it back down with a sigh. Somehow, the main character realized that was the reason. The truth is, this bookstore mostly sells used books. So the customers here are usually poor students, just like me. Someone like Iso who comes from a fallen noble family. A person who has lost everything could only come to a place like this. Her father was probably killed by the black magicians. How sad. For a princess like her to have to buy used books. On top of that, she has to check the price because she doesn't have any money. Furthermore, Iso also had a tragic ending in the original novel. She died even before Flame, the one who has become the main character of this world. You could say the unluckiest character in the game is Iso. The main character brought a large pile of books and placed it on the counter. "I'd like to pay for these," he said. The shopkeeper was surprised. "All of these? All right then, this kid's stronger than he looks, huh?" The main character glanced over at Iso. She looked back at our guy. Iso asked, "What is it?" She muttered to herself, "It seems we have similar tastes. I mean, you picked all the good books." The main character thought she was about to chew him out. Instead, Iso asked curiously, "All of those? Why are you reading books about advanced sealing theory?" Sealing theory is an ancient art that requires artifacts. So nowadays, when alchemists and magic engineers have become so advanced, and that skill is rarely used by anyone. The main character then replied, "This book, yeah, it's not really that useful, so you knew. That's exactly why Baek Yusan decided to take it." Iso looked surprised, huh? The male lead said smugly. "Everyone thinks the same way you do. That's why it's easier to get a high grade in this class. Anyway, I'm heading out now." Just as Yusan said, hardly anyone wants to take the sealing theory class. But that's exactly why. I'll have to spend less time on it, and it'll be easier to get a high grade than in other classes. With these books, this semester should be a piece of cake. Yusan seems to have a completely different outlook than her. The scene changes to the second day. Iso walked lost in thought. First up is the class on void theory. Anyway, this is an easy A class, so it shouldn't be a problem. She went to the classroom and took a look around. Everyone was buzzing with conversation. "You're also taking void theory." "Yeah, but I think I'm in trouble. I signed up because everyone said this was an easy class. Looks like the rumor really got around. All the smart kids ended up in this class. I'm so screwed." Hearing this, Isul could only try to calm herself down. Nothing I can do about it. I'll just have to try my best in my other classes. When the class finally ended, everyone headed out. "I'm starving. I haven't eaten anything yet. I'll just head to the cafeteria and figure it out." Isul walked on with a sad expression on her face. A weary sigh. What am I going to do now? So many people signed up for the class I chose. It's going to be hard to get the scholarship. She was so deep in thought that she could barely walk straight. Maybe I should just get something to eat first. Let's see. I only have 60 meal tickets left for the semester, so I'll just have some bread today. Suddenly on her way, she saw something. It was a figure sitting intently in a classroom. Isn't that Baek Yusan? Isil wondered what he was doing here. There was even a professor at the podium, but there are hardly any students. They're all students with poor academic records. This professor is probably about to lose his job. Iso suddenly realized. If I sign up for this class, I'll be able to get a high grade without spending much time on it. I can save my energy for other subjects and get a scholarship. Iso felt a bit of regret. Did he know beforehand that this subject was easy? Did he already plan which classes to take for a smooth ride? That's unbelievable. She began to see the main character in a different light. No way! I think it must just be a coincidence. The scene shifts to the academy. The main character listened attentively to the lecture. I'm sure you all know the roots of magic. The Genesis mage Bai Yi, the mage who spread magic throughout the world. Humans and other races learned how to use magic. This mage was Lady. He taught the elves natural magic, taught the dwarves material magic, and taught humans elemental magic. After that, he ascended to the heavens. After listening for a while, the main character started to get a headache. How am I supposed to get through 3 years of this? Having to go back to school at this age is just insane. I could have skipped all of this knowledge with a single button press in the game. But this class is actually pretty important. It might give me a hint as to what the true ending is. It's just a guess, though. Our guy suddenly noticed something strange. Has Iso always been in this class? I don't remember any main characters signing up for this class. Having said that, he reassured himself. But it has nothing to do with me. The professor continued to lecture diligently. Humanity's curiosity didn't just stop at elemental magic. Mages traveled all over the world and secretly learned the magic of other races. Even so, they still weren't satisfied. But they couldn't learn anything more. A Genesis mage left behind 12 divine moons and disappeared. Does anyone know about the 12 divine moons? Iso immediately answered the professor. People say they are guardian deities who protect the balance of power across the 6 realms. It's said they were scattered across the 6 realms, each carrying that mission. That was until 1,000 years ago. The professor nodded. That's right. They possess a special power that protects the 6 realms. For example, the divine moon that represents summer, the 6th moon, Summer Red, bears a blazing red flame. And it's said that flame will never be extinguished. If you were to go to the bottom of the Alamanca Sea, you would still see its red fire. So anyone who's curious can go take a look. The main character laughed hard. Is he kidding? If a living creature enters the territory of the Sea King Alamanca, they die instantly. The professor pointed. This is the Levin Shore. A giant whirlpool that appeared in the middle of the ocean was frozen by the 12th moon Winter Blue. Each divine moon has its own unique power, but a miracle will occur if they are all brought together. A student asked, what kind of miracle is it? The professor replied, no one knows. They fell into a slumber 100 years ago. The main character agreed. He's right. I've encountered a few of the divine moons, at least while playing the game. But I've only ever met 5 of them, and only during limited time events. And that's after I've gathered intel from other players. No other gamer has encountered more of the divine moons than I have. If my guess is right, then the 12 divine moons have something to do with the true ending, one that no one has been able to find in the past 15 years. The answer must lie in some unknown content. I was only able to see 5 moons after risking my life multiple times, but if I want to witness the true ending, then I have no other choice. I'll just have to start over from the beginning. A brilliant red light appeared as a female professor shouted, "Power isn't everything. No matter how strong your attack is, it's useless if it doesn't hit the enemy." Professor Hongdeal Cho of the fire class said this while she was guiding her students through a practical exercise. Her pensive eyes observed every single movement. A technique was quickly unleashed, heading straight for the training dummy. The light from the impact was immense. Professor JL evaluated the attack intently, her eyes wide and unblinking. But the dummy was still standing. The black smoke slowly cleared. Nothing had changed. The dummy wasn't damaged in the slightest. The other students noticed as well. The professor bluntly criticized how pathetic. Bizin was the one who had performed the technique. She was failing to do anything perfectly. Bizin sat down, thinking sadly to herself, I've disappointed Mother again. Mother will be so disappointed. Just then, someone appeared and spoke to her. Princess? A red-haired girl was standing right in front of Bizon. Are you all right? She asked, sitting down right next to Bizon. She immediately started showering her with compliments. You were absolutely amazing, Princess. Bizon didn't understand what she meant. The red-haired girl explained, You used magic just like I do. But it was so much more powerful. Bizon replied coldly. So what, I didn't even hit it. But the red-haired girl continued to praise her. But your magic really is amazing. It's super cool. To be honest, I've known about you ever since I was a little kid. Bizon suddenly realized. Oh, that's right. This person is also a fire mage just like me. I think her name is Xuang. I feel like I've heard that name somewhere before. That a genius fire mage has appeared. Even so, she's nothing compared to my magic. Bizayan continued. That was amazing. Your accuracy is incredibly high, Xuang replied humbly. But if you practiced more, how could I possibly compare? Bizayan stood up looking bored. That's only good enough for the weak. That's why talking to you makes me feel so much better. With that, she turned to leave. See ya. Aksuang was a bit stunned. Her observant eyes seemed to hold countless thoughts. The scene shifts to a mansion. A room comes into view. Bizeon staggered in, panting heavily. A voice called out, "Princess." This greeting came from the female guard in the house. "Welcome back, Your Highness." She is Bizeon's personal guard, Ieterin. She also informed Bizeon, "Some tea and sweets have been prepared." "Thanks, Ieterin. Give me the report." "Regarding the mission to modify the appearance of the magic staff that you assigned to me earlier, because the staff is of such high quality, they said that it can be crafted into a high-grade sword. However, there are some concerns." Bizeon was curious about what those concerns were. Ieterin explained, "It seems that it continuously absorbs mana from its owner." Bizeon shot up from her seat. "What, isn't that a dark artifact?" The guard explained, "It's not the same. It resonates with the energy of nature." Bizeon was still very curious. "It's impossible for something that absorbs mana of its owner, yet it can resonate with the power of nature. So why is that magic staff only intermediate grade?" The attendant affirmed, "This is precisely why it's only at that level." "What do you think about this? Its original ability is still to enhance the mana of the user drastically and make it stronger or even raise it to high grade. But because it only absorbs and doesn't release, it was downgraded to intermediate grade." Bizen suddenly exclaimed, "High grade? How can a student possibly use that?" The attendant was also surprised by that, as John frowned and continued, "I knew it wouldn't resonate with everyone from the very beginning, but I didn't think anyone would use it, even if they managed to get it, unless they had an amount of mana that was either immense or none at all. I don't understand." "I can be certain any ordinary person would know that. Anyway, he's definitely someone special." A few days after the new semester began, our protagonist continued to attend the professor's class. The sound of the lecture echoed around. Attack magic requires a more detailed understanding than any other type of magic. That's why this mana guidance class is mandatory. From now on in your one-on-one matches, you will learn guidance, with a focus on projection and aiming. On the board, the professor slowly wrote with chalk. After that, we will discuss the trajectory formula. From about 760 meters to the north, Gensu is moving south at a velocity of 12.6 meters per second. What is the proper trajectory and predicted distance that Yeonhee needs to use their water-based magic? A dead silence fell over the classroom. The other students also started to whisper. Among the attributes, if it were water, someone would immediately stop them. If you're not an expert in the water element, then it's best not to answer this question. Is the teacher trying to make things difficult for us? Our guy suddenly sighed. He thought everything was so boring. Why is this even more of a waste of time than classes in Korea? Just then, the teacher suddenly called on a student. "Baek Yu-seong, please stand up and answer this question." The protagonist got even more annoyed. "Damn it, me again!" A few minutes later, the protagonist had finished presenting the problem on the board. The teacher was surprised when he saw it. "Amazing, you actually managed to solve it so easily. To think it could be simplified like that. Is your original attribute water?" But the protagonist denied it. "No, it's not." "Wonderful. Let's move on to the next question then." When class ended, our guy started to head out. Just then, someone spoke up. "Excuse me?" The school idol appeared, making the protagonist turn his head. She said, "I have a question I want to ask you." The protagonist was surprised. An idol wants to ask me something. ISO had been thinking. "I'm curious about one thing regarding Baek Yu-seong. While I was observing him, it wasn't related to his rank. He's very intelligent. Even when compared to the top rankers, he finished the problem in an instant. That should be impossible." The level of that question was at least at the university level. No, to be precise, it was at the professor level. Even for Stella, a place where geniuses gather. What is Baek Yu-seong's true identity? At first I didn't think so, but now I'm sure. That person definitely has a course registration strategy. If that's the case, what is your next course? ISO wanted to gather information. Upon hearing the question, the protagonist hesitated, unable to give an answer. "Why are you asking? Do you like me or something?" The idol reacted, "What? So creepy. Our side is saying that I'm the creepy one. Am I wrong?" The protagonist scratched his head, confused. "I'm an adult, so why am I acting like this?" He asked further, "Why are you asking that?" Aishu explained, "I've researched the classes you're taking, and it seems like they're classes where you can easily get a high grade. I'll just ask you directly, where did you learn that strategy? Because this is very important to me." The protagonist thought, I was wondering what she was going to ask. He replied, "What do you mean, those classes?" "It's just a coincidence. If that's all, I'm leaving." But Aishu didn't give up. She called out, "Wait!" Her eyes were full of expectation as she tried to watch him. Mustering all her courage, she shouted, "Please wait!" "Hold on." The protagonist was curious. "What is it? Why are you following me? Go learn that stuff from someone else. There are plenty of smart people here. Or you could just copy me. You said you've already researched me, right?" Aishu quickly explained. "Anyone who takes the Trangthan course gets an A+, so it's not that important. But if I enroll in the same class as you, it could negatively affect your grade." The protagonist suddenly had a thought. If she doesn't get the scholarship, she'll be at the biggest disadvantage. But even in this situation, she still worries about someone else's grade. Even though she's a bit of a pain, the heroine is still the heroine. Aishu asked earnestly. Could you suggest a class for me? One where it's easy to get a high grade. The protagonist was resolute. Do you think those eyes are going to convince me? Aishu said innocently. That's strange. Normally when I look at my own face, all my stress just melts away. The male lead was stunned. Are you serious? The girl burst out laughing. Just kidding. I knew you'd react that way. That's why I've prepared a little something to make it up to you. The male lead's interest was piqued. Why are kids these days so into making it up to people? Where do they even learn to joke like that? Iso suddenly asked, do you know about the seventh wonder of magic? The male lead froze solid. Yeah, I do. The girl was taken aback. For real? Not many people know about it, because it was a desolate tower that vanished, and there are numerous barriers, preventing anyone from getting close to where the tower once stood. But there, the male lead trailed off, surprising Iso. What's wrong? Are you okay? Our guy was having a major headache thinking I'm going to lose my mind. This is crucial information, because with this knowledge, Flame can increase his influence over the story's main character. Moreover, Flame knowing this implies that in the original plot, Iso knew about it too. And Iso only shared this information with the main character, not with a side character like me. Our guy quickly brushed it off. That sounds like a pretty scary story. Don't you think? I don't want to hear it. Doesn't sound fun at all. The two of them bantered back and forth. It's not that scary. Are you afraid of ghost stories at your age? Fine, I'm telling you anyway. He awkwardly pointed out, you just pretended you weren't going to tell me, and now you're changing your mind. Iso nodded. Yup, I just changed my mind. Besides, our protagonist was also conflicted. Just the fact that Iso wanted to give him something was enough. He decided to go along with her. In any case, this has nothing to do with my grades, but it's something that will be extremely useful for you. Sign up for a journey of meditation into the void. Take it as a cultural studies class. Iseo was taken aback. Meditation. I'll register for that as my cultural studies class. The Moon God and Meditation course is a popular one. Are you into that kind of training? Baek Yusheng was flustered, unsure of how to explain. My master is also a bishop just like you. And through meditation, she was able to increase her magic proficiency. Really? Just with meditation. In reality, this is still an unexplored area. But for a bishop, who wields large-scale destructive magic, meditation is crucial for precise casting. It's based on formulas and equations, but above all, it's the mind that controls magical power. I haven't told anyone about this. But you're an exception because you're a cute idol. That's surprising. You just called me ugly a moment ago. Even so, she was very appreciative and smiled brightly. Thank you. Even though it's not a class that will help improve my grades, I'll still sign up for it. And with that, Iseo smiled and turned away. Her smile made our protagonist freeze. He was actually a little scared. I've already told her. It scares me, thinking about how the future will change. But if I just leave her alone like this, Iseo will face that same tragedy again in this world. If meditation can help her, then that would be a good thing. Suddenly, Baek Yuseong's eyes widened as he realized something. Wait a minute, I just remembered. I'm a magic user too, right? Why haven't I thought about training until now? Huh? The Baek Yuseong in the game trained very rigorously. He awakened his latent physical abilities and his mana and developed rapidly. My reasoning was that in the game, I could get experience just by pressing a button. Now I can do it for real. It's pretty late. There are no instances or hunting quests, so I can't earn any more experience. I should thank Aaron. Returning to his quarters, the main character had to admit one thing. The dorms are huge. At Stella, all students live in the dorms. The dorm system was a side feature in the game. Players could decorate their rooms however they wanted. But for Bjorn Yandel, this was his only home, because his village was burned to the ground. The dorms were divided based on rank. The rooms were all the same size, but the number of people in each room was determined by their rank. Of course, the S-class students occupied the highest floors. Bjorn Yandel felt a bit lonely, but he could finally make use of this. He took a long, deep breath. All right, let's begin. Stats aren't the most important thing. Since this is reality, I have to get used to this body. In the game, Bjorn Yandel was a genius who could control sword aura by using the mana that circulated endlessly inside and outside his body. No one paid attention to him, so nobody knew. But Bjorn Yandel was a sword genius, someone who had reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship. I have to walk that path once more. My breathing controls the flow of mana in my body. If I can slowly increase the amount of mana I take in with each breath, I'll be able to gather enough mana in a single go. Skills don't level up just by gaining 10 XP. You have to constantly use the skill to increase its level. That means I have to train. Time flew by. The sun was already beginning to shine through the window. The main character was still training calmly. Suddenly, a bright light flashed before his eyes. It came from his left eye. This must be the feeling Bjorn Yandel once experienced. As someone who has accepted having mana leakage syndrome since I was a kid, it's faint, but I can still feel it. My mana leakage syndrome skill has leveled up. My blink skill has also leveled up. I'm satisfied. I've taken another step closer to my goal. I'll find the true ending no matter what it takes. A picturesque scene appeared before me. Someone's feet moved closer. I could feel the artificial meadow and wind, but it felt so real. Stella Dormitory. It's a type of pocket dimension set up within the school grounds. This allows people to freely manipulate the very fabric of the space, as well as its properties. All sporting events and other activities, as well as dungeon diving, gate exploration, and monster training, all take place here. For that reason, students started gathering in large numbers. I carefully observed my surroundings. 141 people in total. 50 from A1 and A2, 40 from the S class. If this was like the novel, there should only be 39 students from the S class. I thought it was 40 including me, but I didn't expect someone else to be added. Where did Bic Yusin come from? In the novel, there were only 1,140 first-year students in total. With me, that makes it 1,141. Does this mean Bic Yusin was also in the original novel? I'll figure things out one step at a time. It's fine, I can handle this. I'm the only person in this world who knows about the novel. Anyway, class is about to start. Suddenly, I heard a commotion. It was Prince Jeremy. Have you finished registering for classes? Jeremy immediately replied, of course I have. Others excitedly chimed in. We also signed up for the soft magic research class, because we heard you did. Really, let's help each other out then. Flame recognized this person who was getting all the attention. It was Prince Jeremy. In the novel, he confesses to the idol but gets rejected. In the end, he becomes a villain. He looks gentle, but his every move is calculated. I should just watch from a distance so I don't get involved with him. However, Jeremy suddenly looked over in Flame's direction. A friendly wave and a radiant smile. Flame couldn't resist and waved back. But man, he's really handsome. I get why he has so many followers now. His clique is the most famous one in school. I have to gather them all together, because from now on this world will be my reality. I have to prepare for the future. Jeremy's gaze was very intense. He had noticed Flame. Just then the professor signaled for everyone's attention. We will now begin basic training. Before we start today's lesson, I need to know what your abilities are, so I can teach you all properly. I will be the one teaching you directly. Even if you don't like it, don't complain. Just so you know, we professors have the authority to deduct or add to your points. Remember this well, you will be expelled if you don't meet the required score. I will now explain the training session. We will be doing a practice run in a dungeon. I will use scenarios that occur in real dungeons, as well as various traps and monsters, to test all of you. You will get 4 points for defeating a level 1 monster, 8 points for defeating a level 2 monster, and 20 points if you retrieve this scoring staff. The top 5 students will receive a reward and special shopping privileges. Students with 0 points will have points deducted. If you're afraid of failing or going alone, you can form a team. But keep this in mind. Points will be split evenly among team members. If you can eliminate another student, you'll get to take their points. That's all. Good luck. Suddenly, the ground started to shake. The students screamed, "What's going on?" The ground was shaking and everything was thrown into chaos. No one could keep their balance. Flame was also taken by surprise. This is the Jack and the Beanstalk map. The scenery here suddenly became lush and overgrown with trees. The group of students also began to go their separate ways. Some chose to go alone, while others chose to go in groups. Far, in the distance, the figure of Flame could be seen walking all alone. Holding her magic staff, she thought to herself, all right then, I'm ready to join this game. Suddenly, someone called out to her, "Hey, Flame!" She turned to look and saw her red-haired friend. Jackie asked, "Are you planning on going solo for this practical exercise?" Flame replied, "Oh, Jackie." She just thought to herself, although teaming up for a dungeon raid has its advantages, going alone is better if you want to get more points. With that thought, she continued coldly, "Sorry, but this time I want to test my own strength, so I'm planning to go solo." After hearing this, the red-haired girl grinned and replied, "Yeah, I figured. You'd have to split points with teammates, so it makes sense." Flame replied, "Yeah, that's right." But then a thought popped into her head. Am I just overthinking this? Or is she being snarky with me? Deciding to just let it go, she said her goodbyes and started to leave. "Let's go together next time, Jackie." But Jackie didn't say anything else, just turned around and walked away, watching her back as she walked away. At that moment, Flame felt a little annoyed. Am I just imagining things? She thought. Why do I get the feeling he's copying me? She let out a sigh and turned to leave. Anyway, back to the matter at hand. Maybe things will be different later. 1 hour after the dungeon opened. At that moment, a blue light emanated from a corner. It seems our girl, Flame, had just been through some kind of fight. She was quite exhausted and exclaimed, "So tired. When will this training session ever end?" Suddenly, she sensed that something unusual was about to happen. Right after, a massive vine shot out towards Flame. Quick as a flash, she immediately raised her magic staff to block it. A powerful stream of blue energy radiated from the staff, striking the vine directly. After a moment, it seemed the vine was defeated, gradually shrinking back. She looked around and thought, it's not just the monsters. Even the plants here can attack. This is Stella, after all. I can't even let my guard down during training. I only have 18 points so far. That's not too bad. But that gap can be closed in a flash. To catch up, I have to keep moving. And so, she ventured deeper into the dungeon. Suddenly, her eyes widened in astonishment. In the distance, there was a faint silhouette of something, but the sunlight was too glaring, preventing her from seeing it clearly. She wondered nervously, is that a monster? No, that's definitely a person. But why would a student be able to conceal themselves to this degree? No, it's fine. I'm using natural camouflage to hide myself anyway, to hide himself in nature. She thought to herself, with Flame's special abilities of crowd control defense, destruction, and healing, it seems that now, ambushing her opponent isn't a bad choice. And so, the girl quietly tiptoed step by step towards that shadow. As she got closer, she seemed surprised. That person was Becky Yusen. Is he really all by himself? I remember other students wanted to team up with Becky, who's on right. Could it be that he turned them all down? How strange. I really can't understand what he's thinking. But what amazed her even more was the point bar on his hand. Suddenly, a bold idea popped into her head. This is a perfect opportunity to test him. At this moment, Usan was still unaware, walking forward. Meanwhile, Flame used her magic staff, creating a large beam of light. She believed that at a distance of about 15 meters, he wouldn't be able to defend against it. Immediately after, a strange magic circle appeared. All over her body, she emitted a torrent of orange power around her. Intensely, she looked straight towards Becky Yusun. Then Flame shouted, "Light bullet!" As soon as she finished, a bolt of lightning shot out, striking straight ahead. As it rushed closer to Usan, at that moment he also suddenly realized someone was sneak attacking him. He immediately used the flash spell to move to another position. After the dust from the explosion cleared, Flame was completely shocked, not understanding what was happening. Where the hell did Usan disappear to? She was so pissed that her hands were shaking uncontrollably. Holy crap, how could he have dodged a spell of level 2 from that distance? Damn, that was insane. Meanwhile, Beck Yushin was over here continuously using flash to back away from Flame. Only then could he finally breathe a sigh of relief, muttering, "Geez, was he trying to kill me or something? Shooting a light bullet out of nowhere like that? Thank God the level of my syndrome increased my mana, or else I would have been in big trouble. Your flash has leveled up to level 1, with a maximum distance of 12 meters. I still have 2 more flashes I can use, so if I use the terrain to my advantage, I can probably handle him. But it's best to just avoid him if I can." With that in mind, he used flash twice in a row to get away from Flame's position. He glanced back. He thought, this distance should be safe enough. My goal is 5th place, so there's no need to take any unnecessary risks. The reward for 5th place is the elixir. It can significantly increase stamina and strength. Besides, the top 4 spots are all taken by the main characters anyway. At this rate, they only need 3 more point bars. Suddenly, a mocking voice called out, "Hey guys, come look who we have here." In front of him now was some group of students. One of the guys in the group continued with a smirk, "Oh, if it isn't Beck Yushin from the S-class." At that moment, he also recognized the person in front of him. This guy is Jordan, someone who's been getting pretty popular in the academy lately. But looking at the guy standing next to him, Yushin thought to himself grimly, there's even a member of that useless B team of Jeremy's weaklings. They're all just a bunch of trash. But then he suddenly noticed something else. Somehow they already had 3-point bars. For someone so weak, how did he manage to collect so many? Just then another guy spoke up. I heard he's a failure, who had to cheat to get into the S-class. Raiden heard this and let out a mocking laugh. Getting into S-class, by answering 3 stupid questions, Stella definitely got scammed. Over here, Yusan thought to himself, annoyed. Man, he just keeps harping on about the same thing. Doesn't he get tired of it, Kia seeing that Yusan didn't dare make a peep, added smugly. Hey, you bitch, Yusan. Since we've run into each other here, you better hand over your point stick to us. He just replied coolly, short and to the point. Like hell I will. The blonde guy found this even more amusing and said, "Oh, are you trying to defy us?" He flashed a wicked smile. "You think you can take us on all by yourself?" As he spoke, he pointed his magic wand toward Yusan, looking provocative. Haha, are you really planning to use that high-grade intermediate magic wand? How pathetic, you can't even use magic, let alone a magic wand. Faced with these taunts, Yusan wasn't sure how to handle the situation. With just his low-grade blink, he knew he couldn't fight back against someone from a famous family. If only I had 3 blinks. Then he suddenly realized he still had a way out. He could use the point stick in his hand. Plus this place is a dungeon, which is an advantage for me. With that thought, Yusan held out his point stick and said, "Here, it's all yours." Raiden, seeing that he had finally gotten scared and was willingly handing it over, seemed quite pleased. He replied, "Good boy, just what I wanted." But don't start celebrating just yet. Karma often comes swiftly. Sure enough, Yusan let out a smirk. The moment he saw his opponent let his guard down, he closed the distance in a flash of lightning. Raiden's eyes shot open. His eyes widened in shock, and for a moment he didn't know how to react. Then he snatched one of the point sticks from him and let out a cunning smirk. He used the point stick as a weapon, striking directly at his magic formation. The formation immediately began to crack. As for this guy, he gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath. Damn it! You damn commoner! Right after that, he was thrown backward, slamming hard against a tree trunk. Raiden was now absolutely furious. He opened his mouth and roared, "You son of a bitch!" But just then, everyone was stunned to see that he had vanished. Before they could even process what happened, a familiar voice called out. Looking in the direction the voice came from, Raiden whipped his head around. Yusan was grinning cheekily as he said, "That was a close one. But thanks anyway." And just like that, Yusan now held 2 point sticks. Raiden screamed like a madman. "You bastard, give those back." Yusan replied tauntingly, "Nya, I don't think I will." At that moment, Yusan was quite pleased with his own little scheme. He thought to himself, so the 3-point sticks really do work. In the past, he had accidentally learned about them while playing a game. However, these point sticks were actually a bugged item. They had no real value whatsoever, but because of their ridiculous durability, it allowed them to be indestructible by any student's magic. They possessed a strength that rivaled most other magical artifacts. Although they were more useful for magic users, for Baek Yusen, a physical attacker, a weapon with high attack stats, they could be utilized to its full 100% potential. Meanwhile, Raiden gritted his teeth in frustration. Damn it, that bastard. How dare he take my point sticks? Then he turned back and yelled at his cronies, "Damn it, what are you guys doing? Hurry up and attack!" Suddenly, the dungeon began to shake. But in this situation, Biden could only think, damn it, why is the dungeon changing at this very moment? Thinking this, he roared frantically. Everyone get close together and prepare your magic. We can't lose track of that bastard. But this very moment was the best opportunity for Yusen to act. He quickly made a run for it, and his action, this unusual move, was spotted by one of Jaiden's teammates. He spotted it and yelled his lungs out. "Hey, Yusan is running away, you guys." As soon as he said that, they used their magic staves to create a surge of blue power, aiming straight for Yusan non-stop. They yelled, "Where do you think you're going, you bastard?" These terrifying streams of energy shot towards him. Yusan only had time to think, "Holy crap, these guys are better than I thought. But you're all still way too green." Just when it seemed the energy blast would swallow him whole, he used a flash spell and was gone. Raiden's whole group was fuming but could do nothing. "You bastard!" He used flash again, for crying out loud. "But he's too fast. I can't see him anymore." While the whole group was looking straight ahead, Yusan, quick as a flash of lightning, had already slipped behind them. At that moment he thought confidently, "Because I have 15 years of experience in this game, using the terrain to my advantage is a piece of cake." Meanwhile, Raiden was absolutely furious. "Damn it! We just need to hit him once." Suddenly, the dungeon began to shake violently again. Seeing the tense looks on everyone's faces, Raiden immediately reassured them, "Calm down, guys. He's still around here somewhere. Wait until the earthquake stops, and if you see him, attack him together. But if our magic fails, it'll backfire on us, so we have to be extremely careful." With that, he looked around to check the area. Suddenly, he locked eyes with Yusan. He was standing right in front of them. But before they could even attack, Yusan was already one step ahead. Using his point rod, he struck directly at their magic formation. The power caused their magic formation to become unable to withstand the force, and it gradually began to crack apart. At the same time, the formation began to backfire on Jaiden's own goons. One of them screamed in fear, "Damn it!" Then a series of massive explosions went off. Their magic formation shattered, firing back at them. This was the dreaded side effect, magical backlash. Yusan had also quickly moved to a safe distance. He stood and watched the entire group get blasted by their own spell. Yusan thought smugly to himself, "It's all over." After the smoke and dust from the explosion cleared, Raiden looked up and spat out a curse. "Son of a bitch, that bastard Yusan." Right then, Yusan triumphantly held up 3-point rods and said, "I'll be taking these, thanks." Then he flashed a taunting, cheeky grin. "Oh, and if I get a girlfriend in the future, I'll give these to her as a present. Bye-bye, sweethearts. I'm floored. When did you even take those? Give them back to me now." Yusan looked at their pathetic state and thought with immense satisfaction, Hey, that should be enough for now. Taking their last one would just be a hassle." He then added, "That was fun, but I've played enough. I'm out of here." As soon as he finished speaking, he instantly vanished, leaving Jaiden's crew behind shaking with bitter rage. He seemed to go crazy, roaring "Tuat!" And this scene also happened to be witnessed by some female student, from beginning to end. But by now, Yusan had already run far away from them. He happily exclaimed, "Hey, found you. If I fight normally, I'll get robbed. But since this is a dungeon, things will be different. This is the wisdom of an experienced person. but I have a strange feeling about this. I feel something weird coming from somewhere. By the time he realized it, it seemed to be too late. Or was it? An enormous fireball was rushing towards him. Seeing this spectacle, Yusan was completely shocked and yelled, "What the hell is this? Where is this rain of fire coming from?" The flames just kept raining down on where he was standing. One fireball after another, just like a rainstorm. Wherever it landed, that spot turned to ash. A terrifying explosion occurred, and he himself couldn't fight back. He could only use flash magic to dodge. Right now, he was running for his life. The calm expression on his face was gone. Holy crap, what kind of terrifying magic is this? He stopped and looked at the forest that had been burned to ashes. Still shaken, he thought. That was a close call. Something terrible could have happened. But what's with this magic? Is someone trying to kill me? From behind the layer of smoke and dust, the silhouette of someone approaching became visible. She stood in front of him and yelled, "Hey, you commoner! Why didn't you take another staff from them, huh?" And this girl who possessed the power of fire was none other than Princess Hongbyeon. Yusan was surprised and thought to himself, why is she here? Thinking this, he felt embarrassed. Touching his head, Tae takes a step and says, "Hey, hold on. I think you might have the wrong idea. It's not like I can just take whatever I want. And what business is it of yours if I take those wands? What does that have to do with you?" Hearing that, the girl froze awkwardly. She felt like she had been a bit out of line. But Yusan suddenly realized, could it be that you want— That's right, you want me to take them? And then you'll take them back from me, right? What kind of crazy idea are you cooking up? Don't forget, I already taught you a lesson before. Hong Beyonce placed a hand on her chest and explained, "I am a member of the royal family. But since you've already figured out what I'm thinking, let's just fight. As royalty, simply taking things from commoners is something I'd never want to do. But in this battle, I have no other choice. I will defeat you and then take what I want." Hearing this, Yusan was so scared he felt his blood pressure drop, and he replied, Hey, what do you think you're doing? Why are you bullying someone weaker than you?" She immediately retorted, "You weak," Hong Beyonce continued. "But just a moment ago, I saw you fighting and toying with them. You even used magic and defeated them. Didn't you?" At this, the girl recalled the past. At that time, she was walking through the dungeon thinking, I need to hurry up a bit. If I don't want to get an earful from my mother, I need to work hard to get a really high score. Suddenly, Hong Baizan sensed a noise approaching. It turned out to be Redden's cronies who had chased them here. One of them yelled out, "Where did that Bic Yusan run off to, damn it? That bastard is way too cunning." And it seemed Princess Baizan had also recognized this group of people. On the other side, Yusong had also started to flee. She saw Yusong's tired expression and thought to herself, "Is that Big Yusong and Redden?" The girl was hesitant, unsure of how to handle the situation. Should I attack them now? But right now, no matter how strong I am, I can't possibly attack 6 people at once. That's right. I need to wait for their magic to weaken. That's when I'll have my chance to make a move. Suddenly, she was startled by the scene in front of her. At that moment, Baek Yusan couldn't just stand by and wait to die. He began to attack Jason from behind. Then, using magic, he struck directly at their formation. Watching from a distance, Hong Bian was quite surprised. She hadn't expected that commoner, aside from using flash, could also use other kinds of magic. Of course those guys are weaker than me, but they're all skilled fighters. Compared to that country bumpkin, they should be way more skilled, shouldn't they? Seeing this, she pursed her lips and made up her mind. Immediately after, a magic circle formed all around her. A fiery power enveloped her. At that moment, she thought to herself, it's time to use my fire magic. Just as she finished that thought, an incredibly powerful stream of magic shot straight forward. Meanwhile, Yusan also sensed this terrifying magic. In a flash, he used flash to move to another location. He suddenly felt its immense pressure, getting closer and more intense. That's right, a terrifying flame was hurtling toward him. Then Yusan used flash again and again. He leaped high into the air and then dove down. As for the girl Hong Baeon, she remained focused, staring in the direction of the flame. Her expression was cold, as if it was nothing. At that moment, Yusan looked back at her and thought, her magic is seriously dangerous. Good thing I have sharp instincts, or I would have been so screwed. But I've already used flash 2 times. Now how am I supposed to face her? Bizun suddenly spoke up. Why haven't you taken out your magic staff yet? A speechless Yusan replied, but you're already holding my magic wand. Bizun coldly asked back. Then what about the one you got when you enrolled? Hearing this, he finally realized he had forgotten about it and replied, oh yeah, I didn't even think of that. Seeing him playing so dumb, Bizion's disgust only grew. She said, how long are you going to keep holding back, huh? As she said this, her eyes suddenly became agitated, turning a terrifying bloodshot red. She stared straight at Yusan, filled with resentment, thinking how she was taking this battle completely seriously. And yet that commoner was treating it like it was some kind of joke. At this thought, she furiously snapped, all right then, if you're not going to fight properly, then I'll just have to take you down right here. Hearing this sent a chill down Yusun's spine. He thought, geez, I'm fighting seriously too. I'm not messing around with her at all. Meanwhile, Hong Bizan was still talking. If you don't get serious, then... Before she could finish her sentence, a sea of blazing fire erupted behind Hong Bizan. Her face lit up with determination. You're going to die here, she muttered to herself. Today I will absolutely crush you. Snapping out of her thoughts, she directed the flames straight towards Yusan. Yusan! At this point, Yusan could no longer keep his cool. He frantically dodged, leaning to his left. Just as he dodged one attack, he was left completely stunned by the scene before his eyes. A blast of fire grazed past his head, forcing him to quickly duck down. That was a close call, but this was no time to rest. He was once again taken aback by the sight in front of him. Yusan shot back up, looking at the giant wall of fire before him. He suddenly thought to himself, holy crap, even if I use flash to dodge, her attack range is just too wide. What am I supposed to do? Suddenly he heard a sound. He immediately turned around to look. It was something rising up. Just then a bold idea popped into his head. Immediately, he unleashed his flash step skills. As fast as a flash of lightning, he leaped to higher ground. The flames hadn't spread to this spot yet. Yusan glanced behind him. The fire was growing larger and spreading wider. He thought to himself while hiding behind a boulder. I was lucky to escape that time, but this is still too difficult. He looked down below thinking, even if I manage to get close to Hong Beyonce, the flames around her will erupt to protect her when I get near. I know this all too well, because I've fought many fire-type mages before, but her level is much higher than I thought. If this were a flat plane, I would have lost in less than a minute. No? In fact, it wouldn't even be a fight. Beyonce once again aimed her magic attack towards him. Yusan stood and watched, as sparks were launched like a shower of rain. Suddenly an idea appeared in his mind. Is he going to use the power of the magic staff? In his hands, his eyes grew more determined. We'll see who's the one who gets defeated here. Finishing his thought, he boldly charged straight into the raging flames. A large explosion immediately occurred. Countless sparks flew towards him. At that moment, the mana leak syndrome was activated. He gained a sixth sense and accelerated perception. For him, time seemed to stand still. Yusan could easily observe the sparks. The magic approached him. He calmly assessed each spell, then easily slashed away Hongo Beyond's magic. Seeing her powerful fireballs get deflected by a mere commoner, Hong Beyond couldn't believe her eyes. She exclaimed, no way! How can he use a weapon to block magic? How is that even possible? Baek Yoon was still struggling in this fierce battle. He could feel it. The longer it went on, the more real it felt. This wasn't a game, controlled with a keyboard and mouse. He was actually moving his own body to face a mage. It was clear that the magic surrounding him was growing stronger. His sixth sense was as sharp as his sight and hearing. Meanwhile, Hong Byeon was still bewildered, unable to understand how this was happening. She thought to herself, in this forest terrain, my fire magic should have the advantage. If that's the case, she bit her lip. I'll just have to increase my magical output. And with that thought, she acted. She immediately poured all her power into her magic staff. On the other side, Baek Yoon was still frantically slashing away every single magic blast. He was fighting for his very life. Then, he ran behind a tree to catch his breath and recover some stamina. At that moment, he thought, I can't just keep defending like this. That's it, I have to break Beyond's magical barrier. And with this magic staff, after that he charged through the flames, heading straight for Hong Byeon. He ran at full speed, ignoring the flames licking at his heels. His footsteps grew closer and more frantic. When he wasn't far from Hong Byeon, he immediately used his flash skill to instantly close the distance. This took Hong Byeon completely by surprise. Fuming, she gritted her teeth and turned to face him. At that moment, Yoon, managing to step inside her fire spell's perimeter, and then the two of them locked eyes, sparks flying. Yusan thought to himself that when approaching mages of the fire element, their explosive magic will push enemies back within a 2-meter radius. Thinking of this, he suddenly chuckled. Perhaps for other people, this would be no easy task. But for someone with 15 years of experience like Yusan, it was a different story. He had been through this many times before. He immediately flashed backward, leaving the girl gaping in shock. Without faltering, Yusan quickly regained his momentum to charge back in. He decisively used the pointed rods to attack the protective barrier around her. This move created cracks across the shield. Beyond was baffled, unable to believe what was happening. She thought, damn it, how can he do that? Meanwhile, Yusan wasn't stopping. He continued to relentlessly attack it. Just like that, the shield couldn't hold any longer and shattered into pieces. The impact also sent Hong Byeon flying backwards, seriously injured. The girl whimpered and groaned, ah. Yusan stepped closer to her. He flashed a bright smile, then knelt and said, looks like I win. Hong Byeon felt utterly humiliated. To think that a princess would lose in such a disgraceful way. She said resentfully, just who in the world are you, Baek? Yusan slowly stood up and replied, oh, I'm just an ordinary student. Then he added cryptically, But the person hiding over there can come out now, can't you? Realizing she had been discovered, the girl Flame cautiously stepped out. Flame then approached the two of them. Quite surprised, she spoke up again. Aren't you supposed to be hiding over there? But how did you know I was there? Yusin didn't know how to explain either. He forced a laugh and said, just say it was a gut feeling. But deep down, he knew full well. The reason was quite simple. It was his intuition from sensing magical power. Even so, Flame, how could she possibly believe such a lame excuse? She replied blankly, "Oh, a gut feeling, huh? Then how did you break the magic shield? With that magic wand? That ordinary one?" Yusin, upon hearing this question, was totally stunned. And Flame added, "Well, explain yourself. Or are you going to say that was a gut feeling too?" Hearing this, Yusan thought, I knew it. Things like this would never happen in a romance novel. Like the original story. It's only natural for Flame to be curious. But there's no way I can tell her the truth. Thinking this, he quickly came up with an idea and pointed to the wand in his hand. He said cheerfully, "Oh, this wand is really sturdy." Flame heard this and said irritably, "Real relevant. So what if it's sturdy? Do you think you can just wave it around and break a magic shield? If that were the case, then in this world, knights would probably beat mages like us to a pulp." Vic Yusin had to admit this was true. He thought, that's right, she's absolutely right. Yusin's attempt to change the subject only made Flame even more confused. She blurted out, "I've always felt something was strange, but I never had the chance to ask you this." "Vic Yusin, who are you really?" The girl, busy and standing on the side, was being ignored as if she were invisible, but she'd been eavesdropping this whole time. The girl couldn't help but be surprised as well. Meanwhile, Yusan, faced with Flame's relentless questioning, his face was now covered in sweat. He was trying to think of a way out of this. Has it finally come to this? What? It's been less than a month and my identity is already being questioned. Seriously, should I just reveal my true identity? No, I can't do that. Flame doesn't have a good impression of me at all. Doing that would be too dangerous. Thinking this, Yusan said, "Even if you suspect me, I'm not the bad kind of person you think I am." Hearing this, a confused Flame replied, What do you mean?" Yusan gave an awkward laugh and continued, It's just like I said. I just want to help you." This made Flame even more confused. Help me with what? What on earth are you trying to say? Being so cryptic is really annoying. But Yusin didn't explain any further and just turned to leave. He raised his hand to wave. I want to say more, but there's no more time. So see ya, I'm heading out." This left the girl, Flame feeling let down and so angry she was fuming. And it was precisely his actions today that made the girl Hong, Beyonce, see him in a different light. It seemed like she was plotting to do something crazy, or something of the sort. Yusan suddenly thought, looks like that worked. I'll just leave like this. I hope these two will leave me alone. Suddenly, someone threw the point sticks at him. Thwack, 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 and that action came from Beyonce. After throwing it, the girl just stood there completely stunned, As for Yusan, after taking that full combo, he clutched his head in pain. He turned around and yelled, "Damn it! If you have something to say, just spit it out. Why are you being so pathetic?" Beyonce spoke up. "I thought you'd be able to catch them. You can easily dodge all that magic and all those traps, but you can't catch this." Hearing these ridiculous words, Yusan was at a loss for words. I had no other choice. Even my mana has its limits, you know. How could I possibly maintain that intuition forever? At that thought, he clutched his head in pain. Ugh, it hurts so much. The time I can sustain the mana leak depends on my mental strength. Because my mental strength is depleted, I've lost my sharp reflexes now, and I have a headache too, he thought to himself. Yusan asked, puzzled. Then why did you throw this to me? Beyonce, after a slight hesitation, replied, "You won, so just take it." Even though these point sticks were quite important, he thought to himself. Is her pride hurt or something? But if I take all of these, my score will skyrocket. Besides, the other things aren't of much use to me anyway. With that in mind, he bent down and picked up a single point stick. Then he stood up and said cheerfully, "All right then. Thank you. But I'll just take this one. You can keep the rest." "Well, I'm off." With that, he turned and walked away, not forgetting to wave goodbye. As he walked away, he began to have delusions of grandeur. He thought with a smug grin, "They must be so in awe of what I just did." What a kind-hearted man. A man who is always merciful to his defeated opponent. This is just too cool. I hope that's what they're thinking. But the harsh reality was that they weren't thinking that at all. Just then, Flame exclaimed, "Is there something wrong with that guy?" What an unstable psycho. Beyonce felt the same and said with exasperation, "He must be a commoner, so he's got a few screws loose." But deep down, she was also wondering, what is this Yusan guy's real identity? Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, the professors were closely monitoring the participants' every move. The projected images were incredibly vivid and lifelike. Watching this, someone exclaimed, "Oh, ho, ho, the first year." As class students this year are all rare talents. Following the direction of the voice, a man was stroking his beard. He said, "All in all, this has been worth watching, hasn't it?" And this man is Tlus, an elder of the Magic Council. The woman standing next to him agreed with her senior's opinion and spoke up. That's right, how interesting. She was smiling so wide her eyes crinkled, looking pleased. She thought, I was much better than this when I was young. And this woman is Zarina Aeon, member of the Green Tower Council. But upon their appearance, Professor Lee Han-won was quite surprised, thinking to himself, the Magic Council, the Green Tower Council. It's just an internship observation for a bunch of students, but it's gathered so many high-profile figures. Then again, that makes sense. If you want to recruit talent, this is what you have to do. I'm sure most of the other professors are also watching this internship session. Suddenly, everyone around gasped in amazement and shouted, Look, look. Hearing that, Professor Lee Han-won also turned his head to look at the screen. Before them was an image of two male students who seemed to be preparing for battle. Quickly, everyone realized the identities of these two students and exclaimed, Oh, Hae Gun-ryong and Ma Yu-seong are clashing. Right after that, Hae Gun-ryong made the first move. He, using his magic staff to create an extremely powerful spell and aiming it straight at his opponent. But over here, Ma Yu-seong didn't show a hint of fear and remained perfectly calm, standing and observing. And then as it got closer, he channeled his power and leaped high into the air. He even performed 3 of those leaps in a row to evade his opponent's magic. And this very action made everyone gasp in awe. Zarina Aeon said, Oh, holy crap. That guy. He was able to activate 3 consecutive leaps. Is that 3rd-tier magic? That's incredible. Professor Tills was just as surprised. Indeed, he can already do that at the age of 17. Professor Lee Han-won kept his eyes glued to the screen, thinking normally, for an ordinary mage, to reach the 3rd tier, they would have to be at least 25 years old. Yet Ma Yu-seong is only 17, and he can already skillfully use 3rd-tier magic. It's unbelievable. Someone's voice cried out in surprise. Look, look, both of them can skillfully use 3 attributes. The elemental match is getting more and more intense and dramatic between the two opponents, who are so evenly matched. Witnessing this, Mage Lai couldn't help but think in awe. An ordinary mage can only control 1 attribute, and it takes intense training to control 2. That's right, being able to control 3 attributes is proof of a natural-born talent, and they were blessed with that talent from the moment they were born. Watching this, Professor Lai's eyes suddenly widened. He exclaimed in shock, What the hell? Is that a final boss monster? At that moment, a giant eagle appeared. Its eyes were filled with a sharp, killing intent that radiated all around. It was this that made Ma Yu-seong and Hae Gun-ryong freeze in their tracks, startled. But before they could even react, the bird suddenly opened its beak and shrieked in agony. Its miserable cry echoed throughout the entire dungeon. And right after that, it slowly fell from the sky. This left both of them so horrified they were speechless. Even they didn't understand what the hell was happening. The bird fell right in front of them. It lay flattened on the ground. Just then a gentle voice called out, Oh my! Are you two fighting? That voice belonged to the girl Isom, who was standing up high. She continued a bit embarrassed. I'm sorry for interrupting you two. Watching this, Professor Lai Dam-cheol thought, Oh, is that little girl Isom? A hidden monster. One that only appears when certain conditions are met. Not only is it hard to find, but it's also very difficult to defeat. And yet that little girl managed to hunt it all by herself. But seeing the girl's achievement, the professors behind him didn't seem to expect this at all. But there was also a hint of pity for the poor girl. One of them said, Humph, the eldest daughter of that traitor Moff. What a shame. If her father hadn't done such a monstrous thing, her talent would have blossomed even more. As he said this, his eyes suddenly widened in astonishment. What's this? Is that the princess of the Adolf Louis kingdom? But who is her opponent? His face is completely unfamiliar. Suddenly, he couldn't keep his composure any longer and exclaimed, What that magic? Could it be Blink? When it comes to the flash spell, for hundreds of years, many scholars have tried to control it, but they all either died or were crippled, so they had to give up. That is truly a magic that cannot be easily controlled. And yet that kid can control Blink so proficiently, as if it were his own limbs. The elder of the Magic Council, Teals, thought to himself, in that silent atmosphere, one person couldn't help but ask, Just who in the world is that boy, huh? Professor Lai immediately answered, That student's name is Becky Yusan. He is an incredibly special student, who can use Blink as his signature magic. Hearing this, every single person was utterly astonished. Another person spoke up. You've got to be kidding me. Blink can actually be a signature magic. This is a completely different case, from the natural talents of Ma Yu-seong, Hae Gun-ryong, or Iso. The elder of the Magic Council was also quite bewildered, saying, Oh, is that so? But why isn't he using any other magic, and is just playing around? If he used his magic, this duel would have been over in an instant. I really still can't understand it. Just as he finished speaking, someone entered and said, No, he is fighting for real. At the sound of the voice, the whole group present turned to look. It seems the sudden appearance of this person made them so surprised they stammered, Are you Eldmoon Eldwin? He added, he's been fighting for real from the very beginning. None of you can see it, can you? How interesting. What I mean is, watching that student fight reminds me of the Way of the Night that existed in ancient times. Hearing this, one person was so shocked he blurted out, Did you say the Way of the Night, oh? How could this be possible? It was unbelievable, and Teals was no exception. He was also incredibly surprised, saying, You mean, could he be a practitioner of the Knightly Way? The one that disappeared in the same era as swords and magic? But how could such a young student possibly do that? It's truly miraculous. Professor Lai still couldn't take his eyes off the screen. Finally, he probably realized the issue and thought to himself, That's right, the knightly spirit? The knightly spirit refers to the fighting spirit of those who use swords in this world of magic. They were the heroes who fought against evil, protecting the world since ancient times. The knightly way, always fighting evil with a single sword. In a world where magic exists, fighting with a sword, you say? That's something impossible to do. However, this student is actually swinging his grading wand like a real sword. Moreover, if that's Eldmoon Eldwin's speculation, then that kid is truly a rare talent. The headmaster of Stella Academy, known as the best magic school in the world, is also a 9th-level master magician. Furthermore, he is one of the only 10 great sages on the continent. If that's what the great sage is thinking, and so the first dungeon training session came to an end. At this moment, on the dedicated training ground for S-class students, He Gunryang was training diligently. Here he was using his magic wand to create magical attacks on the dummy in front of him. After a while of training, he was tired and panting heavily. Suddenly he realized the mana in his magic wand was almost depleted, but it seemed he was still not satisfied with his own power, thinking to himself, Damn it, this isn't good enough. Still a long way to go, huh? Among the 141 people participating in the training session in this dungeon, 39 people failed to meet the quota and were eliminated. ISO was the one who killed the final boss, and he was ranked in 1st place. He Gunryang was in 2nd place. Mei Yusong was in 6th place. But he didn't feel like he had won. He remembered the moment he was fighting in the dungeon. Back then, when the final boss appeared, if Idol hadn't interfered, I might have been able to find out the true strength of that guy Ma Yusong. At this thought, Wan Riang gritted his teeth, feeling frustrated and resentful. Perhaps from the first time they met, he had already felt annoyed by this Ma Yusong guy. He does everything so effortlessly. But no matter what he did, Eon still showed results that far exceeded expectations. In this training session, I had set up magic circles everywhere and carefully calculated his movements. Despite that, Ma Eon still easily parried the blows and stopped my attacks. No matter what I do, can I really not beat that kid? Is his talent as thick and high as a fortress wall? He was silent for a moment. No, not now. I don't have time to blame myself. I have to try harder. At the same time, Hong Beyonce had just walked into the training room. The sight that greeted her was Gunryang using a magic staff to create a giant tornado-shaped flow of power. Looking closely, she was quite surprised and thought, Oh, hey Gunryang, why is that kid who's always so calm training like a madman today? Well, I probably shouldn't be saying this. At this thought, she used her magic to cast a fire spell. All you could see was an orange light radiating from her entire body, bursting into flames right after. She aimed straight at the target in front of her and unleashed the flame. And then a massive explosion erupted with a loud bang. It seems like her mood today isn't very good. Is she pissed off about something? Is that why she's training like a maniac? That flame continued to burn relentlessly. The loud explosion caught the attention of He Gunryang. He stopped what he was doing and turned to watch, wondering who could create such a powerful stream of magic. Meanwhile, Hong Beyonce was still incredibly pissed off. She thought, Damn it, I can't believe I only ranked 3rd, even with the bonus points and even though the queen was quite pleased. But if I don't get my act together, I'm going to be punished. Damn it, that commoner keeps acting so high and mighty. This is such bad luck. As she finished her thought, an extremely powerful blast was unleashed. A blinding light emanated from the explosion in front of her. Beyonce was now exhausted, panting heavily. Meanwhile, Gunryang, standing nearby, was totally freaked out. He couldn't help but wonder, Whoa, what's up with the princess today? But I don't know if it's because of her mood or not. But the princess's magic has gotten much more accurate than before. It's unbelievable. Princess Hong Beyonce's flame magic has immense destructive power, so how can she control it so well? In such a short amount of time? Or was this just a fluke? Hong Beyonce was also quite surprised. Looking at her results, she thought to herself, Damn it! Even though I don't want to admit it, but Baek Yusung's special lecture wasn't without its effects. By applying those word puzzles, my magic has improved a lot. Even though he's just a commoner, and both his grades and personality are the worst. But Baek Yuseong is definitely the only one who knows how to fix my weaknesses. But why do I still feel so annoyed? Oh my goodness. Suddenly someone called out. Princess Biseon looked up and replied, "Zetherin, what is it?" Zetherin answered, "Yes. The telephone wand you requested earlier has been repaired. Should I inform Baek Yuseong right now?" Looking at the wand in front of her, Hong Biseon replied, "Yeah, do that." After hearing her, Zetherin replied, "Yes, I understand. I'll be heading back then." Then she turned to leave. But suddenly the princess thought of something. She patted her shoulder and called out, "Wait." Zetherin was confused. "What is it, Your Highness?" Hong Biseon's face was blushing now. A while later, at the second auxiliary tower, Hong Biseon was holding Baek's wand, Yusong's wand, thinking with hesitation. "I heard Yusong was here, so I came." This is the second auxiliary tower, where the professor's research rooms are. But what the heck is he doing here? Could it be that he's here to see the professors? Suddenly, Hong Biseon was startled, her eyes widening. Then she turned away hesitatingly, thinking, "Wait a minute. Why did I have to come here? I could have just given it to him at the training grounds, right? Yeah. Doing this makes it seem like I intentionally came looking for that commoner. No way, I should just go back for now." Lost in her train of thought, suddenly a voice called out, "Oh my! Princess, what are you doing in a place like this?" Hearing this, Hong Biseon was startled and looked up, stammering. "Professor Hamery, hello, ma'am." "It's been a while, ma'am." "No, Professor," Hamery replied, teaching the princess magic. "It seems like it was just yesterday. And yet you've grown up so much, Princess. Time flies so fast." "But what brings you here, Princess?" Hong Biseon answered nervously. I had some business here, but something urgent came up, so I decided to come back later." Seeing the princess's awkward demeanor, Hamery continued calmly, "That's probably for the best. It's a bit chaotic in there right now, so it would be better to come back later." Hearing this, Bayan was a little surprised. She was speechless. Chaotic," Hamery continued. "Well, right now, because of that student Yu Seong, all the magic officials have gathered here, so things are a little noisy." This only made Hong Biseon even more surprised. She wondered curiously what was going on. Hong Biseon spoke up, confused. "But why are they looking for that commoner?" Hamery replied. "I'm sure the princess is aware that the student doesn't use magic, correct?" Biseon hesitantly replied yes, but inside she felt quite sad and ashamed, thinking, so the professor really did watch that match. "Why? Hey, did I have to show such a pathetic side of myself in front of the teacher I respect the most? How embarrassing." Hamery noticed the slight change in the princess's expression. She immediately tried to comfort her. "Princess, there's no need to blame yourself, because my opponent also gave it their all," Beyonce said softly. "But he didn't even use magic." Professor Hamery heard this and replied with a laugh. "Ha, not at all. It's because of his faith." "Faith, Hong?" Beyonce asked in surprise. "That's right. After watching the training session, the principal concluded that this student is trying to revive the path of the night which had vanished in the past," Professor Hamery explained. But this was exactly what made it so hard for Hong Beyonce to believe. "Professor, what are you talking about?" "Becky Yusen, pursuing the path of a knight. How is that even possible?" As she said this, she froze in place for a moment. She recalled how Bick fought against her, and thought to herself, it's unbelievable. But Bick really did use that pointing rod like a sword. It's true, he used just that rod to shatter my protective shield. And even this magic staff of mine, thinking about it, left her at a loss for words. Then she stammered, "But if you don't use magic at a magic academy, you'll face severe penalties. Won't you during magic practice? You could get penalty points and so much more." Hamery's tone turned somber as he replied, "That's right. That student is well aware of this, yet he still chooses to walk that path. But it's amazing, isn't it? Even though he's achieved incredible results, through Blink, he still tries so hard. I can't help but believe that his faith is real." With that, the professor bade her farewell and left, leaving Miss Hong Biseon standing alone, lost in her jumbled thoughts. She figured that if anyone claimed they wanted to pursue the path of a knight, they'd obviously be laughed at. It was like a ridiculous joke in this day and age. It's truly absurd. And yet Becky Yusen wasn't joking. He genuinely wants to pursue the path of a knight. "And I actually got angry and told him to stop messing around," she muttered. Suddenly Baek Yusen appeared, interrupting her train of thought. "What are you doing here?" Not only that, he was also munching on the 5th place prize, an Edelisi jelly. Hong Beyonce suddenly became flustered and blushed. After her cheeks turned red, she regained her composure and replied, I wasn't looking for you, you know." She confessed without even being questioned, which Baek Yusen found amusing. He said, "Hey now, I didn't say anything." Faced with his teasing attitude, Hong Beyonce shot him a death stare. This made Yusen clamp his mouth shut, not saying another word. Hong Beyonce then held a box out in front of Yusen and said coldly, "All right, fine. Here, take this." As soon as he saw the box, Yusen was overjoyed. His eyes sparkled with gratitude. "Oh, is this a Terraphon? Thank you so much." He opened the box to inspect it, and his eyes widened in utter amazement. Looking at the beautiful, shimmering sword in front of him, he thought to himself, "Wow, so this is the invisible sword. Adolf Levitt's craftsmanship is truly top-notch. If it weren't for the princess's help, I probably would have never been able to touch this treasure in my entire life. With that thought, he then asked, "Can I keep this box?" But in reality, his intentions were written all over his face. "This would probably sell for a lot, hey. Hong Beyonce replied wearily, "Do whatever you want." Hearing that, Baek Yusan cheered internally, "Yes, I'm gonna make some money." This is priceless, seeing how excited he is. Hong Beyonce shook her head in exasperation. 2. Typical commoners, that's all they can think of. But there was still something she couldn't understand, and she didn't dare to ask him directly. After thinking for a moment, the princess finally mustered up the courage to ask, "Hey, Baek Yusan." He replied quite confused, "Yeah. What is it?" Hong Byeon continued, "Are you really not using any other magic?" Faced with this sudden question, Yusan froze for 5 seconds, not knowing what to say. As for Hong Byeon, after asking, she also felt she was being a bit nosy and blushed with embarrassment. Both of her cheeks turned red. Then the embarrassed girl turned her face and walked away. It's nothing. I'll be going now." Yusan stood there stunned, watching her figure fade into the distance as she walked further away. Then he also turned his face and left. As he walked, he thought other magic. But thinking back, Professor Lee, Hanwon said something similar. Although he spoke as if he understood my feelings and respected my beliefs, I didn't understand any of it. Then he brushed it off. "Oh well, whatever happens, happens. I just need to have this magic sword in my hand, and I can feel at ease for the most part." Thinking this, he exclaimed, "Oh right. By the way, I should probably test this sword out and see how powerful it is, right?" A while later, he arrived at the specialized training ground for the S-class. Holding the sword in his hand, he mumbled, "Let's see. I just need to pour mana into this, right?" As soon as he finished speaking, a fiery light emanated from around his hand, and then a sharp sword was formed right after. Looking at the sword in his hand, he marveled in awe. "Wow, it's beautiful. It's better than I thought, huh?" But then his expression darkened as he thought, "But if Flame were holding it, it would be different. It would have many, many more beautiful colors." The female lead Flame is a very special existence, even though she's human, but she can still handle elven magic. Just that wand alone? No one else can use it, because it continuously drains mana from the user. But Flame can recover her mana using natural energy, and uses that wand as a special move. But what about me? I don't have a single drop of mana. Even though I've constantly tried to absorb mana, due to my magic leakage, the mana can't build up in my body and just gets expelled. In other words, the mana concentration in my breath becomes the output of the telephone. At this moment, he suddenly remembered that he hadn't touched this damn system in a long time. He immediately opened the system, muttering, "I should check my status, huh?" Immediately after, a status window appeared. Bix Yuzon, ability values, muscle 1 star, 77%, senses 2 stars, 29%, agility 1 star, 87%, stamina 1 star, 55%, endurance 0 stars, 97%, spirit 1 star, 43%, magic power 0, remaining experience 0, skills, flash, level 1, traits, lag due to magic leakage, level 2, 1, magic leakage, level 2, muscle increases by 5%, agility increases by 8%, and senses increase by 15%. Sixth sense is activated by consuming the user's spirit. It detects mana phenomena occurring within an 18-meter radius, and accelerated perception is activated. It activates automatically when it determines the user is in danger. Blood circulation speed 1%. After reading the status window, he thought happily, "Awesome, I ate the herb. It's the reward for 5th place, so my muscles have gotten a bit stronger. But in the future, since I have a weapon, I'll probably be able to gain experience more directly." Thinking about this, he told himself he needed to practice using his new sword. Things are probably going to get busy from now on. The scene changes to the next morning at the academy. In a classroom, the voice of a certain mage could be heard. "Starting today, we will begin practical magic training. That means everyone spread out and pick up a magic staff." And this was none other than Professor Baron, the defensive magic instructor. After explaining for a bit, the professor went down to observe the students' practice. Each and every one of them was quite focused. All you could hear were the loud shouts from the students. "Magic shield, magic shield." The professor glanced over, quite pleased, his eyes crinkling into a smile. He thought to himself, "There are a lot of talented students this year. It's a good thing we sort the classes by rank." Suddenly he was so surprised he froze. While all the other students were enthusiastically practicing, Yusan was just standing still, not doing anything. The professor thought to himself, "Is that student the rumored S-class student? An S-class student who's a commoner. He can resonate with a mid-tier magic staff, and not only that, he also ranked 5th in the recent dungeon training. Damn it, just looking at him pisses me off." Thinking this, Professor Barron approached him with a fake smile and asked, "Hey you, are you Yusin? Why aren't you practicing at all, huh?" Yusan didn't know how to explain. He gave an awkward smile and replied, It's because I'm learning a different defensive method, so I don't really need to learn basic magic." Upon hearing his answer, the professor continued, "Oh, is that so? I'm quite curious about this so-called different defense method of yours." But inwardly he was thinking, this is so irritating. Such an arrogant brat. If it were the princess who inherited magic from Adolf Levitt, I wouldn't say a thing. But some commoner, what the hell does he know daring to look down on my class? Fine, you little brat. But anyway, I heard that this Yusan kid, aside from Blink, doesn't use any other magic. Oh, well then I've got a fun little game for you, haha. With that thought, he put on a sickeningly sweet smile and continued, "Oh, so why don't you demonstrate for the other students? With that wonderful defense skill of yours, Let's open the eyes of your fellow students here a little. The opponent will be..." At this point, he suddenly paused for a few seconds, turning his head to look behind him. Then he continued, "Your opponent will be Moso from Class B. What do you say?" Following his gaze, it landed on a student in the distance, and it seemed this guy was also quite excited, arrogantly standing there with a smirk on his face at the professor's suggestion. The professor thought to himself, "Haha, as a lecturer for the defensive magic course, personal connections are very important. Moso Darden is from the Scalvan Empire. It's a good idea to get on his good side. And what could be better than having him show off his magic in front of an S-class student?" Meanwhile, after thinking for a moment, Yusan replied, "Sure. If that's what you want, Professor, I'll oblige." As soon as he finished speaking, the teacher said excitedly, "Then get on the dueling grounds, you two." Immediately after, both of them stepped onto the dueling grounds. While Moso stood there with a smug grin, Yusan, on the other hand, seemed rather indifferent about this match. Moso's friends were cheering for him non-stop. "Hey, Moso, go crush that brat. Humiliate him. I know you can do it." "Go for it, Moso," he replied confidently. "Of course, just you watch." The commotion just now caught Yusan's attention. He quickly recognized them and let out a sigh. What the hell are they thinking? Now that he looked closer, he saw it was Yusan's gang. And Redden, too. What a bunch of mean-spirited kids. But fine. After all, this is a required class I have to participate in. But I can't use magic, so there's nothing for me to do. If this is how you guys want to play, then I'll be more than happy to oblige. Come to think of it, Professor Bryan's bad reputation has been all over the place since freshman year. How ridiculous. Then he smirked confidently, thinking to himself, this could be a good chance to test the results of my training. Not bad at all. The professor announced, this match will be conducted with one person attacking and the other defending. Furthermore, no other types of magic are to be used. The professor announced that Moso would be the one to attack first. Moso took a defensive stance ready for battle. The students below turned to one another and started whispering amongst themselves. Hey, since he's attacking, Moso is guaranteed to win, right? The other guy just has to defend. And Moso's already proficient in Earth-type attack magic. It's safe to say it'll be pretty hard to block an attack from him. However, Prince Jeremy Scanvan was perfectly calm. He watched with great interest. The professor's voice called out, all right, prepare to begin. Students, show me the best of your abilities. Immediately, Moso used his magic staff to create a magic circle in front of him. Then a giant boulder appeared. Witnessing the spectacle before them, the students below were scared out of their minds and exclaimed, holy crap, that's Tier 2 magic but in basic magic practice? The unwritten rule is that you're only supposed to use Tier 1 magic. Is Yusan going to be all right? Meanwhile, Yusan showed not a hint of fear. He just stood there calmly, focusing on and observing his opponent's every move. Moso thought in fury. Damn that arrogant S-class brat! Take this little gift from me. Snapping out of his thoughts, Moso shouted, Earth-piercing spire! Immediately, the boulder shot straight forward. The pressure radiating from the boulder was incredibly powerful. Yusan also sprang into action. He immediately channeled mana into the magic staff in his hand. Instantly, a sword appeared. Without a moment's hesitation, he slashed forcefully forward. The slash seemed almost effortless, but its power was not to be underestimated. The boulder his opponent had created was completely shattered by Yusan's slash. Smoke and dust filled the air. Even the teacher was stunned for a full 5 seconds, utterly speechless. Prince Jeremy Scanvan, however, didn't seem too surprised. On the other side, Moso was so shocked he was trembling and he stammered. What the? No, impossible! Did my magic just disappear? The reality is it was completely obliterated by Yusan's slash buddy. Ha 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 ha! The students below also began to murmur in amazement. One of them said, did it look like he just cut right through the magic with a sword? Another replied bewildered, but did the magic really just vanish like that? That's totally insane. The person most distraught by this was none other than the professor. He thought to himself, no, it can't be as simple as a single slash and causing it to just absurdly disappear. But for Yusan to completely nullify Moso's magic spell, How is that even possible? All magic is supposed to leave behind traces of mana, and if the mana is separated, the magic will disappear. Could that be how Yuson did it? Meanwhile, Yuson raised his sword to admire it, smiling with satisfaction. He thought, this is better than I expected. Even though I've only managed to nullify Tier 3 magic, just a few days at the training ground has already produced such great results. Heck yeah, at this rate, this is totally worth a shot. Now this is my kind of playing field. He immediately took a defensive stance, waiting for the next attack. Seething, Moso gritted his teeth and muttered, "Damn it! How dare a commoner block my magic?" The professor began to consider the situation. If Moso loses here, it's going to look really bad. I can't just stand by and watch this happen. With this in mind, he spoke up. "Big Yuson, I admit that your defense method actually works. But that method can only stop magic one spell at a time, so it has its limitations. But, for example, what would you do against an overwhelming number of attacks?" And those words were like a hint for Moso. He quickly caught on to the professor's implication. Then a wicked grin spread across his face. Yuson thought wearily, that guy just loves to run his mouth, doesn't he? Suddenly, his eyes shot wide open in shock. Moso had already sprung into action. He had created even more stones. What a tough opponent. Instantly, he sent all of the stones flying towards Yuson. A terrifyingly immense magical power was unleashed. Seeing this, the students began to chatter nervously. Isn't that overkill? He could get seriously injured. Why doesn't the professor stop them? Moso grinned victoriously, thinking, so this is the end. He shouted, "Meteor swarm!" The situation became incredibly tense. Yuson's eyes also went wide in shock. He stood frozen, watching the stones, both large and small, a whole assortment of them speeding right towards him. Yuson thought, in total there are 11 stones coming. If I can't flash and slash them, then there's only one way, and that is to block everything. Just as he thought that the stones also shot toward him. But Yuson didn't flinch at all. He calmly swung the sword in his hand to block it. The stones immediately exploded all at once. Witnessing his own high-level magic being so easily blocked by Yuson made Moso's emotions go from surprise to outrage. He furiously gritted his teeth and thought, my strongest magic was blocked. Just like that. How? What kind of power allows a detestable commoner to do something like that? Damn it, I'm going to lose my mind. On the other hand, there was another person freaking out at this moment. A frustrated Professor Brian thought, damn it, what the hell is this? And what the hell is that Moso kid doing? This is bad. If he loses, I'm going to be in trouble. What should I do? Over here, Yuson was also a bit surprised by his own magic and exclaimed, I tried to do what I saw in another game, but it looks like it works out pretty well, huh? This is the technique called sword sweep. However, it has one drawback. That's because the mental energy required to maintain its form is many times greater than with normal power. Because of that, my stamina drains quickly, right after using it. And what's more, it's defensive. Capability is weaker than when blocking a single object, so in reality it's very difficult to use, he thought to himself. It's a good thing this is just a practice match, otherwise who knows what would have happened. Down below, the students were also buzzing with chatter. That's the first time I've ever seen anything like it. It's almost like a magic shield, isn't it? Whoa. So a magic like that exists too. Incredible. That Moso guy is going to lose fast. Hearing this, Moso wasn't happy at all. He was completely baffled, spitting out resentfully, damn it! How could a young master like myself be embarrassed by a mere commoner like this? I can't accept this. With that thought, he began to channel his mana into his magic staff. A powerful aura enveloped his body. Seeing Moso's reckless move, the students below broke into a panic, whispering behind the teacher's back. Look, he's using magic again. Isn't Moso's turn over? Meanwhile, the teacher was still intently focused on the match, paying no attention to his surroundings. He grinned smugly. That's more like it. That's right, keep charging forward and attack. Go crush that commoner brat. Moso screamed, Daibik Yuson. I won't let you get away with this. I can't stand this humiliation. Suddenly a voice called out, Professor? The teacher, who was still grinning smugly, was startled and turned to exclaim, what is it, Jeremy? Prince Jeremy Scanvin suddenly smiled, his eyes curving into crescents. Then he said, Why aren't you giving Bik Yuson his turn to attack, sir? Realizing he'd been exposed, the professor froze for a full 5 seconds. Then he forced a smile and stammered, Well, about that. At the same time, the students also began their own verbal assault on this teacher. Hey, isn't this a basic match for first years? If something goes wrong, he could get seriously hurt. Isn't it over already? Teach. How can an irresponsible teacher like this be worthy of the title? He's totally unqualified to be a teacher. Brian seemed to be overwhelmed by the students. He anxiously thought, damn it, just because I was focused on the match, I completely missed the students' reactions. How could I have been so careless about this? What am I supposed to do now? Jeremy Scavin. Seeing the teacher remain silent, he called out to him. Teacher, will you change the magic attack turn to Becky Yuson? The teacher was forced to shout. Change the attack turn to Becky Yuson. Immediately, everyone's attention turned to the arena floor. At that very moment, Becky Yuson had gained the upper hand. He pointed his sword straight at his opponent's neck. At this point, the outcome was already crystal clear. Uson is the winner. But this victory brought humiliation to Moso. Finally, he had to accept the fact that he had lost. The students below were also extremely surprised, exclaiming, "Whoa, so Uson won after all. He's better than I thought." It seems Uson has caught the prince's eye. Jeremy Scavin. He suddenly let out a dangerous smile. A smile that foretold a dark future. The scene changes to the royal palace. This place looks quite luxurious and magnificent. Suddenly there was a sound of desperate groaning. Gasps! Please, spare me. And here a mysterious figure also appeared. It seemed like she couldn't do anything to intervene. It looks like Moso. After losing to an opponent who was a commoner, Becky Yuson was being beaten to a pulp by someone. Blood splattered everywhere. And the person who did this was none other than the prince, Jeremy Scavin. After torturing and tormenting his opponent for a while, the prince walked away wiping the blood from his hands, and then said to the girl in front of him, "Dion." The girl replied, "Yes, your highness, whatever you need, please just give me your orders." Jeremy Scavin glanced over at Moso, who was lying flat on the floor, and said, "That classmate of yours is quite injured, you know. Are you really not going to take care of him? If anything were to go wrong, I'd be devastated." And it seemed that these words were also something of a threat to her. Basically, "You'd better handle this properly and keep your mouth shut. Otherwise, you'll meet the same tragic end as him." Dion replied, "Yes, I understand. Please rest assured, your highness." Jeremy Scavin added, "Good, I'm counting on you." She watched Jeremy Scavin's back as he walked away. The young woman thought with some concern, not a loyal subject but a classmate. But in the Scavin Empire, where power is decided by magical strength, Crown Prince Jeremy Scavin was the one who surpassed all of his older brothers at the age of 12 and seized the title of Crown Prince. To not be one of Jeremy's loyal subjects meant that the d'Orléans family had been permanently exiled from the political scene. The political scene is the elite circle of politics, but in reality it wasn't just Moso. Once you've caught the eye of Crown Prince Jeremy, then Baek Yuseong's ordinary civilian life would no longer be peaceful. Cut to the next day at Stella Academy. Everything was proceeding as usual. Inside some magic class, it seemed a practical experiment session was taking place. At the same time there were also people who had gotten wind of the challenging duel fought by Baek Yuseong. The sounds of gossip were non-stop. "Hey, have you heard? Baek Yuseong from Class S plans on following the path of a knight." "What, for real? The path of a knight? But he's studying at a magic academy. Is he just trying to get famous? I heard he defeated Moso from the d'Orléans family, you know. That proves he's got some guts, doesn't it? Really, the Dordan family. Aren't they an influential family in the Scavin Empire? Well, this is getting interesting." As Flamel arrived, he overheard their conversation and thought with dismay, "Damn it, everywhere I go I hear that name Becky Yuson. Even though I don't care, for some reason I can't help but feel annoyed. Just who is that brat, anyway?" At that very moment, the stern voice of a professor called out, "All right, now I need everyone to focus. What's all this chatter about?" After that, the professor held up a vial of liquid for them to see. He continued, "Alchemy requires absolute precision in timing and perfect temperature control." And this was none other than the alchemy professor. "Mason Tyron," the professor continued. "Today we will be practicing the Tyron recovery potion, which I developed myself. Please focus on the practical application." As Flamel was practicing, he thought irritably, "Damn, this is so frustrating. One tiny slip-up and the whole thing's ruined." In reality, alchemy is extremely difficult and complex. That's why I want to avoid it as much as possible, he thought to himself. At that moment, the professor's panicked voice rang out. "Antonisa, what in the world do you think you're doing? How do you ever expect to become an alchemist like that?" The blonde girl stammered in reply, I'm sorry." Watching from a distance, Flamel thought, Professor Maison Terrain said that one day I would become an infamous dark mage. To prepare for that, I have no choice but to listen diligently to his lectures. I believe I can do it. Suddenly a smug laugh attracted Flamel's attention. It seemed Becky Yuson had succeeded as he stood there laughing smugly. Absolutely perfect. Yep, this is it. Ugh, why is Becky Yuson? Is he crazy? Why is he laughing like a maniac? At first I thought he joined this class to get close to the idol. But looking at him now, he's just a creep. What the hell am I witnessing right now? And so the girl sighed, thinking, well, this has nothing to do with me anyway. I'll just go get more ingredients. A while later, the fruits of her perfectly successful experiment finally appeared. Flame was exhausted after struggling for a bit. She was completely tense. She gently raised a hand to wipe the sweat from her forehead, thinking, phew, finally done. Luckily, Flame's academic performance is high, so she was able to finish this so quickly. But come to think of it, where's Isel? She thought to herself as she looked around, searching for her friend. Meanwhile, Isol was still struggling with her experiment. Flame felt a sense of relief, thinking, thank goodness, it looks like she's doing very well. But wait a minute. Very well. She silently recalled, if I remember correctly, in the original story, Isol accidentally obtained Myla's magic notebook, and she even created a recovery potion. That was a higher grade than Codalin's recovery potion. And yet, why is she making such an ordinary potion? Just as she was lost in thought suddenly, the professor shouted angrily. Beckyusen, who said, you could change the experiment's ingredients as you please. Huh, Beckyusen replied. Well, the result will be better this way. Hearing this, the slightly bewildered professor continued. But the problem right now is the result. This is different from the fatigue recovery potion I instructed you to make. But when he saw the potion, Flame couldn't believe her eyes. Her eyes widened in shock as she thought, a high-level potion and it was supposed to be made by ISO. But instead it was made by Big Yuson. Meanwhile, the professor tried to keep a cool head, because a hot head is just a fever. She put a hand to her forehead and exclaimed in frustration, no, this won't do. This attitude is completely improper. This is exactly why they say, those from commoner backgrounds can never amount to anything worthwhile. Hearing this, Flame recalled the plot of the story and thought, that line was originally meant for ISO. This is why your family was destroyed. And those words became a trauma for ISO, all the way to the end of the story. If Yuson knew this truth in advance, did he deliberately draw Professor Meigen's criticism as to protect ISO? Professor Meigen has a lot of influence within Stella. If she has it out for you, your academic performance will be significantly affected. Damn it, that kid! Why would he go that far for ISO? Dying for a girl is a painful death after all. At that moment, Professor Meigen was absolutely furious. She yelled at Yuson, what is with this insolent attitude of yours? Your parents? Didn't they teach you any manners? Call your guardians here this instant. It was only then that Yuson suddenly realized the grave problem he had just caused for himself. He thought to himself, I forgot, I was so engrossed in alchemy that I completely forgot about this troublesome detail. How could I have been so foolish? Yuson said timidly. I don't have parents or any other relatives, ma'am. Hearing this only made Meigen angrier. Her face turned red with rage as she shouted at him. How dare you say that to me? Beckyusen thought to herself, oh well, I'm already being targeted anyway, so what's there to be afraid of? All right, tomorrow I'll try making the gold potion and the cola potion. The results will be even more amazing than today's. And so several weeks passed since that day. The arguments between the teacher and her student showed no signs of ending. Professor Meigen said, how many times have I told you? Stop using ingredients you haven't been taught about. Are you deaf? Beckyusen replied. But, after slightly altering the professor's method, the results were so much better. Hearing this, the professor was fuming. You've got some nerve. Immediately, Beckyusen activated her glasses to analyze the professor. A notification instantly appeared. Megan Tyron, Dark Corruption level 21%. Inferiority Complex Jealousy, Dark Magic Contractor. Alchemy Professor. Chapter 8. Boss Corruption Confirmed. After reading the information and looking at the professor who was trembling with rage, Yuson thought to herself, good, everything is progressing according to my plan. The Chapter 8. Boss corrupted by darkness is Megan Tyron. She is one of the villains who couldn't overcome her own emotions and became a dark magic user. If the dark magic corruption level exceeds 90%, she will completely transform into a dark magic user. When the corruption level is below 50%, it cannot be detected by magic. Currently, Professor Megan's corruption level is at 21%. Since I can't prove that she's a dark magic user, I have no other choice but to provoke her until the corruption level exceeds 50%, and then report her to the Dark Magic Extermination Squad. If it were a normal case of dark magic corruption, there would be a way to reverse it before she's completely taken over. But Megan is a dark magic contractor. She actively made a pact with the dark magic of her own free will. The seeds of the dark demon have taken root, so there's no going back to how things were before. Even though we're only on Chapter 4, I have to prepare in advance because this is a powerful boss. Otherwise, the other students could also become dark demons and pose a threat to Stella. Meigen will continue to be a threat. You're still the same as always. If you don't change your attitude, don't expect to get good results in alchemy. Yuson sighed and thought, all the better. It's fine if she keeps her eyes on me. While I'm doing the assignment, maybe I should work on building some muscle. Haha, I have to really piss her off. A moment later, Professor Meigen divided all the students in the class into several groups. Standing in front of his group, Yuson held his head in his hands and thought helplessly, I can't believe the practical exam is a group project. Damn it, this is driving me crazy. It seemed that the students who were placed in Yuson's group were not happy at all. Every single one of them looked like they were at a funeral. No one was an exception. Even the idle girl seemed to have something on her mind. Looking at the tense atmosphere before him, Yuson thought awkwardly, oh man, Look at this gloomy atmosphere. Anyone who looks at it would feel suffocated and find it hard to breathe. Why so tense, guys? Then Yusan forced a smile and spoke up. Hello, I'm Baek Yusan. After hearing him, the members of his group also spoke up one by one. I'm Kasahun, I'm Maliwan, and I'm Isomov. Then Maliwan buried her face in her hands and wailed, Boo-hoo, our group is doomed. Why did I have to be in this group? Professor Mizan will give a very low score to the students she doesn't like, no matter how well we do. Hearing this, Yusan's mood sank as he thought, oh, for crying out loud. This is all my fault. I feel so bad for these guys. Suddenly, Iso spoke up. Come on, everyone, let's get fired up. Are we really going to give up just like that? Another person stammered. But, before they could finish their sentence, Iso continued. Anyway, for the practical exam, at least 3 alchemists from the Alchemist Association will come to evaluate our compatibility. When that time comes, Professor Megan won't be able to ruin our scores. Hearing this, Kasahun and Maliwan suddenly looked more cheerful. Their eyes lit up. And then without a word, the two of them turned to each other and beamed. Perhaps at that moment, a spark of hope was igniting within them. Someone said, oh, then we'll have to work hard. This is great. It's also the kind of potion I've always wanted to try making. Suddenly, Yusan turned to look at Iso, his eyes full of admiration. She's our savior. She was a little taken aback. But then she paid him no mind and turned away. Iso continued. Anyway, about the strengthening potion D assignment, the potion we've been assigned this time isn't too hard if we just apply what we've learned. However, the main ingredient is a bit hard to find. So who's going to get it? It's the tail of a fire lizard. After a moment of hesitation, Yusan raised his hand. I will. I'll go find it. As you all know, a monster's corpse is the most important thing in alchemy, right? You have to choose one that's fresh. The fresher it is, the better the result. The rest of the group seemed to know this already. Of course. Iso then continued. Good, then it's settled. Classmate, Yusan will be in charge of this. Iso thought to herself. He seems confident. I suppose I can trust him then. Meanwhile, Yusan smiled smugly, thinking, the tail of a fire lizard, huh? I'll have to go directly to Sword Mountain myself. Scene change. At the alchemy professor's office, a student walked in and said, Professor Cho, you called for me. Immediately after, the professor held up a piece of paper and said, could you deliver this paper to the students of the first year Group C, E for the alchemy class, but exclude Group 12? Hearing this, the student replied, yes, ma'am, understood. The practical alchemy exam will be conducted in front of professional alchemists. Professional alchemists. If you perform poorly in front of them, your path to becoming an alchemist will be blocked. Mason Tyron smirked deviously and thought, Baek Yusan, I'll show you the price for defying a professor. Scene changed to the S-class's private training ground. Flame was standing here practicing her magic. Suddenly she heard someone call her name and turned around. Hey, Flame! A male student handed her a note and said, they told me to give this to you. It's a notice for the alchemy class. Here, take it. Flame took the note and replied, oh, thanks. The male student didn't forget to add, and one more thing. You absolutely cannot tell anyone. That's what the professor said. Watching his retreating back, Flame sighed and thought, other students, huh? Meaning I'm not supposed to tell. Becky Yusan's Group 12 is that it. As she opened the paper and read it, Flame was quite surprised. The contents read notice. The practical exam topic will be changed from the D-rank enhancement potion to the Tlin supplement potion. All students, please take note. She thought to herself, does she really think I'm going to obey her? Suddenly she realized something. Her eyes widened in shock as she thought, wait a minute. If Baek Yusan, as for Baek Yusan's group, if I know the principle, I can stop this from happening, right? Instead of preparing a lizard tail for the D-enhancement potion, he'll need to prepare a cicada shell and a Talix for the Tyrene supplement potion. That's right, Flame thought excitedly as he crumpled the paper. This is my chance to test that kid. A few days later, to prepare the main ingredients for his practical assignment, Baek Yusan went to the D. Ripley Grand Coliseum via a teleportation gate. He arrived at the place in no time. Just as he stepped out, Yusan clutched his head with a grimace and exclaimed, teleportation gates are convenient. But stepping out makes me so dizzy. Oh, my head. Then an unfamiliar voice spoke up. Welcome, Mage Baek Yusan. It is an honor to welcome you to Ripley. The warm welcome came from a staff member there. Yusan replied shyly. I'm not an official mage yet. I'm just a student. The staff member cheerfully continued. As a student from Stella, you're entitled to the same privileges as an official mage. And after she mentioned that he was a student from Stella, the surrounding students began to buzz and whisper. Hey, look, it's a student from Stella. Really, that's the first time I've ever seen a Stella uniform? I'm so jealous, but he's pretty handsome too. The staff member continued. Well then, if you need any assistance, just let me know. Oh, thank you very much, Baek Yusan replied. Right after that, he headed inside. As he walked, he thought, all you need is the pass and the Stella pocket watch. And you can be treated like an official mage. Anywhere you go. Stella Academy is really amazing. Plus, we get to use the teleportation gates for free. Something that normally costs 100,000 credits. I'm so lucky. That's why every weekend, I take the opportunity to use the teleportation gate to visit the neighboring cities. As it turns out, everything I know is exactly the same as in this world. With that thought, he ventured deep into the forest. He glanced around, observing his surroundings and muttering to himself, I think this is the place, right? Today's target is the fire lizard, a level 2 monster. Although their strength and physique are only slightly better than a normal beast's, they have magic defense capabilities and are very agile. You need to use level 2 magic or higher to take them down. I tried hunting level 1 monsters before, and it wasn't too difficult. So a level 2 probably won't be a problem either. He stood still, observing for a moment. Very quickly, Yusun sensed their presence. He immediately channeled his mana to transform his magic staff into a sharp sword. Yusun thought to himself, here they come. Just like that, he stood there proudly all alone, focusing, observing, and sensing. From one side, a pair of bloodshot red eyes stared intently at him, the kind of look that wanted to eat its prey alive. Then it aimed straight for Yusun and lunged forward. But this guy right here isn't your average Joe. Using his own incredibly sharp intuition, Yusun quickly detected it rushing towards him. Without a single wasted motion and with extreme precision, Yusun spun around and stabbed the fire lizard, killing it instantly. Perhaps death came so quickly and suddenly that the lizard didn't even know what was happening before it coughed up blood and died. Guess you never see it coming, huh? Yusun gave a cold glare at the prize he had just won. Not bad at all. In the blink of an eye, one of them was taken down. He stood proudly and exclaimed, "That's one down." All right, who else wants a piece of me? Step right up. Come on, I'll take you all on by myself. Suddenly he turned his head. Yusun was a little surprised by the scene before him. At that moment, in front of him were a few fire lizards crawling around. They crept closer. Each and every one of them looked incredibly fresh and plump. Yusun stood there with a smirk and exclaimed, "All right, time to start gathering 10 ingredients." With that, he charged forward aggressively to attack. As for the results, I'm sure you can all guess how it went. It was even better than he had expected. Finally, the day of the practical exam arrived. Iso's eyes widened in utter shock. She exclaimed in amazement, "They're so fresh." Yusun nonchalantly replied, "Of course they are. Who do you think I am?" Then Iso continued, "All right, at least you know how to pick ingredients." Yusun replied, "If you know that, then just be quiet." Iso's face lit up as she exclaimed, "Great! Now all we have to do is combine them and we're done. Let's do this." At that moment, everyone's eyes were filled with anticipation for the group's upcoming results. At the same time, the alchemy professor, Megan Tyron, spoke up. Has everyone gathered? Standing beside her were 3 other alchemy professors. They would also be the ones grading the students today. Professor Megan Tyron continued. As previously announced, today's exam will be held in the presence of alchemists from the Alchemists Association. Alchemists, if you perform well in front of them, your future path in alchemy will open up considerably. So what are we waiting for? Let's begin. Today's exam topic is the Type B Tyron Supplement Potion. Upon hearing this, Becky Yusun's whole team was so shocked their eyes practically bugged out. What? Is she trying to mess with us? Professor Mezentirin continued. Has everyone prepared their ingredients? A member of the group frantically spoke up. Excuse me, Professor. We thought the assignment was a strengthening potion. Professor Mezentirin replied with a faint smile. That's right. But I already announced a change in the topic, didn't I? The topic was changed to a Tyron Supplement Potion. Isn't that right, everyone? The truth was everyone else had received this information. Only Yusun's group was completely unaware of this. Yusun thought to herself, she's really playing dirty. I'll be fine. But if the others fail, we're in big trouble. I wonder if the principals mention anything about a situation like this? At the same time, Flem glanced back at Becky Yusun's team. Then, looking a bit guilty, she quickly turned her face away. And Flem's flustered reaction really confused Yusun. Flem thought to herself, what's going on? Don't tell me, Becky. Yusun didn't know the contents of the principles beforehand. Why didn't she prevent this? At that moment, Professor Mezentirin spoke. Student Yusun, did you prepare the wrong ingredients? Worried she didn't know how to answer. She stammered, well, Mezentirin continued annoyed. For an alchemist, a pursuer of truth, to mix up ingredients and lose sight of the goal is simply unacceptable. Then she said with a crafty smile, it seems there's no other choice. Looks like Group 12 will be disqualified. Hearing this, Becky Yusun raised her hand and spoke. Hold on, what's so difficult about making a Tyron supplement potion? Hearing this, Professor Megan Tyron exclaimed in confusion. Well, what did you say over here? Beck Yusun said with full confidence, I will create it, with a different ingredient. In fact, its effect will be even better than the professor's, as was his usual style. His confident and arrogant attitude made Professor Megan Tyron incredibly salty and furious. But what could she do? Her hands were tied. She threw out a remark, "Humph, how arrogant." In her mind, she thought, the main ingredient of the Tyran supplement is spider carapace. Adalix to be exact. Adalix spider carapace contains a large amount of nutrients. And the Tyran supplement is the very tonic created from that ingredient. And yet he intends to use a fire lizard's tail to create that tonic. How insane. But this is even better. I'll take this opportunity to end your alchemy career in front of everyone. Just you wait, you arrogant little brat. With that thought, Megan Tyran exclaimed, "Very well, you all have 1 hour. Complete the supplement." Tyran within the specified time. He looked at the fire lizard's tail in front of him. Someone cried out in alarm, "Bic Yusan, are you crazy? What the hell can you even do with that thing?" Bic Yusan gave a wry smile and replied, "Since things have come to this, all we can do is take a risk. Just trust me and follow my lead. It's better to try than to be eliminated. Who knows, maybe luck will be on our side. All right." After hearing that, the whole group felt a surge of motivation. Everyone's spirits lifted. "Okay, I'll do it. I want to give it a shot too. We have to show them what we've got." Yusan was also very happy with the group's morale. He spoke up, "All right, listen to my explanation. Now when it comes to alchemy, throughout my journey of conquering the game world, alchemy has always been one of the fields I'm most passionate about. I've meticulously recorded all the formulas, down to the most minor details. And of course, the formula for the supplementary potion, Tyran Type B, is no exception. Initially, I had no intention of using this formula because it's something that Professor Megan of the future would painstakingly research and invent. With this in mind, Yusan said confidently, the reason why the shells of Atalic spiders are so rich in nutrients is because they're essential for the reproduction process. The tail of a fire lizard has a similar organ. At this point, Yusan pointed to a spot on the lizard's tail and continued, "It's this very blood vessel. Can everyone see this blood vessel clearly? I've heard that the Alaka tribe in the southern desert often uses the blood vessels of fire lizards to improve the health of their chieftains. They also live very long lives, so I'm certain this blood vessel can be a substitute for the Atalic spider shell." Hearing this, Malawan raised her hand and said, I know a little bit about that. About the Alaka tribe's material processing techniques. How about I take charge of this part?" Yusan cheerfully replied, That would work. That's great. What about this mistletoe? It needs to be dried, using a special desert method. Does anyone know how to do it? Kasahun answered. It's the solar drying method. Right, I learned it while traveling with my father. With this amount of blood vessels, I can dry them within 5 minutes. Then what about this processing part? Before Yusan could even finish his sentence, Iso raised his hand to volunteer, saying, I'll handle it. Yuseon smiled and replied, Then I'm counting on you. Right after that, everyone got to work. They worked with complete seriousness and focus. Each person had their own task. All of them tried to do their absolute best, because their only hope was the result of this practical exam. No one could afford to fail now. Seeing everyone so serious, Baek Yuseon smiled and thought to himself, Everyone's pretty good, aren't they? This is even better than I expected. Then he spoke up. We'll start the concoction now. Follow the instructions I've given you. Let's do our best, everyone. A moment later, Professor. Megan Tyran was so shocked, she stood frozen, not even blinking. It turned out the thing that shocked her speechless was the tonic that Baek Yuseon's group had created. Baek Yuseon said confidently, Professor, this is the Type B Tyran supplement. We invite all the professors to examine it. The other alchemists standing behind them, witnessing this scene, also couldn't believe their eyes. They whispered, This is unbelievable. Did these kids really manage to do it? Meanwhile, although she didn't know the exact results yet, Professor Megan Tyran was already incredibly bitter. She thought, how ridiculous. It took even me many years of research to create the Tyran supplement, and these brats think they can make it just like that. How could it possibly be completed so easily? Then a curious professor spoke up. Let me check it first. As soon as she finished speaking, she held her hand out to the potion vial to absorb it into her body. The professor's body gradually began to feel the energy radiating from the bottle. Suddenly, her eyes widened in astonishment. Another professor asked, What are you doing? The professor who had just examined the potion regained his composure and spoke. Although there are still some flaws, and quite a lot of ingredients were wasted, its effect is even better than the standard Tyran supplement. Hearing this, every single person from the Tyran group was incredibly excited. Their eyes lit up like car headlights. The other professors took turns examining it, praising it non-stop. Excellent, you young people. You all have so much innovative knowledge. On the other hand, someone was so mad they were practically shaking. At this point, Mazen Tyran was fuming but couldn't do a thing about it. She herself couldn't accept this reality. Professor Mazen Tyran immediately yelled, Give that here, let me see. I will verify it with my own hands. With that, she took the supplement potion from Beach Yusan's group into her hands. Suddenly she was so shocked her eyes bulged. Her jaw dropped in astonishment. In her heart, Professor Mesentirin could not accept this, even though it was the truth. She thought to herself, this can't be right. This potion applies the technique of converting a monster's nutrients into energy for humans. A technique that I researched. It's clearly a perfect Tyran supplement. No, impossible. How could they possibly create a finished product that surpasses mine in such a short amount of time? But whatever, I'm the one grading this. Heh, don't think you're so clever. It seems I'll just fail them for the lack of ingredients. Thinking this, Alchemy Professor Mesentirin spoke up. The examination is complete, but life is not that simple. Nothing went according to Mesentirin's calculations. Unexpectedly, the alchemy professor behind her said, seems a 12.8+ for the group was too low, huh? Professor Mesentirin. What is your assessment? Hearing this, Mesentirin cursed under her breath. Damn these old fools! At that thought, she gritted her teeth. She had no choice but to accept this fact. She announced, Group 12, the entire group passes. Yusan went through a roller coaster of emotions. From anxiously awaiting the results, to being overjoyed to learn that the entire group had passed. We did it! And just like that, the entire group had successfully passed this practical exam. Everyone gathered around murmuring in awe. But there was one person who was probably so mad she could have a heart attack. Her heart was about to burst. The look on the professor's face. Mesentirin's was incredibly sour at this moment. It's pitiful to see, but oh well, who cares? Ha ha! She cursed, I'll deal with you later, Becky Yusan. You just wait. At that moment, the professor's dark erosion rate. Mesentirin's was rising. A few days later, at the dedicated training grounds for S-class students, the students were training enthusiastically. After a while of training, an exhausted Flame sighed, Ha! Finally, I'm done. I'm already old and I still have to go to school. This is killing me. Suddenly, her eyes widened in surprise. From a distance, voices could be heard. It's okay, Akshuang. You did great. Right now, you're still better than the princess. Don't cry anymore. Following Flame's gaze, a group of friends was approaching to comfort Akshuang, the red-haired girl standing in the middle. Flame thought to herself, that girl, I think she's known as a genius. A fire magic prodigy. The girl stammered, but the princess's rate of improvement is terrifying. I've been training for so many years. And yet the princess, sooner or later, even the princess will be beyond my control. That's all for the gossip. Flame was completely shocked. Beyonce's control ability is only supposed to start developing in her second year. Why? Could he do this in his first year? Could this also be because of Becky Yusan? Now that I think about it, the practical alchemy exam was also strange. The formula for the element B supplement was originally discovered by the future ISO, then stolen and perfected by Mesentirin. And yet Becky Yusan knew it. A formula that never appeared in the original story. It seems this plot point wasn't in the original story at all. Wait a minute. He knows information from the future, but he doesn't know the plot of the original story. Could it be that he didn't transmigrate, but instead he regressed? If so, then everything makes sense. If Becky Yusan came from the future, then he would only know the knowledge of the future. There's no way he could remember all the trivial events that happened to Iso. Actually, in the original story, Mayasong also regressed once. This was by the will of the 10th first moon, the only being of its kind in this world, who possesses the power to control time. If it's the power of that being, then it's truly terrifying. As his mind was racing, a voice called out, What's wrong? Hey Gunryang. Flame was surprised. Seeing him there, Flame ran over and asked, Perfect timing. You know Becky Yusan, right? Did he leave any kind of impression on you? Hey Gunryang replied in surprise. What do you mean? I just thought he was a student who was a little bit special, that's all. Flame pressed on. Nothing else? You didn't feel anything different? Hey Gunryang replied nonchalantly. No, nothing at all. A disappointed Flame placed a hand on her forehead and exclaimed, Ugh, is that so? Hey Gunryang, a bit puzzled, continued, Hey Flame, do you have some kind of feelings for Becky Yusan? Flame answered frankly, Yeah, I think I do. Flame thought to herself, After all, Becky Yusan is just like me. We both know the plot of the original story beforehand. Thinking of this, Flame muttered, But this won't do. Things can't stay this way. Just being stuck here doesn't suit my personality at all. A confused Hey Gunryang replied, What do you mean? Speaking of Becky Yusan, maybe I should just go see him and confess everything. Yeah, a confession. Hey Gunryang stood there completely stunned. What is she mumbling about now? Is she confessing her feelings? Right after that, Flame left. She didn't forget to wave goodbye. Thanks for listening. I'm off now. Leaving the charming man, Gunryang with 1,000 questions. With a distant look in his eyes and a hint of gentle sadness, he watched her retreating figure. As Flame's form faded into the distance, Gunryang slowly lowered his hand. Flame's words kept echoing in his head. He himself didn't understand. When Flame said, confess, what on earth was she confessing about? Could it be that Flame has special feelings for Becky Yusan? Is that it? Oh, this is driving me crazy. And so another long day passed. The scene changes to the next morning. At this moment, Baek Yusun was sitting alone, looking dazed, sipping a bitter coffee. He sighed sadly, thinking, what am I supposed to do now? Currently, Mesenteran's dark erosion rate has reached 37%. That means there's only less than 3 months until that event happens. The corruption of Mesenteran will randomly affect one of the students. It could be Flame's friend Jackie, or Bizon's subordinate Akswang, and could also be the heir to the Moonshadow Tower, Hae Gunryang. If Hae Gunryang were to become corrupted, it would be a total disaster. Although the chances of that happening are extremely low, Hae Gunryang's corruption would mean the worst possible outcome, so I have to be especially careful. Of those three, the one with the highest possibility is, as he thought this, Baek Yusan's eyes went wide with utter shock, because the person standing right there in front of him was none other than Flame. And right now she looked pretty annoyed. Then Flame spoke before he could, what are you doing? A flustered Baek Yusan replied, what do you mean, what am I doing? Flame continued, last time you didn't give me a straight answer to my question about who you are. And after, Yusan realized why she was still so suspicious. He thought to himself, that question again? You're really putting me in a tough spot. But how am I supposed to explain this to her? Yusan glanced at Flame, flustered. It's a very long story. Should I just tell Flame the truth? Maybe I'll get more information. That could lead to a better ending. Well, it's all or nothing. Guess I'll just go for it. With that, Baek Yusan spoke up, But before he could finish, a series of warnings popped up from the system. Warning, insufficient plot power. Warning, do not reveal your identity as a transmigrator to this character. Warning, do not share knowledge or information that you possess with this character. And so on and so forth. So many warnings at once made Baek Yusan jump out of his skin. Yusan thought wearily, oh, for crying out loud, this is driving me crazy. What the hell is this? Then he spoke up, all right, let's do this. Everyone has their own secrets, so we'll only tell half the truth. How about it? Fine, I agree. Hearing this, Yusan breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, Flame agreed. If she kept interrogating me, I wouldn't have known how to answer anymore. Flame then said, all right, let me ask first. You can see the future, can't you? But just when he felt a sliver of relief, Yusan grimaced and thought, oh, for crying out loud. I was only going to tell her half of it, so why did she have to ask so bluntly like that? Seriously, as he was thinking this, Yusan said, you asking that means you're the same way, doesn't it? What's your purpose for coming to this school? Flame answered bluntly, of course it's to prevent the world from being destroyed. This world is in danger. Yusan sighed in relief, thinking, thank goodness. I don't know if that's true or not, but I definitely don't want this world to be destroyed either. Flame continued, now it's my turn. Why do you act the way you do? Hearing this, Yusan thought to himself, act what way? What is she talking about? I'm not really sure what she means. But I'll just try to be vague for now, he thought. Then Yusan said, for no reason at all. I just do what I believe is the right thing to do. This response took Flame by surprise. After speaking, Baek Yusan thought to himself, how's that? That should be enough, right? Suddenly, Flame shouted angrily, don't lie! How can someone be that kind for no reason? There has to be an ulterior motive. There's something you want to gain from this. Right, a flustered Baek Yusan explained. No, there isn't. It's not what you think. Something I want to achieve. Actually, I'm not really sure myself. Flame grew furious. What do you mean you're not sure? Yusan continued, I just want to survive. Upon learning this truth, Flame was so shocked, she froze. How did you survive? The girl instantly felt she was being tactless for abruptly asking him that question. Then she stammered, I guess so. Sorry, that was out of line. But Yusan was just completely bewildered. What the hell is that? Just then, Flame's eyes suddenly welled up with tears. She turned away and mumbled as she left, well, I'll be going now. See you later. Yusan was completely dumbfounded. He hadn't even had a chance to ask her anything. But what the heck was that? Wait, was she crying, huh? What the hell did I even do? Suddenly, a furious voice rang out. Baek Yusan. Upon hearing this voice, Yusan felt a chill run down his spine. He had a bad feeling about what was coming. And indeed, Gunryung was giving Yusan a death glare, brimming with killing intent. A terrifying aura radiated from his entire body. Without beating around the bush, Gunryung yelled, answer me! Why was Flame crying? And don't you dare lie, I won't forgive you. Seeing his furious expression, Yusan thought in terror, oh my god, he's the rival of the strongest character. And he's this pissed off just because of a misunderstanding. Now I remember. There was a plot point where Hae Gunryung has a one-sided crush on Flame. I'm so screwed. But I really didn't do a damn thing, seriously. Letting this misunderstanding continue will be a huge pain. I have to clear this up. With that in mind, Baek Yusan spoke up. There's nothing going on between me and Flame. Why would you even ask that? Gunryung narrowed his eyes. And you expect me to believe that? Look, you have to believe me whether you want to or not. Especially whatever it is you're thinking, it's not like that. So you can rest easy, all right? Yusan replied with a forced smile, then suddenly thought, That should be fine, right? After hearing this, Gunryong fell into deep thought for a moment. Then he suddenly bowed his head and said, "Is that so? I guess I asked something I shouldn't have. I'm sorry." But the way he apologized only sent more shivers down Yusun's spine. He stammered, no, it's fine, really. Well, then I'll be going. With that, Gunryong turned and walked away. Yusun let out a sigh of relief and thought with a strained expression, what was that that's not like him at all? Hey, Gunryong, the one who's always so cold and rational, is acting so unstable. I'm starting to feel a little uneasy. The scene changes to that evening. Someone closed a book and that person was ISO. She thought wearily, phew, why can't I seem to focus at all today? Her mind flashed back to the conversation she had with Becky Yusun back in the practice room. Becky Yusun, I have something to ask you. Yusun replied, what is it? That formula from earlier. Did you come up with it on the spot? After a moment's thought, Becky Yusun replied, you could say that. But at that moment, ISO herself was completely shocked. I've always considered myself a genius. I believe that was enough to defeat anyone, but it seems that's not the case. As she thought this, ISO was startled. If things go on like this, how can I get revenge for my father? It's because of those people who framed my father, making him out to be a traitor, and sent him to his death. That filthy, despicable Adolf Hitler family. I won't let them get away with this. I can't get revenge for him if I'm only at this level. Then she slapped her face, trying to compose herself. No. I can't give up like this. I have to try harder. One day I'll be able to do it. I have to become stronger. Her room was the only place with its lights still on in the entire academy dormitory. The next morning, warm sunbeams shone through the window onto the bed of Flame. The young woman was already awake, but she was too lazy to get up. Just then Flame thought to herself, because I like lively places, I chose a 4-person room. If I knew it would be like this, I should have chosen the private room for S-class students. She recalled her previous conversation with Yu Seong. At that time, he said he didn't know what his purpose was. There's no doubt about it. That's the proof that he's the one who regressed. She remembered that in the final part of the original story, the grace of the 11th moon had said to Demon, Yu Seong, I can grant you a chance to turn back time, but the price for doing so is that you will lose almost all of your memories and recollections of the time you return to. And after you complete your mission, you will completely disappear from this world. No one will remember that you saved the world. Even your closest friends. The person you love will also forget you. Are you willing to trade everything? To be able to turn back time and start over from the beginning. Back then, Demon Yu Seong replied, if that is my destiny, then I will accept it. But then the person who stopped Demon Yu Seong was ISO. At that time, ISO frantically ran over and urgently said, wait, I'd rather watch this world be destroyed and then live in a world without you. Let's go together, please. Thanks to her persuasion, she moved the frozen heart of Demon Yu Seong, causing Yu Seong to give up the idea of regressing. In the end, the world was destroyed, and the story closed with a tragic ending. Thinking about this, Flame slowly sat up. If this world is different from the original story, and Yu Seong is the one who regressed using the power of the grace of the 11th moon, and not Demon Yu Seong, then after he fulfills his mission, he will immediately vanish from this world, and no one will know of his existence anymore. But having lost most of his memories, and with only a sense of responsibility remaining, did he really just say he wanted to survive? As a regressor, courage must be the only thing driving him, making him fearless, in the face of his own erasure, once his mission is complete. If that's the case, then I shouldn't doubt him like this anymore. It seems he and I share a common goal. In that case, I'll do my best to support him, in saving this world. Suddenly, the sound of urgent, hurried footsteps echoed. Jackie burst through the door and rushed in urgently, saying, Flame, Sir Gunliang is looking for you. He said he'll wait for you on the first floor of the dorm. Immediately, Flame lay down pretending to be tired and sleepy and replied weakly, Tell him to go home. Just say I'm not here. Jackie stuttered in confusion. But... Before she could finish, Flame cut her off irritably, saying, I don't care. Just tell him that. I want to sleep. Don't bother me anymore. Hearing this, Jackie had no choice but to accept it. What else could she do? But in her heart, a spark of envy towards Flame ignited. Some people don't know how to cherish what they have, while others can search forever and find nothing. With that said, Jackie quickly made her way down to the first floor. Outside the dormitory, He Gunliang was standing alone, looking forlorn. His eyes held the melancholic sadness of a man in love. Jackie quickly ran up to him and said, Sir Gunliang. Hearing someone call his name, He Gunliang's heart secretly leaped with joy. But when he turned to look, his expression fell with disappointment. The person he was waiting for, the one he longed for day and night, didn't appear. Instead, another girl showed up. He Gunliang's cold expression made even Jackie feel awkward. Confused, He Gunliang spoke up, Who are you? Those cold words were like a splash of cold water, straight to Jackie's face, pulling her back to reality. The young girl's heart was now completely shattered, seeing she said nothing. Hey Gunryang continued, "Where's Flame?" Jackie replied, "Oh, she said she was tired and went to sleep." After hearing this, Hey Gunryang thought to himself, maybe she got rejected by some loser. Is that why she's in a bad mood? What does that guy have that I don't? Thinking this, the cold young man continued, "I see. I'll come back later then." With that, Hey Gunryang left immediately, leaving Jackie standing there staring blankly at his retreating back. Disappointed, Jackie mumbled, Why? I love him so much. So why can't he even remember my name? But it's always the same everywhere all the time. Everyone only pays attention to Flame. Outstanding talent. Attention. She always has all the good things. Even Sir Gunryang's affection belongs to her. Why is life so unfair to me? He leaves and half my soul is gone. The other half stands here dazed. Thinking this, the feeling of jealousy felt like it was building up inside her. Jackie stood there, clenching her fists in bitterness, exclaiming, "Damn it, this is so frustrating." The next morning. The scene changes to the next morning. At Stella Academy's main tower number 1. In a room, a man spoke up. I heard that this time Professor Mezentiran was thoroughly humiliated by a student. Hearing this, Mezentiran bit his lip and replied, "I'm sorry I'm so useless. I have no excuse." He turned his head and continued, "I'm sure you already know, but I've placed very high expectations on you. And this man is the vice principal of the academy, Stella Akihibden. Oh, by the way, I forgot to ask, how is that matter progressing?" The research on random spatial permutation calculation that you're conducting with the professors from the Moon Shadow cult. Is it progressing well? Professor Mezentiran replied with a confident smile. Of course it's going well. I won't disappoint you, sir. After hearing this, Akihibden stepped forward, patted her on the shoulder and whispered, "Good. I'm only counting on you. Yes, please leave it all to me. I'll be taking my leave now." With that, the alchemy Professor Mezentiran also left. And after Professor Mezentiran disappeared from the room, the vice principal, Akihibden said with contempt, "What an idiot. So simple-minded and dense it's pathetic. That woman, she doesn't even realize she's being used. Then again, she probably wouldn't care, even if she did realize it. What she craves is status and honor. That's why she's so blinded. It's truly ridiculous. When a mage who researches against dark magic ends up doing research for those dark mages, how utterly despicable. Ha ha ha. I'm eagerly awaiting the day that the dark alchemy engineering is complete. The scene shifts to another location. The first thing you see is a towering stack of documents. In reality, it was a slender figure trembling as they carried a towering stack of documents. Meanwhile, the people around her acted indifferently, ignoring the girl, had no intention of caring or helping. But then, unexpectedly, there was an AI with a kind heart, stepped forward to help. That person was none other than our handsome Yusan. Baek Yusan cheerfully spoke up. "TA, are you okay? Let me help you with that." Thanks to Baek Yusan's help, the pile of documents was quickly moved to the professor's office. Mezentiran, placing the stack of paper on the table, the TA said, "Thank you. If you weren't here, I would have gotten an earful from Professor Mezentiran again." Baek Yusan replied, "Oh, it's nothing. It was no big deal." Taking this opportunity, Baek Yusan scanned the room. He saw that the room was filled with crumpled pieces of paper, strewn all over from the desk to the floor, and thought to himself, "This is truly chaotic. It's so messy." Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Staring at the board, he asked, "Oh, what is that?" The TA explained, "That it's a formula that Professor Mezentiran is researching with the other PhD. I think it's called the random permutation calculation of space or something like that." Hearing this, Baek Yusan was startled. He wondered, this is the random spatial permutation calculation, the formula that combines alchemy and magical engineering. It's the first formula of magical alchemy engineering. In May's corruption arc, the Black Mage Jean will complete this formula with her. The technological gap created from it caused catastrophic damage. It was enough to plunge the world into a sea of fire. A flower of hope bloomed in that barren and desolate land. And that was Antharisa. What if she acts first and deciphers this formula before the Black Mages? What then? Thinking this, an idea suddenly sparked in Yusan's mind. He spoke up. "Assistant Antonisa?" She replied with a start. "Huh, do you want some coffee?" Yusan continued, "No, that's not what I mean. Is it because Professor Mezentiran has been bothering you, making you really upset? Isn't that right?" Antonisa was surprised. "Why are you suddenly asking me that?" Yusan asked directly. "If there was a way to get some really satisfying revenge, what would you do? Would you be interested in giving it a try?" Antonisa replied, flustered. "I'm just a lowly assistant. Revenge what for? Besides, if I'm not careful, I could get fired and thrown out onto the street and become a homeless kid." Baek Yusan continued, "So what? You could become an even greater alchemist than Professor Mezentiran." Hearing Baek Yusan say that, Antonisa was quite surprised, exclaiming, "What?" Meanwhile, Yusan continued, "No one will be able to look down on you anymore." The words of Baek Yusan seemed to ignite a new motivation in Antonisa. A tiny spark of hope was kindling inside of her. She pondered for a moment. Secretly pleased, Antonisa mumbled, "If that could happen, that would be amazing." Just as Beck Yunsen predicted, Antonisa, after all, was tired of her current job. She couldn't be satisfied with having to take care of Mezentirin and live in a dusty room like this. Antonisa had long dreamed of becoming an alchemist and creating many inventions. More than anyone, she had the talent to make that happen. Because one day she would become a great and brilliant alchemist, a genius with creative ideas. She invented many outstanding products. She became a great alchemist, the greatest of this era. However, it's clear that for now, Anthorisa has stopped pursuing her dream because of a harsh reality. But I will help her achieve that dream soon. After the first preliminary round of the Stella exam ended, Becky Yusen continued to visit Anthorisa. Usan's email only gave a few hints. Very quickly, Anthorisa was able to understand and happily exclaimed, "Oh, you think so too? I was also thinking about adding a feature to change the color with a button for the magic pen." Becky Yusen suggested, "And an eraser too." Anthorisa replied cheerfully, "That's right, just like a mechanical pencil, that would be great." Becky Yusen watched from a distance, quite satisfied. Excellent, Anthorisa's inventions are progressing quite well, but her solutions are still lacking. I need to guide Anthorisa to find a solution before Mezentirin does. This really isn't easy at all. With that thought, Becky Yusan slowly walked away. Suddenly, a mocking voice rang out, "Hey, what's with the way this old man is walking? Stumbling around like that, you're going to bump into someone." Flem had just happened to be passing by. Becky Yusen crossed his arms confused and said, "What? Who's an old man?" Flem continued. "Besides you, Gramps, who else could it be? Don't you get it, or are you just pretending not to?" Hearing this, Becky Yusen was speechless. He thought helplessly, "Damn it, this is so exhausting." But then again, I've never told him my age. But he's talking to me more than before. Thinking of this, Yusong exclaimed, "Anyway, you came at just the right time. I have something important I need to talk to you about. Do you remember your roommate? That girl Jackie?" After Flame heard the girl's name mentioned, he became extremely uncomfortable. His expression instantly turned sharp and indignant. Then he huffed and instinctively turned his face away, blurting out, "That's illegal." Becky Yusong was so horrified his hair stood on end. He jumped back, saying, "Well, what? What the hell are you thinking?" "I haven't even said anything yet. Just please take good care of her. Her condition might not be very good right now." Yusong thought to himself, "If she gets corrupted by the dark demonic influence, it's going to be a huge mess." "Yeah," Flame replied nonchalantly. "I don't know the details, but we've already planned a hunting trip for this weekend, so I'll check on her then." "All right, I'm counting on you," Becky Yusong said. But inside he was thinking, a hunting trip. The hunting season is here, and the target, needless to say, is the starting point of Chapter 4, the Matavis Cemetery, a place where main characters like Ma Isiong, Iso, and Flame will be. There's even going to be a battle there, a large-scale one with a level 5 necromancer. I'm not supposed to interfere with the story, but if I can get the hidden reward from this place, it'll be helpful for signing a contract with the Familia. A few hours later, putting his thoughts into action, Yusung went to Professor Lee's office to request a permit to leave the academy. Lee Hangan held Becky Yusong's permit application, read it, and then spoke up. "Training, however, I probably won't be able to learn swordsmanship or chivalry at Stella." Suddenly his eyes were drawn to something. To be more precise, it was Mei Yuchong's leave request form. "Looks like it's just as I predicted. They've already started the hunt." Seeing this, Yusan spoke up to persuade Professor Lai. "Professor, a lot of people have been going out to hunt lately, haven't they?" Lai replied. "It seems like everyone is heading to the Matavis Cemetery to participate in club activities, probably to search for treasure." Yusan nodded and replied, "That's right, Professor. Ma Yuseong and Haegun Riang are both very diligent, and their grades are high too." But Professor Lai interrupted. "But Ma Yusheng said he would be returning to his family clan. It seems he's moving with Flame." Hearing the professor's words, Yusan was startled and thought, If Ma Yuchong isn't here, we won't be able to fight off the necromancer's attack. I wonder what could have happened to make Ma Yuchong want to go home. But it's obvious that with our current formation, we can't defeat a level 5 necromancer. What should I do? I can't request reinforcements without concrete evidence. Besides, because of the main storyline, I can't provide all the information either. But I can't just let things happen like this. He resolutely clenched his fist. There's no other way. I'll definitely have to handle this myself. A few days later at the Matavis Cemetery, a certain male student had just defeated a giant fish. The fish was lying pathetically on the ground, twitching, and this young man was a student, in his second year Dotron Kwang. He cheered happily. "All right, is this a level 2 threat? These predator fish are nothing but a joke." Suddenly, a grumbling voice sounded out from behind him. Behind him, a nagging voice rang out. "Hey, you stupid bastard, don't screw things up like that. What are we gonna do if you destroy everything? Didn't you hear the captain's orders? Let me give you a little introduction. The one nagging right now is a second-year student, Kasip Derek. Hearing this, the guy just scratched his head and gave an awkward laugh. Heh, yeah, my bad. Kasip Derek got even more pissed. You damn airhead! You can still laugh about this. Another girl spoke up from a distance. Just let it go. Talking to him is just a waste of breath anyway. And this girl is the second-year student Bandagion. After saying that, Bandagion turned to reassure Isu. You don't need to pay any attention to them. Just ignore them. Isu replied, yes, ma'am. Kasip Derek turned his head and shouted back, hey, I can hear everything you know. So what? Got a problem with that. You're being too loud. Watch your mouth in front of the new student. Aren't we leaving? Yes. As Isu watched the group argue, he thought to himself, I only came along because I heard there was an opening in the club. But still, I'm glad they don't seem like bad people. While he was lost in thought, the captain's voice called out, let's go, Isu. Yes, ma'am, Senior Bandagion. Suddenly, a huge explosion. Boom! Bang echoed from the distance. The whole group was startled, standing there stunned. They stared in the direction of the explosion. Someone muttered, what was that sound? Could there be a fight nearby? Bandagion turned and said, if our hunting grounds are overlapping, we should probably go and say hello. Right, Captain. What did you think? Still dazed, Kasip Derek replied, yeah. As soon as he said that, the whole team started heading towards the sound of the explosion. Their steps were powerful and full of energy. Suddenly, Isu's eyes shot wide open in shock. She quickly spotted something in the distance. It was Hongbijin and Flame. The two of them were facing off, scowling in annoyance. The faint sounds of an argument could be heard. I clearly took down the giant fish first. This is ridiculous. It's in our hunting area. So that means it's ours. What right before Isu's eyes was a giant fish lying dead. She was a little surprised and thought to herself, is that a giant fish? I heard it's a grade 3 monster and it's also extremely rare. They must be arguing over the loot. But getting involved in this will only lead to more trouble. I don't want to get dragged into this. Moreover, Isu glanced over at Hongbijin. I really don't want to face the sister of the person who killed my father. No way. It's best if I get out of here right now. Suddenly, someone spoke up. Now, underclassmen. If something's wrong, you can talk to your senior right here. The atmosphere was so nice just a moment ago. Second-year student, Kasip Derek approached and spoke cheerfully. Hearing that both of them shouted, shut up and get lost. Annoyed, Kasip Derek continued. How dare you talk to a senior like that? Hongbijin replied. If you're a senior, then you should act like one. This very comment made the once confident team captain become completely flustered. He stammered for a moment. What? Suddenly, a loud rumbling echoed from the ground. It shook violently. A mysterious energy radiated all around. Isu thought to herself. This energy, and I have a bad feeling about this. A skeletal hand burst up from the ground with immense force. Every single one of them was completely stunned. No one could have predicted this. Their eyes widened in shock, looking like they would pop out. With a look of utter shock, Flame exclaimed, impossible! The skeletons appeared. In front of them were hordes of dried corpses, charging forward. They opened their massive jaws, letting out terrifying screams. At the same time, in another part of the cemetery, where a warning sign read, caution, do not enter alone, the system updated skill experience has increased. Stat experience has increased. A familiar figure appeared. Baek Yusen sighed and muttered, man, if only I could use magic too. Why did it have to be Blink? The truth is Yusan had also taken down quite a few of the giant fish. Their corpses were scattered all over the ground. Suddenly, Yusen dazedly looked around and mumbled, well, I guess it's about time, huh? In the distance, the outlines of graves could be seen. Yusen quickly spotted what he was looking for. Ah, I found it, he said. All of a sudden, Yusen's expression turned somber. I don't have an overpowered skill to wipe out an entire army of skeletons like Ma Yuzhong. Nor do I have overwhelming strength. There's only one way to survive here. I have to fight! Like a player. The system displayed Chapter 4. The necromancer's attack begins. The ground suddenly began to tremble violently. Something was rapidly rising up from the ground. It was the skeleton general. The commander of hundreds of skeletons had appeared, with blood-red eyes that blazed ferociously. It bared its hideous teeth, staring in Baek Yusen's direction. Yusen thought to himself, so this is the skeleton general. One of the 3 bosses that I can face with my current strength. If I fight it head-on, I'll definitely die. Of course, I have no intention of fighting it the normal way. As he thought this, Yusan grabbed its head and punched it hard. Go on, yell again. The unwritten rule of comics is that when someone is transforming or summoning, you have to stand still and watch. But standing by and getting caught isn't an option for me. Vertebrae staff complete. Now command over the skeleton general is mine. So what am I waiting for? The whole world is mine now. Let's begin. Meanwhile, the skeletons began appearing in greater and greater numbers. Very quickly, they rushed in, surrounding the entire group. A chilling aura radiated all around them. Flame thought to himself, I let my guard down. This is a necromancer. But something feels off. If I remember correctly, the one who was supposed to resolve this case was Mao Juxiong, right? So why is Isiol with these people? Where is Ma Juxiong? Don't tell me I have to face a level 5 necromancer with these people. Seeing Flame lose his composure a bit, Gunryang spoke up to reassure him. I've already sent a distress signal to Stella Academy using my pocket watch. We just need to hold out until they arrive. The red-haired John Kwang, a second-year student, added, that's right. We just have to wait a little longer and the professors from Stella will arrive. Even if we can't defeat the necromancer, we can at least escape. Just then Hong Beyonce also spoke up. This is no time for comforting words. This is a graveyard. The longer we drag this out, the more skeletons there will be. We have to get back to the base and fast. The girl Jackie was terrified when she saw the grotesque skeleton that was approaching her, muttering under her breath. Stay back. Don't come any closer. It opened its maw wide as if it wanted to swallow its prey alive. Suddenly a surge of immense power struck the skeleton from behind, stopping it from lunging at Jackie. It seems she managed to escape that ordeal. The one who just intervened was none other than Iso. She spoke up asking, are you okay? Jackie, still trembling in fear, stammered, yeah, I'm fine. John Kwang spoke up with praise. Whoa, the first year's not half bad, huh? Iso continued. It seems this necromancer came well prepared. He most likely created a power vessel. A power vessel. It's a technique that necromancers use to store their mana. Even necromancers have a limit to their mana. If they summoned skeletons the normal way, a level 3 to 4 necromancer could only summon a maximum of 15 of them. And yet he's able to control such a vast area. He's definitely no ordinary foe, John Kwang added. The number of skeletons is converging on this spot. Looks like this has been planned for a while. They probably want to kill us to create skeleton mages. Kaseb Derek gave a forced smile, thinking to himself, as the captain, I have to show my strength here. I'll wipe them all out with one powerful spell. But life is never that simple, and reality is always far from what you imagine. Suddenly a skeleton got close and grabbed Kaseb Derek's leg tightly. He turned pale with fear and began to tremble. But before he could react, John Kwang was already a step ahead, lunging forward to attack the skeleton with decisive force. As he struck, he yelled out confidently, Damn, you don't even think about getting away! But unexpectedly, a hand shot out right in front of the captain, shoving Derek to the side. Dr. John Kwang quickly noticed something was wrong. Damn it, he thought. Are they chanting a spell? They're counterattacking. Get down, he yelled. A source of power. An incredibly terrifying one was gradually forming. The pressure it gave off was immense. It felt incredibly fragile, but it could explode at any moment. Everyone was startled, their eyes filled with panic. Hong Beyonce screamed in terror, No! If that thing explodes, we'll be in danger too. But before she could finish her sentence with a sudden bang, a massive explosion occurred. It shook the entire cemetery. After the explosion, a large crater was left behind. Quite a few people were injured. Luckily, Flame was completely unharmed. However, the group of necromancers was still slowly charging forward with great force. This is bad, Flame thought. This is my limit. I'm so tired. The situation was not looking good. Her mana was almost completely depleted, and there wasn't enough time to recover. Everyone else was already down on the ground. Most importantly, the enemy forces were too numerous. At that moment, the skeletons with their jaws wide open screamed as they approached. For anyone faint of heart, just one look would be enough to give them a damn heart attack. Flame gripped the staff in her hands tightly. She struggled to assess the situation. In front of her, a skeleton was charging to attack. The girl worriedly thought, Am I going to die here? But unexpectedly, the skeletons that were charging at them suddenly stopped. It was as if they were being controlled by someone. She couldn't believe her eyes. That something like this could actually happen. Her eyes widened in utter amazement. She exclaimed in astonishment, What, the skeletons? They've stopped! What the hell is going on? In the distance, a figure could be seen approaching. It was none other than Baek Yu-song. The guy appeared like a god, arriving to save everyone here. But even Flamel couldn't believe that Baek Yu-song would appear here at just the right moment, at such a perfect time. The girl regained her composure and wondered, Why is he here? Just then Flamel noticed the skull that Yu-song was holding in his hand. Isn't that the skeleton general? The skeleton general is much stronger than the skeleton soldiers. However, they're usually escorted by elite skeleton soldiers as well, and yet he was all alone. He faced the skeleton general by himself and managed to capture it. No, it's unbelievable. But thanks to him, we survived. A moment later, everyone else started to come to their senses. Senior Chon Guang spoke up to thank him. Thanks to you, we were able to survive. Yusung humbly replied, It was nothing. Now their idol finally spoke up. But how did you get the skeleton general's head? How did you do it? Baek Yu-song answered confidently, Oh, this I just fished it out of a bone broth pot. But in his heart he thought to himself, I don't really need to reveal that I ambushed the place where the skeleton general was summoned, do I? But Baek Yu-song's joke left everyone completely speechless. Yusung regained his composure and said, anyway, we need to come up with a new plan quickly. If that necromancer starts controlling the skeletons directly, ignoring the skeleton general, it's going to be a real pain. Hearing this, Chon Guang asked, hey Junior, do you have a plan? Yusung replied, on my way here, I saw the necromancers. They've already taken control of the area near the base. There's no way we can escape this encirclement. Then there's only one way. We have to attack the necromancer himself directly. After hearing that, everyone was shocked. They were stunned by Yusan's reckless plan. Someone frantically said, wait, are you out of your mind? Yusan replied calmly. Didn't we learn this in school? Although a necromancer possesses the ability to control powerful skeleton soldiers, his own body isn't much of a threat. Bandijin added anxiously, but he's definitely got an army of guards surrounding him. Yusan continued. The necromancer's range of control is already too wide. If we don't attack him directly, we'll never get out of here. As he spoke, he thought to himself, right now. The necromancer's personal guard consists of 1 skeleton general, 6 elite skeleton soldiers, and 50 regular skeleton soldiers. This number will just keep increasing, and our only chance is right now. But how can I convince everyone? As he was lost in thought, someone spoke up. We can do it. He may seem a bit dense, but when it comes to combat and strategy, he still has more experience than we do. It was Flame who voiced his support, and Hong Bian added, I agree, honestly, in this situation, there's no other way to break the encirclement. The necromancer also won't expect that we'd attack him directly. The 2 upperclassmen glanced at each other. Perhaps that really is the only way to get out of here alive. I don't know what you're basing that on, but we can't just split up. So I'll help you, all right? Then let's give it a shot. Bandijan said cheerfully, before the necromancer finds out. We still have a chance. At the very same time, in another part of the cemetery, a figure appeared. He spoke, running into Stella's little chicks in a place like this? What a lucky day. If I turn them into skeleton mages, then the entire Dark Alliance wouldn't dare look down on me. And this man was none other than the necromancer, a level 5 from the Dark Magic Tower, Sab. For 7 long years, I've been accumulating my magic. There are as many as 700 skeletons resting here. Heh, who could possibly look down on me now? Suddenly, he was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. What's this? I've suddenly lost all sensation. Could it be? My general has been defeated? Even more surprisingly, the sound of cracking suddenly reached him. An incredibly powerful force was directly attacking the shield behind him. He was so shocked he froze, not understanding what was happening. Even the skeletons piled up behind him were being shaken, trembling violently. Horrified, he thought to himself, my shield created with level 4 magic has cracked. How the hell is that even possible? Then enraged, he roared, you bastard! I won't let you get away. Everything happened in a flash, leaving him no time to react. He could only stare wide-eyed at what was in front of him. And then, boom! A huge resounding explosion erupted. The piles of dry skeletons were completely destroyed. That flame was the result of the combined power of Yon's group, whose talent could not be underestimated. A moment later, the explosion died down. All that remained was a layer of smoke and dust. The charred skeletons dangled and fell. Saab was so stunned he was practically frozen on the spot, unable to lift his feet even a single step. A bitter feeling washed over his entire body. He was absolutely fuming. He thought, damn it, I let my guard down. To think that they would dare to attack my real body directly. Even if they're just a bunch of newbies, Stella is still Stella. They can't be underestimated. Even though I don't want to resort to this, dealing with them like this is just too dangerous. I have to summon my elite skeleton soldiers. With that thought, he brought his fingertip to his mouth and bit down until it bled. Immediately after, he spread his arms and shouted, you unfortunate souls, heed my command. The ground cracked open with immense force, and terrifying skeleton warriors emerged. Every single one of them flashed a menacing grin. Very quickly, a skeleton legion was formed, surrounding the sorcerer. But everything comes with a price. He suddenly coughed up a large mouthful of blood. His body had sustained considerable damage. Sab raised a hand to wipe away the blood, thinking bitterly, although summoning the skeleton soldiers has caused me to take damage, this is more than enough. Hold them back for me, kill them! Upon receiving the command, the skeleton horde roared and charged forward. Meanwhile, he stood watching from a distance, smiling smugly as he muttered, good, that's a good fight. Now I can finally rest easy. But yeah, right. Yusan quickly activated his flash step skill. In the blink of an eye, he appeared right behind the necromancer. The necromancer also sensed someone behind him. He whipped his head around and shouted in alarm, damn it! Who are you? Over on this side, Yusan just smirked, not even bothering to answer. At that moment, the terrified necromancer thought to himself, but how? I knew the exact location of every single Stella Academy student, through the vision of my skeleton soldiers. And yet, how the hell did this kid get so close to me? Since when? Suddenly his eyes widened in utter shock. 4. He couldn't believe his eyes when he saw what Yusan was holding in his hand. Saber, utterly bewildered, said, "Impossible. Isn't that my skeleton general, you bastard? Why is it in your hands?" But to his surprise, Yusin casually let go of the skull. It fell to the ground with a loud thud. Not stopping there, Yusin brought his sword down on it with great force. As the skeleton general was destroyed, Saber's internal injuries worsened. He coughed up several mouthfuls of fresh blood, his face turning deathly pale. He clutched his wound, thinking bitterly to himself, "Damn it! I was too careless." So this is the true power of a student from Stella Academy. Meanwhile, Yusan, sweating, thought to himself, "Oh, this wasn't part of my plan. By now John Guang and Bendijan and should have taken care of the skeleton general and come here to back me up. But because of those elite skeleton soldiers, they got held up. Does this mean I have to fight him by myself? But I'm the weakest one among them. Maybe I should just run for it." Yusan was starting to think this was a bad move. Suddenly, the necromancer coughed up more blood. Yusan snapped back to his senses. He finally noticed the man's current condition. Looks like he's injured too. That's right, he must have overexerted himself summoning those elite skeleton soldiers which caused internal injuries. Looks like I might be able to do this. At this thought, a confident smile unconsciously spread across his face. At the same time, just as Hong Bizion's flames erupted, the members of the group immediately unleashed their finishing blows to destroy the elite skeleton soldiers. With that, they successfully took out 3 of the elite skeleton soldiers. The necromancer gave the order to pursue them. Princess Hong Bion was gradually becoming exhausted from being continuously attacked by the remaining elite skeleton soldiers. She thought wearily, "This is bad. Everyone is already exhausted. The situation has gotten serious. Since the necromancer's power suddenly surged, I have to take them out quickly and get to Beiki. Uson." Suddenly, Jackie ran over and said in a panic, "Princess, this is bad. The necromancer and Baek Yusan are fighting one-on-one." Hong Bion was shocked, exclaiming, "What?" She looked forward to where Baek Yusan and the necromancer were fighting. An incredibly powerful aura radiated from the area. It looked like the fight was extremely intense. Hong Bion muttered, "This is really bad. Yusin is only a level 1 mage while his opponent is level 5. How can he possibly win?" But Hong Bion gritted her teeth and said, "If you die, I'll never forgive you, Baek Yusan. You have to hang in there." Meanwhile, Yusan was being attacked by a giant skeleton that had erupted from the ground. He continuously used his flash skill, moving with incredible agility. His eyes were wide open, observing to find the right course of action. His sharp judgment combined with his flash skill helped Baek Yusan temporarily dodge the monster's attacks. Knowing he couldn't keep dodging forever, Baek Yusan decided to go for a high-risk, high-reward play, just like he did in the game. He suddenly flashed towards the necromancer. The level 5 necromancer saw Baek Yusan. That was so reckless. He gritted his teeth and threatened, "You won't take me down that easily. Dream on." As he spoke, a cage of bones enveloped him. Baek Yusan scoffed and thought, "Is that all you've got? But just in case something like this happened, I've already prepared some cola. The perfect counter for bone soldiers. Haha, now this is my playground." With that thought, Baek Yusan immediately threw 2 vials of cola at him. Instantly, the bones began to corrode rapidly. The necromancer's eyes widened, unable to believe what he was seeing. The magic shield he was so proud of was slowly disintegrating. He roared in fury, "You damn rat! How dare you destroy my bone shield? Kill him for me now." At his command, countless sharp bones shot toward Baek Yusan. But as if that would work, Baek Yusan had already flashed behind the necromancer. He confidently held his sword, thinking, "This is it." He thought it would be a one-hit kill, but the necromancer unexpectedly turned around, a twisted smile on his lips. It seemed as though everything was going according to his plan. It was only then that Yusan understood. "Damn it! Turns out I'm the one who fell for the trap, holy crap." Suddenly a sharp bone shot up from the ground and brutally pierced through Yusan's leg. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. In agony and frustration, Baek Yusan thought, "Damn it, I'm hit!" Suppressing the pain, Yusan tried to back away. The necromancer laughed smugly and exclaimed, "Ha ha, you bastard! You caused all this trouble just to end up like this. Go on, talk tough now, keep it up." "Ha ha!" Feeling the throbbing pain from his leg, Yusan panted heavily, thinking, "Maybe I got too careless. Even if he's injured, he's still a level 5 mage. The real deal. But I can't die here. You have to pick up the staff." He must be exhausted. His continuous use of magic has made his body grow weaker and weaker. In other words, this is his limit. It doesn't matter if he's level 5 or whatever. What should I do? If he takes one more hit from me, I can finish him. But because it hurts so much, I can't focus my mind. Even my flash skill isn't working. What am I supposed to do? Suddenly an idea flashed through Baek Yusan's mind. That's right, that's it. While Yusan was looking down deep in thought, the necromancer appeared before him. He was getting into an attack stance, with a confident look on his face. Yusan quickly realized it. Without a second thought, Yusan ran for his life. But because of his earlier wound, he tripped and fell flat on his face. Seeing Yusan's miserable state, he burst out laughing like a madman. "Haha, look at you running for your life. How pathetic you look." But Yusan paid no attention to his taunts. He told himself just a little further. Yusan struggled to drag himself forward step by step, but the necromancer wouldn't stop mocking him. "Haha, struggling is useless. I'm going to kill you right here." But Bak Yusan didn't think so. He smirked and exclaimed, "I've won." He figured the distance between the necromancer and himself was 13 meters. That means I don't need to use flash. The necromancer was still confused, wondering what kind of trick he was trying to pull. Suddenly, his eyes filled with absolute terror, widening completely. In less than a second, swoosh, Yusan had teleported right in front of the necromancer. Yusan gritted his teeth, enduring the pain in his leg. He poured all of his current strength into his sword and delivered a fatal blow, piercing straight through the necromancer's heart. Blood splattered everywhere. At the same time, over where Becky Yusan's teammates were, because the necromancer was dead, the attacking skeleton soldiers all suddenly stopped, to everyone's astonishment. The skeleton army dissolved into thin air. Seeing this, Senior Tron Kwang spoke in disbelief. Could it be that Becky Yusan has defeated the necromancer? As if waking from a nightmare, Jackie collapsed to the ground. Her eyes filled with disbelief as she mumbled, "I can't believe it. Becky Yusan actually defeated a level 5 necromancer." Her words were like a starting pistol, signaling everyone's emotions. It was as if they had returned from the dead. The whole group cheered in unison, "We're alive. We're alive." Although they didn't know how a first-year student could possibly defeat a necromancer that didn't matter anymore. All they knew was that they were still alive. In their hearts right now, only this one truth existed. After taking down the necromancer, Yusan collapsed from exhaustion. "I'm so tired, I just want to go home." Afterward, the Magic Knights of Stella Academy immediately flew to the cemetery, assessed the situation, and brought the group back to school. As soon as they returned to the academy, Yusan was called out and scolded by Professor Lee. "Beck Yusan, you said you were going to train in a place with beautiful scenery and fresh air, but you ended up going to a cemetery instead. It seems the air at the cemetery is also quite fresh, isn't it?" Beck Yusan had no excuse for the professor's sarcastic remark. Lee had him bowing his head. I'm sorry, sir. I only got out of the car because I thought something bad was about to happen." The professor nodded and said, "I understand what you mean, but rules are rules. You will be punished. There are no exceptions. However, yes, sir, the fact that you didn't hesitate to jump into battle to protect your friends, even if it meant violating the rules of Stella Academy, is a commendable act. You did very well. The school will grant you a fitting reward and bonus points. You should look forward to it." "Yes, sir, thank you," Beck Yusan said. After saying that, Professor Lee turned and walked away, leaving Yusan all alone. He stood there, sighed, and thought, "I should get going, too. The doctor said it'll take a few days for the wound on my thigh to heal, so I need to rest up and get better." As he was walking and thinking to himself, the sound of someone's footsteps gently approached him. Yusan turned his head. It was none other than Isul. Seeing Yusan staring at her, Isul spoke up. "I'm really grateful for what you did today." Yusan replied gently, "Just treat me to a meal next time." But Isul's expression didn't look too good. It seemed like she had something on her mind. Suddenly she spoke up. "Could I ever do something like that?" This made Yusan turn back in surprise, not understanding what she meant. Isul continued, "If I try hard, could I become like you?" Yusan was quite surprised by this question. Confused, he thought to himself, "This is bad. If she's this depressed, she never would have asked a question like that before. Maybe she's become like this because of me." In the original storyline, Iso had to face all the challenges that a protagonist has to go through, and by some miracle, she managed to overcome all of them. However, due to his interference, Iso only had to endure the challenges, and there were no plot points about overcoming so-called adversity. Currently, she's still dependent on those around her. So no matter how many events she's gone through, Iso's spirit remains fragile. For a moment, Yusan didn't know how to answer her question. He knew that empty words would only make Iso feel even more hurt. Therefore, Yusan decided to speak from the bottom of his heart. He told her, "You don't need to ask me. You've already shown things that other people would think are impossible. That itself is the miracle of your success." Hearing this, Iso asked in surprise, "How do you know that?" Yusan replied softly, "Because I've always been watching you." This answer made Iso feel even more flustered. Her cheeks suddenly flushed red with embarrassment. Seeing Iso's reaction, Yusan was startled and thought to himself, "Wait a minute, doesn't that make me sound like a stalker? What the hell did I just say?" Then Yusan awkwardly said his goodbyes and left. "Well, I'll be going now." Only then did Yusan dare to let out a sigh of relief. Oh man, that was way too close, damn it. Meanwhile, Iso was deep in thought about what Yusan had just said. He said he's always been watching me. No one has ever cared about the child of a traitor like me. Even if someone did, their only purpose was to scrutinize and criticize my mistakes. No one really cared about me. However, has that person been watching me all this time? The young man's words. Becky Yusin's words had pierced through Iso's frozen heart. They flowed through her veins and lingered in her mind. Iso, she could feel her heart pounding. A flame was growing within her. Her passion for magic and the goals she thought she had lost were awakened once more. Before Iso could realize it, the sun had risen over the horizon. A new day began at the academy. Hordes of students moved around the campus. Even the professors were bustling with their work, and here a major event was about to take place. Everyone was currently talking about how the academy's student, Stella, had defeated a 5th-level necromancer. Hearing everyone gossiping about the necromancer, Becky Yusin thought to himself, it's just an award ceremony, but they've got the Ministry of Magic, reporters and nobles here to watch. They're really blowing this out of proportion. Wait a minute, why does Princess Hong Beyonce look so excited? He looks positively delighted. Over here, Hong Beyonce was showing a happy face. Sensing Becky Yusin's gaze, Hong Beyonce turned around. Her expression turned cold as she said, "What are you looking at?" Yusan replied awkwardly, "Oh, it's nothing." Then Professor Lai looked down at everyone here and shouted loudly, "Everyone silence. Today, we will be awarding 13 brave students who fought against the dark mages, and this reward..." Beside the professor, Elton appeared. Professor Lee continued, "The principal himself will be presenting them to you all." The 13 students, upon hearing that the principal himself would be presenting their awards, were in complete shock. Even Beck Yusin never expected that the pinnacle of humanity, the level 9 mage, Elton would be the one handing out the awards. He often appeared in the game. He was said to be 300 years old, but he still looked as if he were only 18 or 19. He always had a gentle smile on his lips, but he was the most powerful mage in the world, also known by the nickname the Destructive Murderer. While everyone was still in shock, Elton had walked past the students, patting their shoulders one by one, offering encouragement to everyone. "You did very well. Please continue your brave efforts in the future." Then the principal's footsteps drew near Beck's position. Yusan's eyes were as clear as a child's. Who would have thought this was the 300-year-old principal? His face looked even more youthful than the students here. But standing before the principal, Yusan felt a bit of pressure and gulped hard. Yusan thought to himself, just by looking into his eyes, I can already feel this immense pressure. This is level 9, which only 10 people in the world possess. But I can't look away right now. Man, the tension is killing me. Seeing this, the principal was quite puzzled by the boy's tense expression. He flashed a bright smile and said, "Still working as hard as ever, huh? Just as I expected." After saying that, he turned and walked away, leaving Yusan's mind filled with countless questions. What did he mean by that? A moment later, an announcement came over the loudspeaker. The award ceremony ends here, back at the Beck dormitory. Yusan looked at the check in his hand, attached to the certificate. He exclaimed with some surprise, "Whoa, they're rewarding me with 5 million credits. So generous. With this amount of money, I probably won't have to worry about finances for a while." Never in his wildest dreams did Yusan think that the academy would give out such a large sum of money. In addition, the final reward in the chain of rewards for this incident is the necromancer's mana vessel, something that could be called the heart of a necromancer. He celebrated quietly, mumbling to himself, "Even though it's difficult right now with Antarika, it won't be long before I can create a private space. And when that happens, carrying items will also be easier. Right, however, to do that, I have to solve the formula of the chaotic algorithm first. Okay." Luckily, the other students were happy to give up the reward. What a relief. Next are the rewards from the system. Chapter 4, the Necromancer's Raid has been completed. You have received a large amount of experience for advancing the story in a unique way. You will receive additional rewards from the Constellatio project. 1 is a downgraded version of an item used in the game. 2 is a downgraded version of a skill acquired in the game. And 3 is experience points. After reading the information, he was quite surprised to be given these choices again. I really have to consider this carefully, but the most important thing right now is skills. So let's put the experience points into the blink skill. From the last battle, I've realized just how weak I am. Trying to be like everyone else is meaningless. I have to get ahead with the knowledge I have. After he made his choice, the system immediately announced that the reward had been granted. The experience points for the blink skill were sufficient. The skill was upgraded. Blink level 2, maximum range of 12 meters. Maximum charges, 3. Cooldown, 3 seconds. Yusan could also feel the change within himself. Yusan clenched his fist joyfully. Finally, the number of charges for the blink skill has increased to 3. Now I can use blink more freely. Since he had some free time, he immediately thought about what to do next. He decided to go meet the idol. The scene shifts to a meditation class in the dark. Isul was also present. She seemed to be swimming in a dream world, floating in midair. The feeling wasn't too bad. She was startled by someone's voice. Student Isol. She hurriedly looked around and saw the other students sitting cross-legged in meditation, just like her. Isol thought to herself, oh, did I accidentally fall asleep? A single transparent butterfly flew by. The professor's voice reached Isol. Why are you using magic during meditation? Look above your head. She looked up, her eyes widening in astonishment. Indeed, a solitary pillar of ice was floating in the air near her, not far away. She had used magic without even realizing it. Isol was stunned, thinking, wait a minute. When did I create this? I didn't perform any formulas or any calculations. Could it be? Hey, that the other students didn't notice this either. Even though it's just level 1 magic, they should still be able to feel the flow of mana right. If this is really the effect of meditation, Becky Yusen, previously introduced, could he have calculated even this? A while later, the meditation session ended. The students rushed off to eat. Instead of going to the cafeteria, Iso chose her own meal, a red bean bun. As she ate, she happily thought to herself, thanks to the prize money, I can enjoy a red bean bun with cream filling for 1,500 credits. This is pure happiness. Suddenly a voice spoke from beside her. Hello, Iso. Appearing before her was the prince, Jeremy Scanvin. He was even smiling slightly as if he were very pleased. Then Jeremy Scanvin continued. Have you joined any clubs yet? Iso, a little surprised, answered. No, I haven't joined any clubs. Jeremy Scanvin added. Really? Then why not join our club? Of course, Iso wasn't foolish enough to accept such an attractive offer, so suddenly, there had to be something dark hidden behind this generosity. The conditions had to be made clear first. She squinted and asked, what's the condition? Jeremy Scanvin laughed and said, a condition. There isn't one. It's simply because I like you. But this answer only made Iso think harder. The title Daughter of a Traitor was attached to her, so no one wanted to keep her close. But Prince Jeremy Scanvin was different. He probably wanted to use her as a trophy, to show off. Seeing Iso's hesitation, Jeremy Scanvin moved closer and added, oh, come on. Don't you believe me? I really haven't set any conditions. You just have to join the club. My club and always be by my side, that's all. I'll do anything for you. You know who you are. More than anyone, Iso is a smart girl, so she knows better than anyone else. The Scavan Empire is currently facing off against the Adalovid Kingdom, and with the power of Crown Prince Jeremy, my current difficult life could come to an end. I wouldn't have to be overjoyed just for a red bean bun, nor would I have to endure the humiliation of being a traitor's daughter, even though I know I shouldn't. But thinking this, she began to stammer, The moment Iso opened her mouth to say something, with empty eyes, Jeremy Scavan unconsciously smiled, feeling that his goal was within reach. But just then someone's hand shot up. Flem, without a moment's hesitation, came closer and squeezed Iso's face hard. This stunned both her and the prince. Confused Flem was panting as if she had just run from afar. She glared at Jeremy with fury. Then harsh words flew out. Flem berated Iso, her words like a slap to the face. You said you wanted to be with me, but now you're secretly flirting with someone else. You clearly said you liked me, and now you want to throw me away. Before Iso could understand what was happening, Flem grabbed her wrist and started pulling her away. Come with me. We need to talk. And with that, Flem quickly dragged Iso away. This scene left the prince confused, but also a bit intrigued by this strong-willed girl. A moment later, behind the school campus, Flem let out a sigh of relief. Phew, that was way too close. Iso, still completely confused, replied, What are you talking about? What did you want to say to me? Flem continued, Anyway, you should thank me. If you had refused without a good reason, you'll be harassed by that guy for the rest of your life. I'm sorry for hitting you. I'm heading out, Flamel said, waving goodbye as she left. She left Iso standing there completely bewildered, not understanding what was going on. As she walked away, she wondered, I did the right thing, didn't I? If Iso follows the original plot and joins the club, she'll be completely destroyed by Jeremy. I tried not to interfere with how the story unfolds, but seeing Bikusen, I think interfering sometimes isn't so bad. Then she suddenly stopped in her tracks. Flamel glanced behind her, feeling a bit worried. I hope my lie doesn't get discovered. The scene shifts to Jeremy's room. He was sitting there enjoying a fragrant cup of tea. Lost in thought, he muttered to himself, Flamel, huh? She's cute. So cute that she'd make up such a silly lie, just to steal Iso away, from right under my nose. How interesting. Even more so than Iso. I want her. The prince had changed his target to someone else. At school, the teacher stood at the podium and announced, Today we will begin our practical exercise, simulated monster combat. The students stood and listened in silence. In this exercise, our targets won't be level 1 or level 2 monsters like before, but rather medium-sized level 3 monsters, a much tougher type of monster. He looked down at the students with a serious expression. The procedure is as follows. You will form teams, study the monster, and defeat it using a sound strategy. Bikusen listened attentively. After you've chosen a type of medium-sized monster to attack, you will have practice time to prepare to face it. The teacher rattled off the regulations. Go to the dome, find a suitable terrain, and hunt the medium-sized monster, corresponding to your attribute. Class A and Class S will be practicing together. The evaluation test will take place in 4 days. Form groups of up to 6 people and submit the list to me. As soon as she heard this, Isel immediately felt a little dejected, thinking, I hate group work the most. Suddenly, a voice rang out, catching her attention. Princess, will you be in a group with me? On the other side, several girls were swarming around Bion, showering her with flattery. I can do better. What are you talking about? It's my turn. She looked like a beautiful rose, standing there with a gentle smile. This scene was a complete contrast to Isel, whom no one was paying attention to. Her face darkened as she thought resentfully, before Aiden Levitt destroyed my family, and I was also surrounded by the same kind of flattery. They both had the same starting point, a ducal family. The Mop family with the ice attribute and the royal Adon Levitt family with the fire attribute, at a time when these two families were competing for dominance in the world of magic. Bion and Isel were 2 children born with natural talent. Thinking about the past, she subconsciously wrapped her arms around herself. Back then, I thought I was the chosen one. Can I even get revenge on Aiden Levitt now? But suddenly, someone walked towards where she was standing and greeted her. Hey, you're by yourself. Looking up, she saw it was Baek Juseo. Confused, she asked, is something wrong? He smiled with amusement, bluntly pointing to himself, and suggested you should team up with me. Their conversation caught Bion's attention. She turned to look, thinking to herself, Baek Juseo. Seeing him proactively invite Isel like that, she was a little confused. Why her? Even Isel was surprised and asked, did you just say, form a team? He just casually invited her like that. You know there isn't a rule about the minimum number of members, right? We can form a 2-person team and get the bonus points for a small party. She jumped in shock. Are you crazy? How are 2 people supposed to deal with a monster that's medium-sized and level 3? Her eyes widened as she stared at him in disbelief. But he remained completely confident, simply asking one more question. Are you in or not? Isel stood there stunned for a moment. Finally, she let out a long sigh of acceptance. Fine, I'm in. Besides, I don't have anyone else to team up with anyway. The moment she said that, Bitch Dujel grinned from ear to ear and immediately turned to leave. Great, you agreed. I'll go submit our names. He walked off right away, not giving her a chance to change her mind. Someone else approached. Isel looked over to see who it was. It was Bion standing before her with her arms crossed, looking annoyed. Startled and tense, the girl stammered, What is it? If you're trying to compete with me. Before she could finish her sentence, Bion cut her off. What nonsense are you spouting? She narrowed her eyes, looking furious. Just worry about yourself, you pig in human's clothing. Being insulted so unreasonably out of the blue, Isel didn't dare to fight back. She just stood there, wide-eyed and stunned. After saying her piece, that girl arrogantly spun around and walked away. Leaving Isel standing there, Bion clenched her fists and thought to herself, I'm not the one competing with you. Her eyes narrowed. It's all because of Biche Dujel. This whole situation was really bothering her. Her jealousy flared up. How infuriating. Am I really going to lose to a failure and a commoner? She still didn't have a team. She began to scan her surroundings. Although she could team up with anyone, Bion's eyes landed on a young man standing in the corner of the class. To have an advantage, she needed the strongest knight, so she walked right up to him. Marusel. He glanced over. Seeing her, he asked, What can I do for you, princess? She asked him straight out, Have you formed a team yet? He replied, Not yet. I was planning to go solo. Bion immediately suggested, Then team up with me. He didn't agree right away, smirking slyly. Is that really necessary? His eyes widened in shock when she told him that Bejusel and Isel had already formed a team. He couldn't help but snap his head around to look at her. She added, I don't think they're targeting any ordinary mid-sized monsters. They're not. Glancing at the 2 of them chatting happily from a distance, she guessed, but the special mid and large-sized ones. Bion looked at the guy coldly. I'll say it again, team up with me. He was a little taken aback, but he finally understood and chuckled. So that's what this is about. He didn't refuse this time. Sounds interesting. I've been wanting to go up against Bejusel at least once. Having achieved her goal, she smiled happily. All right then, I'm counting on you. Her eyes couldn't help but drift back to those 2, Bejusel and Isel. She made a silent vow. This time I'll defeat you both. And after 4 days of preparation, the monster combat simulation began. A massive monster appeared before the group. The instructor held up a list and announced, All right, the evaluation test for S-Class and A-Class will now begin. One by one, the teams went up to take the test. Whoa. Each team is picking a different monster. The students murmured amongst themselves. Whoa. Is Team 16 choosing the mug? That mid-sized monster looks like a piece of cake. Lamb, who was standing above, looked a little tense. She quietly gave herself a pep talk. It's okay, I've practiced enough. Even if I can't hunt a special monster for bonus points, an attribute or a special large-sized monster. so I just need to defeat one by myself. A mid-rank 3 monster is also enough to get the maximum score. Normally 5 level 1 mages working together can deal with a mid-rank 1 monster, and if they have an advantage in attributes, experience, and environment, then defeating a monster of a higher level isn't impossible either. But I have my own struggles. I use Radiant-type magic, which isn't strong against any attribute. Oh well, I'll just have to deal with it. Her eyes scanned the room. Then her gaze fell upon the girl iCloud. I hope iCloud does well on this test. Seeing Aisele talking with Baek Juseo, she thought to herself, in the original story, Baek Juseo made things difficult, preventing her from teaming up with Aisele, causing her to get the lowest score. Back then, I was even planning to recruit her to my team. Seeing the two of them chatting happily, Folam felt a little more at ease. If she has Baek Juseo by her side, Aisele's future will definitely be brighter. Just then, a sound rang out, catching her attention. All right, the match in the arena has ended. The teacher's voice called out, Group 16, you've worked hard. Next up, Group 17 to the arena. That was Folam's group. She called out, yes, sir, and quickly walked towards the arena. She walked right past Baek Juseo when she suddenly stepped on her own shoelace. Her whole body lost balance and she was about to fall. Startled, she cried out, ah! Luckily, Baek Juseo grabbed her shirt in time and pulled her back, keeping her from falling. He was flustered. Ah! She was also a bit startled. Oh! She quickly straightened up and realized her shoelace had come undone. Turning back to look at him, she said, thank you. He just looked down at her shoe and said, you're welcome. Go on and tie your shoelaces. Are you just figuring this out now? Thinking back to what happened right before the exam. Jackie tied it for me and it was so secure. He was even kind enough to offer to tie it for me. She quickly refused, no, it's okay. Inwardly, she thought, good thing I noticed. Otherwise, it would have been really dangerous. She tied her shoelaces tightly, ready to enter the field. It was just her and her scepter. Suddenly, the other students started murmuring. Is she going in alone? Looks like it. One guy even looked shocked. No way. Does she really intend to take on that monster by herself? The monster she chose was a massive wild boar. Its 2 eyes glowed a sinister red. Flam's eyes were fixed on it, staring intently. That monster doesn't have any special attributes, so there's no way to counter its element. The monster also got into its stance, smoke snorting from its nostrils. It lowered its head, its eyes glaring as the instructor shouted, all right, Group 17, your test begins now. The moment he finished speaking, the boar charged forward to attack. The onlookers couldn't stop chattering. Look at that reckless charge. How is she supposed to deal with that all by herself? But Flam remained perfectly calm. She gripped her scepter tightly and used the spell Whisper of the Petals. A magic circle appeared, carried on the wind, emitting a golden light that enveloped her. Her eyes filled with determination. Vines shot up from the ground, wrapping tightly around the boar. In an instant, it was completely restrained. She continued her attack with material transmutation. Instantly, the vines turned to stone. The boar was held fast, unable to break free no matter how much it struggled. A sharp glint appeared in her eyes as she stared it down. I'm not done yet. Another magic circle formed. The vines constricted tighter and tighter. Suddenly they snapped and the boar lunged forward. It opened its massive jaws, about to clamp down on her, when suddenly a brilliant light flashed through the area. In the blink of an eye, like a fireball, shot straight into the pig's wide-open mouth, blasting a hole straight through it. She was sweating, exhausted. The pig was defeated. The match was over. The others watched in disbelief and amazement. Whoa, that's insane. It took 5 of us. And we still couldn't take down a mid-sized monster. Who is she? Flam let out a sigh of relief. The last group is finally done. Suddenly, someone approached. Her eyes widened in surprise as she looked over. Huh? Am I seeing things? The teacher's voice then rang out. Now we will begin the test for Group 31. That would be Bion and Maricel. The 2 of them stood there arrogantly. The others started cheering around them. Look, Princess, go Princess. Flam watched this confused, thinking to herself, why is Bion with Maricel, and not someone from her own faction? In the original story, the 2 of them had nothing to do with each other. What's with this team composition? A gloomy light emanated. A huge monster appeared, its body covered in tough scales. The students cried out in shock. Wait a minute. A Sugangoba, good grief. That's a special mid to large-sized monster. As expected of the princess. How amazing. To find such a rare monster to hunt. Flam knew just by looking. It wasn't just a special monster. It was a mid to large-sized one. Bion and Maricel's attributes are fire, earth, and lightning. The Sugangyoba is a water-type monster. It has high resistance to fire, and it can even fly. It completely counters both Bion and Maricel. She stood there observing and silently assessing the situation. They aren't just aiming for a special mid to large-sized monster. That even the AI failed. They even gave up their attribute advantage. They're even aiming to get the maximum score. But that's a score that they can only get if they succeed. Even she doubted whether those 2 could succeed. The monster started to move. It flew high up and looked down. It let out a roar. Its power was truly terrifying. Bion, holding her weapon, shouted, "Let's begin!" Mazel eagerly replied, "Roger that, princess." He stepped back, putting some distance between himself and Bion. The other students watched with curiosity. What are they planning to do? I thought they would attack right away. The students were surprised. The knight is moving behind the mage. Mazel's eyes, full of confidence, glanced upwards. In a flash he vanished. He reappeared in midair. The observers above exclaimed, "That's a pretty good leap for a first-year student." The girl next to him commented, "But at that level there's no way he can touch Shugang Elba." She even thought that. Besides, you can't use leap in the air. By now he was very close to the monster. The students wondered, what's their plan? Just then Mazel drew his weapon. A stone foothold suddenly appeared. He stood on that foothold. A massive flame from beyond shot up powerfully. In the blink of an eye, it acted as a propellant, launching Mazel even higher. The crowd now understood, oohing with excitement. Below, the flames continued to churn. Beyond's gaze was fixed upwards, not leaving him for a second. The two of them looked at each other. The people around them were amazed, unable to believe it. They knew it. Just as they predicted, it tried to flee. Mazel unleashed a huge, solid fist. A single punch sent the monster flying from high above, smashed into the ground. Its body cracked and shattered. He quickly drew his sword to finish it off. A single powerful slash. The monster was surrounded and pierced by the rocks he had created. Its whole body trembled. Its eyes widened. It mustered its strength, stood up, and shattered the imprisoning rocks. Marusel had jumped back to Beon's side. Just as predicted, it tried to run. His eyes turned cold, radiating a murderous aura, but it was too late. Look at that brilliant pink flame. He knew that the princess's magic was complete. A huge, unstoppable fire. It instantly incinerated the monster. The entire crowd stared with their jaws dropped and eyes wide. Oh my God. The monster in agony was burned to nothing. But Sugar Elba has high fire resistance. They won. Marusel laughed in amusement. It's over. He had added his magic to Beon's flame, to strike the monster at the same time. Their combined flames burned the monster to a crisp. Everyone present was amazed. Sugar Elba was taken down without even a chance to fight back. This year's students are really on another level. This skill level is comparable to a third-year senior from the S-class. The crowd looked at them, praising them endlessly. So this is what geniuses are like. That girl Baeon had achieved her goal. She smiled to herself. How about that bake you soul? She whipped around and glanced down at him. No matter what you choose, there's no way you can win. She couldn't help but smirk. Looking at the two people below, she thought, I've won this time. Unexpectedly, Baek Yuseol had just stepped onto the field and directly shouted, "Give me 5 of them!" The moment he finished speaking, that Beon girl froze on the spot. The other students' jaws dropped as they muttered to each other, "What did I just hear?" It took 5 people to struggle against one monster of intermediate level, and yet those two dare to choose 5. They looked down at the two people below. I've heard the rumors, but Juseo, what is he up to? Some people even asked if he was crazy. A blue light appeared. Several dark figures materialized. The summoning is complete. All 5 monsters surrounded the two of them at once. Even the monsterologist, Bai Chen, stood with his arms crossed, looking slightly startled. A green-horned frog called Hymerezin, a black sand bison, Karen, and a Nami slime. And the last one is a sensitive bat. Could this formation be? Suddenly the woman Beon turned to ask Mazicel, "Do you understand what's happening?" He shook his head with a slight smile as he looked down. Probably not. I'm also curious to see what Huseo is planning. Looking at the two below standing back to back, he admitted he was actually looking forward to it. The teacher crossed his arms and asked seriously, "I just want to ask one thing." Huseo, who was the one who decided on this monster lineup. Huseo spoke up and answered, "It was me." He commented bluntly, "You're a knight. You can easily score points in dangerous situations like this, but a bishop can't. I think this strategy is a bit too much for a bishop." But he just smiled with extreme confidence, "Not at all. Let me be frank. This strategy was designed specifically for the bishop." Having no other choice, the teacher could only say, "All right, I won't say any more." In that case, let's begin. The massive monsters seemed to close in on the two of them. He broke out in a cold sweat, feeling a bit worried. "Hey, can you really do this?" Iseli affirmed, "Of course." He then added, "Just trust me." She didn't seem very convinced. She replied tensely, "I'm tired of hearing that." But to her surprise, Beduseo said seriously and clearly, "I believe in you." Surprised, she stood frozen silently, calling his name in her heart. Beduseo thought back to when the two of them went into the forest together. He's such a hard person to understand. Back then, she just quietly followed behind him. Suddenly, she called out, "Hey!" He turned right back. "Yeah?" She wondered and asked directly, "Why me?" "Honestly, for a talented knight like you, you could have chosen anyone else." Beduseo looked flustered, scratching his head and looking away. "I can't deny that there are many talented people. For example, in terms of firepower, no mage can compare to Beon. When it comes to control, Pham is unbeatable." He commented on a few people. They know Mazacel is the strongest first year. Not to mention Shinhaeon or Azanland. Those who specialize in single-target attacks would also be a good match for me. She took a small step towards him, even more curious. Then why? Suddenly he turned sharply and started walking again. Even so, I still feel that you're the most suitable person. He even turned back with a confident smile. Honestly, that's all there is to it. After saying that, he walked straight ahead. Well then, shall we continue? Now it was Karen's turn. Isel stood there stunned, her cheeks flushed red, her eyes wide in disbelief. He simply chose her because he thought she was the most suitable one. There was no other special reason. Now standing on the stage, she had to try her best. Both hands gripped her staff tightly. She closed her eyes and told herself, even though I still don't understand what you mean, I'm sure you have a reason for choosing me. Blue light began to radiate from around her. In that case, I'll show you. She spread her arms wide, the staff levitating in front of her. The blue light grew stronger and stronger. The other students could only watch in awe. They shouted in shock, wait! Hold on, isn't that supernatural resonance? No way. That's a phenomenon that only occurs with mages of level 6 or higher, entering an unconscious state. Ice closed her eyes as if she were sleeping. Her entire body floated in that dense blue light, ignoring everyone's shouts. If she loses concentration, the flow of mana will reverse and she could become permanently disabled. And she's only a first-year student. Baek Yuseol turned his head to look at her, smiling lightly with satisfaction as he thought. As expected, she's worthy of being a candidate. For the title of Winter Queen, everything was going according to his plan. Well then, let's get started. He drew his sword and looked at the monsters. The battle of 2 people against 5 monsters, medium-sized. His feet instantly lifted off the ground. He used a flash step to appear in front of the frog, delivering a painful blow. Blood splattered out. Baek Yuseol's eyes lit up in anticipation. Just as he had calculated, the frog was injured. It was slashed and spewing blood, its whole body in agony. He immediately whipped around to look at the black bull. First, the Hemra rune is complete. The black bull's eyes were blazing red. Next up is the black sand bison. It's your turn. The frog's horn began to emit a red light. The black bull immediately took notice of it. Its eyes glowed fiery red, staring intently at the frog's red horn. It completely lost control and flew into a rage. Baek Yuseol held his dagger in his hand and smirked triumphantly. Good. Just as predicted. The way to deal with 5 medium-sized monsters at the same time is to create this chaotic scene. The bison continuously scraped the ground, flinging sand at the slime. Instantly, it too became enraged. His plan to make them enemies of one another was a success. The students exclaimed in shock, "Oh my God, what is that?" The bird and the bat are fighting each other. It was truly a rare sight to behold. The monsters are attacking each other. Baek Yuseol couldn't help but smile. He thought smugly to himself, just as planned. It makes the horde of monsters turn hostile and attack each other. In other words, this is killing with the borrowed knife. A stratagem that uses the strength of others to eliminate an enemy without any effort. Veteran players of Atogwa had asked themselves how a small group could possibly defeat such a large number of monsters. And after countless experiments, they found a way. It was to exploit the monster's characteristics and attributes, exactly what he just did. First, he attacks the Hemerazon. When attacked, the Hemerazon's forehead will glow red, and this light triggers the attack instinct of the black sand bison. The agitated black sand bison will spray sand all around it, and when the sand sticks to a Namasim, that creature gets angry too. They generate a massive amount of water to keep their skin moist. Seeing the water gradually rising at his feet, he became even more delighted. Thanks to the school's barrier, the water is rising very quickly. Smiling smugly, he glanced over at the bird. So next, when the Karen senses the humidity, it will let out an ear-piercing high-frequency scream. It screeches and thrashes about continuously as the water rises. And finally, this agitates the sensitive bats, a species that is extremely sensitive to sound. The bat immediately jumps up and kicks the bird hard in the face. The bird in turn attacks the slime. The slime gets hit even though it was just standing there, so it attacks the bird back. The bat goes berserk, its eyes glowing. And just like that, they all start fighting chaotically. The teachers watching from above couldn't help but stroke their chins in amazement. All of those monsters are provoking one another. Even the professor had to praise them. This kid knows the characteristics of every single monster. Even I, a specialist in monster studies, never would have thought of that. This is truly incredible. Another female teacher standing next to them, with her eyes fixed on the arena and arms crossed, added, "But what's even more astonishing is that girl Icarus's ability to concentrate." That's right. She hasn't wavered in the slightest. Standing inside her own mana barrier, she's able to maintain a steady flow of mana and stay focused in such a chaotic situation. The teacher guessed it must be because the girl completely trusts her knight. That's right. Bic Ducel always stands before her with his sword shielding her. He suddenly flinched and looked over. A bird was flying right up behind her. He quickly flashed over and took care of it. Before it could attack Icarus, the bird was sent flying far away with a single blow, and just like that, Big Ducel silently protects her. His eyes constantly scanned the surroundings. A huge explosion went off right above Icarus. It almost hit her, but Icarus remained unchanged, not wavering in the slightest, 100% focused, and Cell didn't let her down either. In a flash, he flew in front to protect her. Tretma Juseo spoke up. "Hey, princess." Beyond turned to him. "What is it?" His gaze softened as he looked down below. "Do you see Big Ducel?" Beyond's eyes widened in surprise as she listened to him. "Doesn't he look like the ideal knight? Like a knight protecting his princess?" "It's true. He always uses all his strength to prevent the monsters from ever touching Icarus. At this very moment, she truly looks like a real princess, no matter how dark the shadows around them are, still standing there resolute and confident, because a valiant warrior is always by her side protecting her. Alone, she immerses herself in her own world, concentrating her power. The higher the concentration, the greater the power. Success. Asele slowly opens her eyes. Behind her, a crystal flower blooms. Even she herself is surprised. The ice stretches out, forming petals. Asele stands in the center, surrounded by razor-sharp shards of ice. The massive transparent block of ice radiates a blue light. The onlookers gaze in awe at the flower. An ice flower blooms in the middle of the room. Everyone can't help but exclaim, "It's so beautiful." The color, the purity, the hardness, everything is perfect. Asele narrows her eyes and commands, "Shatter." The entire flower immediately erupts with power. The sharp shards of ice just lunge forward. The horde of monsters can't possibly defend against it. The space around them seems to be submerged in a world of ice. But in the blink of an eye, silence returns. Only the whispers of the students can be heard. Is it over? They really defeated 5 mid-sized monsters. With just 2 people. Wait, the creatures are frozen, but they don't seem to be dead. A panicked shout rings out. No, look. The cold ice is still there, but the monsters' eyes are glowing brightly. They're not dead. A loud voice shouts, "The monsters are waking up." A bewildered person sighs, "Man." So in the end, they couldn't finish them off. The guy next to him chimes in. What a shame. But with a performance like this, they've already secured a very high score. A hand is raised. It's Asele. She hasn't used all of her power yet. The ice flower isn't my everything summon golden orb. Her 2 eyes glow brightly. Everyone is shocked. That flow of mana, could it be? A voice rings out, "Descend." As her voice faded, Asele unleashed a direct strike at the monsters. An incredibly powerful, blinding light flashed everywhere. This time, the monsters didn't stand a chance. The power gradually subsided. Asele stood there, looking small and gentle, a stark contrast to the massive bolt of lightning from moments ago. Her clear eyes held a hint of surprise. "This is my magic." She raised her hand to catch the small shards of ice falling through the air. "It turns out I can do this too. Now I see, it's just as he said." She remembered the time before. She had questioned Baek Yuseol in astonishment. 5 of them at once. She had even protested fiercely. "Are you crazy?" He had simply replied no. He smiled gently, looking at her with reassuring confidence. "You can do it, and I believe in you." All she could do was stare wide-eyed and listen to him. "So trust me, the one who trusts you." And now she had really done it. She clenched her fists, confident in herself. "Before I never had anything. Not faith in the path I'd chosen, and not a single person to tell me that path was the right one. She always had to face everything alone. She didn't even dare to trust herself. But she was different now. Baek Yuseol was like a guiding light for her to follow. The sight of his back was more solid and trustworthy than anything. But now things are different. Now she told herself, "I won't be lost anymore. I'll follow the footsteps he leaves behind." The instructor announced, "The test for Group 32 is now over." Asele broke into a satisfied smile. It had been a long time since she'd been this happy. Meanwhile, Baek Yuseol was hanging in midair, hastily clinging to some remaining strands of ice. She thought to herself, "I almost got swept up in it all. You should at least say something before doing it." Soon the results for Juseo's group were posted. Juseo and Asele were in first place. The 2 of them, Juseo and Baeon, were standing right there, reading the announcement board. Her group was in second place. Looking at the result, she had to admit she was completely defeated. She appeared submissive, bowing her head. "Even though I chose special, medium, and large-sized monsters that even countered my own attributes, I still lost. I guess I just have to accept it." Oh, look at her face of complete and utter defeat. The guy standing next to her laughed teasingly. "Oh, you're accepting it that quickly." Annoyed, the girl snapped, "Ugh, you be quiet." She felt incredibly upset inside. But if I think about Juseo, if my knight were Juseo— At this thought, she flinched, digging her nails into her own hand. "Then I could also cast magic that is second to none." Asele? Now in her heart. Was she feeling dissatisfied with her own teammates? The more she thought about it, the less she could accept her loss. But why is that commoner so devoted to Asele, so devoted to her? If a perfect knight exists in this world, she imagined a day when he would have to kneel before her throne. Full of jealousy, she thought, he should be my knight. The perfect queen, right? Who even gave her that title? And now she's getting angry. So jealous of someone else that she bit her lip hard, glaring furiously at the results board. Actually, I was lying when I said I accepted my defeat. I can't accept it. This is so hard to understand. Thinking this, she turned and walked away. I need to investigate that Juseo kid thoroughly. Suddenly, she froze. Standing before him was a cold-looking girl with long black hair. Seeing her not say a word. That girl is Sayla Oken. Seeing her, Abian didn't look happy at all. She avoided her walking past while thinking to herself, she came here because she heard I lost to a group of commoners and a traitor. What an annoying woman. She didn't say anything either, just watched her back as she walked away. Her gaze was incredibly cold and sharp. Finally, she muttered, still so green. Meanwhile, in the library, Floram was studying, holding a pen in her hand. Her mind was a bit bewildered as she thought, I can't believe, and she could make the crystal flower bloom so quickly. Thinking of Icarus's flower, the crystal flower. That magic was originally Icarus's signature magic. It only appears when she overcomes all hardships and regains her self-confidence. Her pen suddenly stopped. If things followed the original story, Icarus should be falling deeper into despair right now. This made her think a lot. She immediately thought of Baek Yuso. And yet she unleashed the crystal flower in front of everyone. It must be because of Baek Yuso. In the original romance novel, Ma Yuso and Icarus faced the apocalypse together. But what if there's a side story? A side story that I don't know about. What if Baek Yuso, an unknown character, loved Icarus and chose to regress instead of Ma Yuso? At the moment the world was destroyed, so many variables popped into her head. She suddenly rested her chin on her hand and looked around the room. To regress for the one you love, even if the price is to be forgotten by the very person you love. I wonder if Baek Yuso truly has no regrets. Floram just sat there, chin in hand, deep in thought. Her mind was completely filled with thoughts of their love story. A love he was willing to trade. His very existence for just to turn back time. I wonder what that would feel like. Juseo stood seriously with his arms crossed, staring intently. In front of him was the system panel. It was displaying a series of notifications for him. He looked at the list and wondered, which reward should I choose this time? He had to think carefully before making a decision. His skills had already been enhanced quite a bit. It would be best to prepare for the next chapter. He quickly said, I choose the item Jiffinel's leaf key. After speaking, he waited anxiously for the system's response. After a long moment, it finally announced that the system was checking. Fortunately, the reward was granted. Looking at the key, he couldn't help but exclaim, awesome. Although it wasn't an artifact, this was one of the most extremely rare items, the kind that only high-level players could possess. This was the key that led to a god's residence. I got it, but there were still other things to resolve. But if he wanted to use it, he had to go outside. And because of the recent necromancer incident, the conditions for going outside had been made much stricter. What do I do now? Suddenly his eyes widened as he had an idea. That's it! The club's on campus. Sometime later, Juseo sat writing about his personal growth. When he finished, he stretched and let out a long, relaxed yawn. All right, that's done for now. He smiled proudly. Now then, time to find a club. He walked up to a bulletin board covered in flyers. Stroking his chin, he thought, but which club should I choose? He read through all of them, but still, none of the many clubs caught his eye. Not many of them were allowed to conduct activities, especially off campus. I have to think this through carefully. Just then his gaze shifted to the side, and there she was, the girl Iselo. He asked curiously, are you looking for a club too? You haven't joined one yet? The girl was a bit startled. What so what? Seeing her in this situation, he found it a bit hard to believe. Shouldn't you be getting scouted by a lot of clubs? Isel was speechless for a moment, then asked, you don't know who I am? He answered right away, I know you're Isel. You're pretty famous these days. Clearly that wasn't what she wanted him to know, but she was at a loss for words. Well, yeah, that's right. Baek Docheol glanced at the girl standing next to him and thought to himself, after the evaluation test, Isel's reputation has changed considerably. He guessed she must have realized it herself. The girl narrowed her eyes, scanning the other clubs. But you have to choose a club carefully. Just as the two of them were talking, how about a buy one get one free deal? Why are you treating me like this? Someone approached them. It was that guy Majinse. He clapped him on the shoulder, smiling. Hey, Docheo! Seeing his face, he immediately shoved it away, the hand that was resting on his shoulder. Majinse, what's he doing here? That guy showed a great deal of interest, praising him. I saw your evaluation test. Plus, I heard you even led the necromancer hunt. You're really something, Baek Docheol. Docheol didn't show the slightest bit of appreciation. He didn't even bother to look at him, giving a dismissive reply, it was just luck. That guy didn't say anything else, but just kept staring at him with a smile. Suddenly, he spoke up. As I thought there's something about you. His eyes turned red and his face darkened, full of hidden meaning. That's very different from the others. Even he was stunned, his eyes widening as he stared back at him. He felt a little spooked. He swallowed nervously and said nothing. Deftly deflecting, he replied, "You know I'm a commoner, so I always have to think of ways to do better than everyone else." Marusel's suspicion also lessened. He put on a relaxed smile. "So you've used your time much more effectively than I have." Suddenly, he asked him, "What are you doing this weekend?" Surprised, he asked back, "Me." He said just one word, "studying," which left both him and Azel completely stunned. "I'm speechless. I was just making small talk, and you also just gave a perfunctory answer." "Thanks," he said quickly, waving his hands to explain. "No, I'm really studying." He even added studying and then training, too. He was wide-eyed with surprise. "Huh?" He asked again suspiciously. "You're not usually one to do that kind of stuff." Magia scratched his head awkwardly. "Huh. That's right. I don't know why, but lately I've started doing it." Hearing him say that Magius didn't ask any more questions, he looked at him and thought to himself, Magius has started training. That was supposed to happen much later. I wonder what the reason is. Suddenly, Azel spoke up. "It's about the practical training in the dungeon, isn't it?" Unexpectedly, he smiled casually and admitted it. "That's right. If you hadn't, milady?" Intervened back then, I probably would have been in danger. As soon as he finished his sentence, she got really annoyed. "Don't call me milady." Listening to them talk, he suddenly remembered. That's right. In the original story, Marusel had teamed up with Flam and easily defeated Higonjang, but this time because I interfered, Flam was held back, and he had to face Higonjang alone. Could this be the reason why Higonjang became so unusual? Either way, this is good. This way, both Higonjang and Marusel will train on their own. The more he thought about these two, the more he felt how different they were from him. Their growth. This is sure to have an impact. Here's to a happy ending. As he was thinking, suddenly Marusel asked him, "Hey, you still haven't joined a club?" "It's been a while since school started," he answered nonchalantly, "because I've been busy lately." At that, this Marusel guy beamed. He made a suggestion himself. "Then why don't you join my club?" He coldly looked away, showing no interest at all. "If you can meet my requirements, I'll think about it." "Huh?" He immediately asked, "What kind of club do you want?" Unexpectedly, Bektuseo listed off his demands: quiet, with few members, no private gatherings, must provide a full benefits package, lunch has to have cheese and pork cutlets, freedom to do outside activities, respect for personal activities, and permission to leave campus. The other two had never heard anything like it. Iseli was baffled. Pork cutlets and cheese, while Marusel was more interested in the full benefits package. She couldn't help but remind him, there's no club in the world like that. He knew that, of course. I was just kidding. He only said it to politely refuse Marusel's invitation. But who would have thought he still wouldn't give up? What? He chuckled confidently and pointed to himself. Then I'll create a club like that for you. Both he and Iselis were speechless. Seriously? He asked again skeptically. You can really establish a club that has special permission to leave campus? He didn't seem to be joking at all and answered seriously, yeah, I can. Only then did he remember. That's right. With Marusel's connections, it was possible. But Bektuseo crossed his arms and asked another question. What do you get out of creating a club for me? It's true you should always be wary of free things. But this Marusel guy was like his biggest fan. He smiled and looked straight into Bektuseo's eyes. Of course there is. Because you're special. That statement made him a little tense. I know what it is. I was about to say something but then stopped myself. Right, I remember now. One of Majuseo's core issues is that he's terrified of being lonely. Yeah. Seeing that there was nothing else unusual about him, I agreed. All right, go ahead and start a club. A special one, no less. Majuseo's eyes lit up with joy. Really? I replied seriously. Yeah. Then pointed towards Isel. But you have to let her join too. She exclaimed in surprise, huh? Me too. Actually, I had a different idea in mind. In the original story, the two of them were a match made in heaven. If it's Isel, she can take care of Majuseo's mental state. That guy is also quite interested in her. He smiled invitingly. If the beautiful Lady Isel joins, I would be more than happy to have her. She got annoyed and repeated herself once more. Don't call me lady, it's so annoying. These two are bickering again, it's making me confused. Am I wrong? This match made in heaven is really making me doubt it. Majuseo excitedly started the discussion right away. So what should we name our club? I looked up and said, about that. I already have an idea. An application to establish the club was completed. Iseli finished writing and pushed it to the other two to see. Will this do? To get the seal for special activities, you need an advising professor and at least 4 members. Mahuseo smiled and told them honestly, the members and the seal I can take care of, but finding an advising professor will be difficult for me too. I asked in surprise. Why? You were able to get a special permit to go outside, weren't you? His expression changed as he gave a cryptic smile. They're all just a bunch of trash. They're all just a bunch of trash. He must be the only person in this school who can talk like that. I broke out in a cold sweat just listening to him. Is that so? He's the textbook definition of someone with money and power. There's nothing else. He picked up the paper and left immediately. Then I'll go get the application form stamped. He also replied politely, "Yes, I'm counting on you." He thought to himself as he watched the guy's back. A seal for special activities. Usually, not just anyone can get that approved. But if they stamped it for you, I had a feeling, then you must certainly be one of them. At Main Tower number 1, in the vice principal's office, an old man was sitting and admiring an antique vase. He was startled the moment he looked up. Ah, that. Marusel just pushed the door open and walked in. The old man scrambled to his feet, exclaiming, "Oh my!" Faced with that arrogant expression, even he had to submissively say, "Welcome, young master." The guy smirked and replied, "Yes, long time no see, Gramps. Ma Jun Seo." He casually sat down in the old principal's chair. He even chuckled with amusement. "Oh, this seat is more comfortable than I thought. I'm really starting to like it." The old man could only stand there fawning with a forced smile. "Haha, is that so?" Inwardly he was cursing. "Why the hell is this brat here?" The old man tried to act casual and asked, "So what brings you here today?" Marusel pushed the form forward, a wide grin on his face. "It's a club application form, stamp it for me." The old man took the form. A club application form, you say? First I need to check, to see if it meets the requirements for establishment. Before he could even finish his sentence, there was a loud slam on the table. Marusel had slammed his hand down hard on the form. His eyes glared at the old man. The old man's eyes widened in terror as he listened to what he had to say. "Model, no need to even read the contents, right? Just go ahead and stamp it." His eyes were blazing red. He stared at the old man threateningly. "You are going to do this for me, aren't you?" The old man's body trembled slightly. Sweat dripped down as he gulped, unable to say a word. He knew in his heart that he couldn't resist. Once this child is the successor of that man, then there's absolutely no way to oppose him. With Marusel backing him, he wasn't afraid of anything. Yes, left with no choice, the old man had to comply. "Yes, I'll do it." And just like that, as obedient as a puppy, he signed the paper. After talking for a moment, he coolly loosened his collar. "I get it. Once this is done, I'll get out of here immediately." "Thanks. I'm leaving now," he said, leaving the old man standing in the room watching him go. He was furious, but could do nothing about it. The nerve of him. It's true, like father, like son, they're exactly the same. A half-blood, and yet he dares to be so arrogant. But it won't be for much longer. The old man sat at the table with his chin in his hand, plotting something. "One day, I will slice off that arrogant neck of yours in a single blow." It was a day like any other. The teacher's voice rang out, "All right, class is dismissed." The teacher left the classroom. The students were instantly relieved and overjoyed. Finally, it's over. That professor. He's always nitpicking over pointless things during presentations. You're telling me. Especially with commoners, he nitpicks even more. A girl stood there. Her style, her clothes, and hair was exactly like Folam's. She held a stack of papers in her hand, staring intently at them. She was tense. I could have done a better job. And in front of everyone. And yet the stress caused me to make a mistake. I can totally do better than Fan Lam, though. Just then, Fan Lam walked over, smiling and praising Jackie. "Hey, your presentation today was really good." She even smiled encouragingly. "Don't worry about what the professor said. You did a great job. Aren't you done yet?" Annoyed Kia cut her off, then sharply turned and left. "That's enough." Ba Fan Lam sighed, looking after him in confusion. "Geez, this kid. I was just worried about him. But he doesn't get it at all." "I have to agree with you there." A voice rang out. The girl whipped around with a start, letting out a scream. "You scared me. What is it?" It was Beg Jiseo. He had walked up beside her at some point. "It's nothing serious. You're close with the professors, aren't you? I'm planning on starting a club. Could you ask one of the professors for me?" Surprised, she asked, "Why don't you do it yourself?" "Well, the thing is, the professors really hate me," he explained awkwardly. "So I'm a bit too scared to ask." She had to admit he had a point. You could tell just by how he acted every day. She added, "You're always talking back to the professors, and you sleep during class. You're lucky you haven't been given a warning or expelled, you know." As she chided him, he just gave an awkward laugh. "Haha, it's not that bad." Pham Lam didn't refuse, she just hesitated. But who would agree to help with such a pain-in-the-neck task? "Ah!" Suddenly her eyes flew open as she exclaimed, "Ah!" Looking at him, she suggested, "Now that I think about it, aren't you close with the TA and Tazisa?" Bek Jiseo walked out of the classroom. He thought to himself, so a TA can be a club advisor too. I've only been playing the game according to the main story, so I had no idea that was even possible. Just then he noticed a professor ahead of him. She had a sinister look on her face as she walked out of a classroom. What the heck, he wondered. That room was the private research office of Antazisa. Bek Jiseo smiled, opened the door, and walked in. "Hello." He suddenly froze, completely startled. Standing before him, the girl looked so upset she was on the verge of tears. He softly called out, "Teaching assistant Antesa." She was startled and looked up. Wiping her tears, her voice trembled. You're here seeing her like that?" He quickly walked over and asked the teaching assistant, "What in the world happened?" And so the girl, crying resentfully, told him all about the injustice she had faced. It's like this. In a room with just the two of them, he directly asked the teaching assistant about her paper. "The one you said you were preparing, how's it going?" The girl's hands clenched. She forced a smile. I've already submitted it to the professor." "You know there's an academic conference coming up, right? The professor said he's going to use my paper for it. I should feel grateful for it." As she was still speaking, "It's a gathering of such talented alchemists after all." He couldn't take it anymore, and cut the teaching assistant right off. He looked at her seriously and said bluntly, "Isn't that the same as having it stolen from you? Will your name even be mentioned in it?" Knowing it was unfair, but the girl was always timid and yielding. "It's okay. These kinds of things are life experiences too." Hearing that he was speechless, scratching his head and thinking to himself, "Geez, I shouldn't have just asked her to mentor the club." His eyes suddenly lit up as if he had an idea. "Soon, Professor Masson will solve that formula eventually, even though I want to let Antezisa finish it herself before that happens." But he reminded her, "Teaching assistant, you still have that other paper you prepared? The one you solved with me last time, remember?" Only then was she startled into remembering. "Huh! Oh, the paper about the technique of random number intersection combined with key manipulation." "Yes." Remembering those algorithms, she became a little flustered. "I already tried applying your unique idea, but it was all for nothing. It's not like it's been an unsolved problem for the past 300 years for no reason." She turned her head to look at the blackboard. "If I can just solve this one bottleneck, I'll be able to see the path forward." While she was still talking, he suddenly spoke up. "I've already solved that part." And Haesung was startled and asked, "Huh? What did you just say?" "Did you really solve it for real?" He stepped forward and confirmed, "Yes, but I just happened to solve it using a trick, so I don't really understand it that well." With that, he picked up a pen and wrote a long passage on the board. He just kept writing in silence, much to the girl's astonishment. And Haesung just stood there, eyes wide, watching him. Her jaw dropped in surprise. After finishing a page, he turned his head, smiled, and added, "But if it were you, I'm sure it would be different." She hurriedly ran over to take a look. As soon as she looked, she realized, that's right. If you add scattering and reflection to the Gini coefficient in this formula, then add the flow of the BA and XE nodes. Seeing her so focused, he smiled and thought to himself, just like that, she's completely immersed in it. That's some incredible concentration. Unlike me, who can only imitate what I see. She's a true genius, a genius, who could change the future of all mankind. Baek Yuseol silently turned and left. My role here is over. For the rest, I can only believe in her talent and wait. A place shrouded in mist and smoke. Baek Yuseol let out a long sigh. I finally arrived. After that, thanks to An Hyecheong's help, I successfully established the culinary club. As the club president, I can get a pass to go outside. He yawned and cracked his neck. My body is so sore. Although he was a little suspicious during the process. The teacher held up the form and asked, "Training?" while also requesting a permit to go out. Under the name of the culinary club. He knew it was hard to believe, but there was no other way. He just laughed and scratched his head. "Haha, yeah, that's right." Anyway, he was lucky that it was approved, and the permit was granted so easily. As he walked, he reminded himself, as long as I don't cause any trouble, it'll be fine. Suddenly his eyes widened and he gasped. In front of him stood a giant ancient tree. Is that the third world tree Nam Hua Lin Uyen? Beneath its canopy were large, beautiful houses. He stepped inside, looking around in amazement at the scenery. Whoa, you can't even compare this to game graphics. A girl even smiled warmly and greeted him in a friendly manner. It's an honor to meet a mage from Tenla. Someone else also said, we hope your sincere heart will reach Mother Earth. Cell thought to himself. It's probably because in the past the Achmans saved them from the second world tree, when it was burning and about to collapse. He also smiled and greeted them in return. May you always receive the blessings from the world tree that has gifted us this beautiful garden. He knew many elves recognized the Tenla uniform, so they were acting quite friendly. Looking at the people here, he couldn't help but be impressed. Just like the settings in the game, there were so many handsome guys and beautiful girls. But among them there was one elf who was exceptionally beautiful. One of the 4 rulers of the elf tribe, Flower Celine, with the appearance of a goddess. Flower Celine had made countless male gamers' hearts flutter. She was the character with the most fan art in the game World of Arthur. However the elves were originally born, it has no gender, and only when they experience true love, their gender changes based on the person they love. Later on, Hwaseo Jin was also born in a female form, but because they had never truly loved anyone, according to the game's settings, this character was still genderless. Later, after falling in love with Flame, Hwaseo Jin chose to become male. He walked through the forest thinking to himself, no matter which storyline you chose, there was no option for Hua Seojin to choose to be female. This threw countless male gamers into despair. It was a story you didn't know whether to laugh or cry about. I used to have a crush on Hua Seojin too. After all that walking, I'm finally here. His eyes lit up with excitement as he shouted, "Found it!" Before him was a stunningly beautiful forest scene. This place is the Hidden Labyrinth, the Garden of Lepnilia the Spirit. My skills have also been boosted, by quite a bit. More importantly, I should prepare for the upcoming events. He looked up at the system holding the item, Lepnilia's leafy key. He took out the key and smiled lightly. Glad I can use this sooner than I thought. He inserted the key into the lock. Suddenly, a system notification appeared. Warning. If you open the gate leading to this place, it's possible that another person holding the key will also find out. Seeing this system window he already knew about, this warning message. I've definitely seen it in the game before, he thought to himself, but among the players, it was already confirmed that no special event ever actually happened, so he decided to unlock it anyway. At this point, what else could possibly happen? A brilliant light flashed. The gate leading to the Spirit Garden of Lepnilia is opening. In the Elven Kingdom, the cradle of the wood spirits. In a tall, grand castle, an elf was sleeping in her bed. She suddenly woke up, stretched, and stepped out of bed. She walked to the window, opened it, and looked at a large tree in the distance. This woman is the queen of the elf tribe. Queen Selen looked at the scene outside and exclaimed, "The world is so peaceful again today, isn't it?" Birds were soaring freely in the sky. She looked up full of admiration. I wonder when I'll ever be able to be that free. She gave a small, self-deprecating laugh. Just looking at those birds makes me jealous. Just then a presence passed through the gate. She was suddenly startled. This aura, what is it? Clutching her head, she immediately realized. Someone has entered the secret garden where Lepneo is peacefully sleeping. How that place is supposed to be inaccessible to anyone. Who in the world could it be? Panicked, she tried to calm herself down. This isn't the time to be thinking about that. She hurriedly grabbed something and went to the door. She clutched the item tightly, trying to restrain herself. I've endured this for 15 years. I can't act rashly now. She hugged her arms anxiously. What if the curse activates again and drives someone into madness? Her face darkened, her eyes filled with fear as she fought to keep her composure. I have to wait until the coming day of descent. I'll investigate then. Meanwhile, over with Beecius, Cell was walking when he suddenly let out a big sneeze. He looked at the thick dust at his feet, annoyed. Ugh, this damn pollen. Just then, tree roots attacked. Luckily, he dodged them quickly. He even yelled, "Whoa, you damn roots!" He ran from side to side, avoiding their attacks. The roots were protecting a giant flower. He knew that if he just kept fighting them, it would never end, but he held up a potion and smirked mischievously. Good thing I came prepared. And with an alchemical firebomb, he then hurled it at them and it exploded. The fire blazed, burning away all the flowers and leaves. Determined, I can't miss this chance to use flash. He charged forward instantly. Suddenly, he froze in astonishment, spotting a small opening right there. He put all his strength into a downward thrust of his sword, and just like that, everything vanished. System notification experience points acquired. He looked around and let out a sigh of relief. Phew, dealing with these weak monsters is enough for now. His gaze suddenly shifted to the side. That's the place. Now it's time to pursue my real objective. Beyond the gate was a field of flowers. System notification. You are entering the labyrinth's boss room. Walking on this carpet of flowers, he gasped. Wow! His eyes suddenly stopped on something. It was a stone statue leaning against a stone pillar. He wondered, a Tianlin, seriously, the most mystical creature in the world. A Tianling, a pure soul that has trained for hundreds of years, finally achieving enlightenment and transforming into a new entity. Even in the world of Arthur, entities like this are extremely rare. But the thing before his eyes wasn't a complete Tianlin. That woman, right before she could become a Tianlin, had her heart stolen from her, causing her body to be eternally frozen in that state. Sweat dripped down his face as he panted heavily. Phew! His feet felt heavy as he dragged them forward step by step. Suddenly he grunted, "Ugh!" as if his whole body was being crushed by an immense pressure. He collapsed to his knees in shock. This is magical suppression. As expected, even in death, a Tianlin is still a Tianlin. He struggled heavily, trying to push himself back up. But I can't give up here. After a long struggle, he finally managed to lift a foot. Shaking, he forced himself closer to the stone statue. He knelt before it. Only then did the pressure ease. System notification experience from the leaked trait. Magic power has increased. Model. He finally felt normal, leaning back and sighing in relief. It's easier to breathe now. My ability stats have increased. Looking at this place, he became even more certain. That's right. This is the ultimate nature sanctuary, the place where the heavenly spirit last appeared. It's one of the opportunities that mages across the world yearn to find. The ley lines of magic are here. even with just regular training. The results can be hundreds of times more effective by absorbing the heavenly spirit's aura into your body. Your ability to harmonize with nature skyrockets. In his mind, Bechamel scoffed at himself. To put it simply, I've gone through all this trouble just to find the best gym. I don't even work out in real life. And yet here he saw a wooden branch glowing with a purple light in the statue's hand. But first, he took it. A notification appeared. Obtained the artifact tree branch, soaked in resentment. Looking at this glowing branch, he thought, with this, I can face me Gentigan. End of episode 8. Now that I have the artifact, it's time to start training. A few weeks later, all of his stats had increased. Wiping away the sweat that was pouring down his face, he looked at the system panel. My stats are probably around the mid-tier 2-star level now. He continuously swung his sword, slashing again and again. There's still a long way to go. The main character has several stats above 4 stars after all. In this world, there was no master to teach him swordsmanship. So he had to just keep stabbing and slashing, training, until he could pierce right through an enemy's weak point. Bechamel gritted his teeth, mustering all his strength. I have to try harder. He slashed forward relentlessly. This had to be paid for with blood and flesh. Through painstaking efforts, he suddenly felt a change in his entire body. He froze, feeling the sword fall from his hand. He coughed incessantly. Gasping for air, he wiped away his sweat, panting heavily. He had grasped a part of the magical breathing method. Specifically, he had acquired Tianlin's breathing technique. Everything around him seemed to be changing. His vision blurred, and he grew dizzy, unable to control it. His gaze grew hazy, as if he was about to pass out. Suddenly, a loud voice rang out. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Can you hear me, hello? You can't hear me. Are you ignoring me? I hope that's what it is. You're hearing me speak, right? Hurry up and answer, I'm waiting. Hurry up and answer. Hearing the loud shouts gave him goosebumps. Scared, he hugged himself tightly and looked around. Whoa, what the heck is this? Where on earth is that voice coming from? The voice, now gentler, spoke up again. Oh, you just heard me speak, didn't you? He quickly turned to look at the stone statue. You are. Looking at the statue, he asked in confusion, Tianlin Lepneo. Did Tianlin Lepneo just talk to me? Completely shocked, he covered his mouth with his hand. What is this? Is a corpse talking? The statue's voice immediately cursed back. I'm not dead, you damn human! He wondered in confusion. What? How can you speak? The stone statue replied. I've been talking this whole time. It's just that you were deaf, so you couldn't hear me, he asked again in surprise. Why couldn't I hear you before? But now I can, she answered. Perhaps it's because you've become like me. The reason he could hear her voice was because, a moment ago you breathed in the exact same rhythm as me. It was only then that Bechamel remembered. Come to think of it, the system had also just notified him that he had received a skill. He looked at the system window filled with text. What is this? This incredible skill has a short duration. But in an instant, it can raise my body's stats to level 4 in an instant. What? Wait a minute. The penalty is a divine beast invasion. That's the same as saying I'll lose my human body. Divine beasts can maintain their form using their own magic. But for me, someone with mana leakage, if I lose this body, it means death. He was well aware of its danger. A skill that shortens your lifespan the more you use it. He silently thought it over carefully. No, I have to think positively. After all, this is still a skill that's useful in a critical situation. The stone statue waited for him in silence. She seemed to understand his thoughts. How strange. This is the second time a human could breathe like a heavenly spirit. You are just like him. Your presence is too faint. There is absolutely no mana in your body. It's as if you don't truly exist in this world. Her words surprised him, and he asked, Then who was that person? She replied, A swordsman like you. He could slash through both magic and heavenly spirits. He was startled upon hearing that. What? Now that he thought about it, the game never mentioned a swordsman like that. If he was strong enough to cut down a heavenly spirit, then he must have been a formidable master, right? Overcome with curiosity, he immediately asked, Can I meet him? But Lepneo delivered news that was as shocking as a lightning strike. You can't. He was killed by the 12 disciples of the founding archmage. He was bewildered to hear that. The founding archmage. Then he must have died a very long time ago. Suddenly, she took the initiative and offered, Do you want me to teach you? She tried to persuade him further. I was once very close to him. I have recorded all of his breathing techniques and swordsmanship. Startled, he exclaimed in surprise, Really? There's no such thing as a free lunch. Lepneo didn't hide it, but she had one condition. I cannot leave this place, nor can I speak with anyone. I'm as good as dead. The condition for this exchange is, so find a heart for me. Save me. These words were not outside of Yuseo's expectations. I already saw this coming. But he firmly refused. I'm sorry, but that's impossible. He explained, With my abilities, it's impossible to find the heart of another celestial being. She fell silent and seemed to be on the verge of tears. It doesn't have to be the heart of a celestial being. A pure heart from a spirit beast will be enough. He said bluntly. If you use the heart of a spirit beast, you'll lose almost all of your power, you know. Lepneo accepted it all. That's fine. It's better than being trapped here in solitude forever. If that's the case, then he could agree. Right, that makes sense. If it's just the heart of an ordinary spirit beast, then it's not entirely impossible. The girl asked joyfully, really? After all, I'm also training here to prepare for the upcoming summoning contract ceremony. I'll encounter countless spirit beasts then. Yuseo smiled brightly. Compared to finding the heart of a celestial being, this is much easier. He told her confidently, I will try to bring back as many as I can. Lepneo replied sincerely, thank you, I will be waiting. It's a fine morning. I have something I want to give you. He asked in surprise. For me, yes. She instructed, go check the pillar behind me. There was indeed something there, and he asked curiously, what is this? It was a rather beautiful wreath of flowers. According to her, it was proof that you are a friend of mine. The wreath of Lepneo. This was something completely new in the game. He had never heard of this item before, but if worst comes to worst, at least it could be used as firewood. With that thought, he put it away. Suddenly, he remembered. Wait a minute, he grinned slyly. She's a celestial spirit. A certificate of friendship from a celestial spirit. This might actually be a very useful item, huh? Moonlight shone through the window. A hand holding chalk wrote continuously on the board. It was Antizisa. Sitting on the ground, she looked at the densely filled board with delight. I did it. She then bowed her head, reminding herself, ah no, this is no time to be careless. She continued to copy it onto paper. The pen moved without stopping. Her face was glowing with joy. Tomorrow a new era will begin. Looking at the report, she said to herself, if Juseo knew he would be so happy. She had added his name to the report. The Dwarf Kingdom. The capital Kimkwangman Theat of the Black Iron Empire. A large crowd gathered here. Baek Ducel said excitedly, we're here. Antizisa, who was with him, nodded slightly. Yes, we are. Today was the day of the academic conference. This academic conference was held in a different location each year. This year it was being held at the Kim Ha Kwang Academy, the leading alchemy school, located in the Dwarf Kingdom. Since dwarves are the ancestors of material magic, the scale of the event was bound to be extraordinary. The system also indicated that, moreover this time a certain alchemist would also be present, and top-tier alchemy. She was nicknamed the Golden Alchemist. Ha! Cell was aware of his presence. He chuckled to himself, thinking, this is the perfect time to announce Antizisa's research. Suddenly she looked a bit flustered. She asked him worriedly, but Cell, is this really okay? She even hung her head, looking sorrowful. This is the research that the professor spent half his life pursuing. Hearing this, he was left speechless, thinking in disbelief, huh? I can't tell if she's a good person or just a complete idiot to have her research stolen and still be able to say something like that. So he reassured her, don't worry, he explained with a cheerful smile. It's not like we're stealing the professor's research or anything. Antizisa's eyes widened in surprise as she listened to him. It's just that the assistant is far superior to the professor, that's all. Only then did she stop feeling guilty and smiled happily. Oh, thank you. As they walked together, he asked softly, so shall we go inside? That red carpet looks so intimidating. How about we use this back door? She immediately agreed. Yeah. That's a great idea. Introverts afraid of the spotlight. But inside the room, all the important figures were already present. The MC's voice rang out, a warm welcome to the doctors, professors and researchers of the Alchemists Society. He stood on stage holding a piece of paper. Now, we will begin the 87th Academic Conference. As previously announced for our first session, we will be dedicating our time to the announcement of a new potion. A woman stepped onto the grand stage. First, let us welcome Professor Mizintigan from the Academy to present. The woman stood there, pointing to the projection screen. She began to speak. I am Mizintigan from the Stella Academy, the one who will be presenting on the alpha version of the red potion. First, if everyone would please look at this section. And just like that, she began presenting a research paper that wasn't even her own. She rambled on and on, surprising even those sitting in the audience. After finishing her speech, she concluded with one sentence. I will now conclude my presentation. Baidu Cell stood below the stage with his arms crossed, silently observing everything. The host stepped up and praised her. That was wonderful, Professor Mizentaizen. To be able to improve that difficult red potion? What a brilliant idea. He heard the praises, along with that detestable look on her face. He thought angrily, how dare she brazenly present the research of Antikisa as if it were her own. He started plotting in his mind. There are countless ways to make that woman pay, but the main course is just about to begin. The voices from the audience continued to buzz, and next up, Antigisa walked onto the stage amidst the introduction. Will be the presentation by Assistant Antigisa from the Stenla Academy. The young woman was a bit nervous. Hello, everyone. I am Antigisa, an alchemist affiliated with the Stenla Academy. As soon as she finished her sentence, whispers and murmurs started to spread through the audience. Oh my, she's the one who was previously introduced by that pharmaceutical company regarding the extraction of natural regeneration cells that the professor just mentioned. The magic staff with the protective pharmaceutical coating that the professor said she would develop this time. Baidu stood there listening intently. The topic I will be presenting today, he gave a smug smile looking down. On the stage, Antajisa began the main topic, is the complete synthesis and understanding of the combination formula, alchemy and magic engineering. Everyone's jaws dropped in astonishment, even the most renowned figures in the field. It was unbelievable. A confused man spoke up asking, "Do you have any idea where you are to be saying something like that?" Antajisa answered nervously, "Of course I do. A place as grand and prestigious as this is truly overwhelming. And for someone like me, it was because of this timid, self-deprecating attitude that she was questioned even more intensely. In that case, how are we supposed to interpret what you've just said?" Her hands clenched as she tried her best to remain calm, attempting to compose herself. Her eyes widened as she looked directly and clearly at him. Please understand it from the perspective of an alchemist. The people below began to murmur amongst themselves again. But a formula that combines alchemy and magitech is absurd. Fundamentally, magitech and alchemy are incompatible. However, there was one person who had been sitting silently from the very beginning. He too heard those whispers. A problem that has existed for over 300 years, that no one has ever been able to solve. And now she claims to have the solution. He suddenly bellowed, "Silence all of you!" This was the golden alchemist Heseligan. He leaned forward, planting both hands on the table. He looked straight up at her. If you rush to the conclusion that something is impossible, and just because of numerous failures, then how can you even call yourself an alchemist? His eyes widened. Honestly, this is quite exciting. A young alchemist trying to find the truth within a formula that's considered nearly impossible. He looked at her encouragingly. Go on, present the truth that you have found. Antazisa's cheeks flushed, completely surprised. She quickly continued, "Thank you, sir. In that case, I will begin my presentation." At that very moment, Maizen shrieked, cutting her off. "I have an objection!" She glared, her teeth clenched. "Before Assistant Antazisa presents her thesis, I wish to raise a formal inquiry regarding it." The old man snapped his head toward her and repeated, "An inquiry. What do you mean by that?" Sweat was pouring off of her. Her eyes widened with a malicious smile to make an accusation of plagiarism in front of everyone. Oh my God. A terrified Antejisa could only stare, her eyes wide with fear, frozen to the spot. The entire room erupted in murmurs. Oh my God, plagiarism. An accusation of plagiarism. Only the old man Hachelo Gen remained calm and let out a chuckle. Haha, now this is interesting. He looked that woman straight in the eye and asked, "Are you aware of the consequences of making a plagiarism accusation that you can't prove?" The woman placed a hand on her chest, her expression filled with confidence. "Of course I am." Then she confidently strode onto the stage. She stood before everyone and spread her arms wide. As all of you know, the formula that combines alchemy and magic engineering has 5 great unsolved problems. Only by solving all 5 of those problems can alchemy and magic engineering and finally be integrated. Dussel stood with his arms crossed, listening coldly to her speech. Until now, the academic world has only managed to solve 2 of them. And even for those 2, the solutions can hardly be called complete. She clenched her fist, a triumphant look on her face. But I have already solved 4 of those 5 problems. Then she maliciously targeted Antejisa, saying, "And Assistant Auntie? Jisa, who is standing right here, is my alchemy aide." Everyone present looked at each other bewildered. If what she's saying is true, then this thesis... That woman's eyes glinted with a cunning smile. "That's right. That thesis is unequivocally mine," she added with a threatening glare. Even if Assistant Antejisa managed to solve the 5th problem, the timid Antejisa could only stand there trembling, letting her talk. Can you be so sure that she had solved the remaining 4 problems on her own? Before she could finish, she let out an incredibly smug laugh, cursing inwardly. "Antejisa, you insolent little brat! I acknowledge your innate and outstanding talent, but your career in alchemy ends right here. That talent will forever be mine." Mizzen then slowly stepped closer, pressuring the young woman. She stared intently at her. "Well, what do you think about this, Assistant Antejisa?" Antejisa was now frozen with fear. Her hands clenched and trembled as she thought in terror. "I saw this coming, but my mind is completely blank right now. I don't know what to do anymore." In her most desperate moment, she suddenly remembered what little Juseo had told her. When it's too much for you to handle, call for me. Recalling his words, she felt a sense of calm and her hands stopped trembling. The old man, Hojeligan, immediately asked, "Who is that?" Antejisa broke into a sweat and softly said, "He is the co-author of this thesis." Her trembling hand pointed forward, pointing directly at his seat. It's my classmate Baek Juseo who is sitting over there. Baek Juseo jumped, startled. He had no idea what was going on. Huh, I'm the co-author. Mizzen also looked over in his direction. But the other people looked at him and whispered, no way a student this young, but even so, it probably won't change anything. The old man Hojeligan crossed his arms and chuckled with amusement. Oh ho. Watching Baek Juseo walk onto the stage, the old man exclaimed, I've been waiting for this! He kept his head down, showing no expression. He coldly glanced at Mizzen, then walked past her without saying a single word. He quietly took out a twig and silently cast a spell, activating the special function of the tree branch item. Filled with resentment, seeing that he wasn't saying anything, she clicked her tongue and cursed. How rude! Looking at her annoyed expression, he smirked to himself. Great, it worked. Standing seriously on the stage, he looked down at the audience below and began to speak. First of all, I've clearly heard Professor Mien's argument. Then he cut straight to the point. They say seeing is believing. His eyes shone with absolute confidence. So why don't we try solving it right here, right now? The combined formula, that is. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone agreed. A showdown between a professor and an assistant. Sounds exciting, doesn't it? Antisa panicked. Juseo, I. Without letting her say another word, he decisively cut Assistant Antisa off. Don't you trust me? She froze, startled. Huh? No, of course I trust you. Juseo looked straight into her eyes and gave her a reassuring smile. I've been watching over you all this time. Don't worry, Assistant Antisa, I'm sure you can do it. Trust me, the one who believes in you. Her cheeks flushed red and her eyes widened as she wondered to herself, can I really do this? She clenched her fists in front of her chest, determined, and adjusted her glasses. She told herself, that's right. Juseo is right. She tied her hair back neatly, getting ready. I have to believe in what I've accomplished, up until now. She spun around forcefully to look Min straight in the eye, and asked directly, shall we begin? She then took off her glasses completely, ready to go all out against her. Professor Mien? A chaotic formula from 300 years ago. An alchemist once said, I discovered a wonderful formula. It can solve this equation. Then he died after slipping and falling in the bathroom. Made that formula famous, because it had no solution. Since then, countless alchemists have tried their hand at it, but they all failed and eventually no one dared to try anymore. So the unsolved formula was considered impossible. The captain of the 13th Assassination Squad, under the Lang Tower, Kane with a cigarette in his mouth and arms crossed, thought to himself, and yet now someone dares to declare they can solve it. How interesting. The woman standing next to him yawned widely. Interesting? What's so interesting about it? It's boring as hell. This was Hijin Makazon, the vice captain. Right now, the two of them were invisible, standing and talking to each other. But Captain, is Professor Kia really a dark magician? Even though they were invisible, Kane was still smoking. Someone smelled it and wondered, I think I smell cigarette smoke from somewhere. Looking at the two women standing on stage, each with a board completely filled with writing, they felt that, on second thought, this mission is a real drag. Makazon secretly glanced at Kane, sighed, scratched her head, and turned away. After all, it's because the captain always believes every single word that old man says. That's why... Suddenly she was startled. Huh. Both of them looked around the room, their eyes wide with surprise, sensing something was different. Wait a minute. The atmosphere in the hall just changed, didn't it? The host's voice rang out. Yes, right at this moment. The presentation for the first problem has been completed. The old man Hakeligan stared wide-eyed in astonishment. That! Comparing the two sections of the board, he noticed a similar approach, but with a slightly different perspective. Kane also felt that, but compared to Professor Meisen's solution, the assistant's solution was clearly simpler and easier to understand. Plus, there's a slight difference in the final answer. The two of them continued writing on the board. Next up is the solution for the second problem. The people sitting above watched with their arms crossed. It's truly astonishing. The girl sitting next to her also touched her chin in agreement. Until now, I've seen many solutions to the second problem before, but this is the first time I've ever seen this method. A problem that was thought to require at least 200 lines to be clearly presented was solved in just 12 lines. Professor Giuseppe crossed his arms, looked down, and smirked. The audience's reaction was also very positive. He also realized it, but the real show is just beginning. The host's voice rang out. Right now, the solution to the third problem is underway. The third problem which no one has ever been able to solve. Will it be conquered here today? Antizisa looks very tense, but she's still trying her best to finish. In contrast, Miran looks even more stressed out than she does. Old man Jose, Miran gasped in astonishment. Her mouth agape as she exclaimed, no way did she really solve it. For Professor Miran to solve the seemingly impossible third problem was already an extraordinary feat. But her assistant seems to have done something that goes even further beyond that. Hearing this, she whipped her head around, startled. Her face darkened as she clenched her teeth. What in the world is that solution? The people below buzzed with excited discussion. How could anyone possibly come up with an approach like that? Even seeing it with my own eyes, I still can't believe it. Up until now, all the master alchemists considered the 5 problems as 5 separate issues and solved them individually. But Antizisa didn't do that. She saw all 5 problems as a single unified system and solved them as a whole. That is the very difference between Mirin and Antizisa. And so the problem-solving continued. Suddenly, Amazon trembled anxiously, wondering to herself, wait a minute. What's the rest of the formula? And what's worse, she was out of space to write. She began to panic. Damn it, there's not enough board space. She whipped around to face the host standing there. She yelled, bring another blackboard in here now. Sweating profusely, she shrieked, hurry up! I've completed it. As she froze her eyes wide with terror. She stared intently at Antizisa. Antizisa turned and looked down at the audience and declared, the complete synthesis and analysis of the algorithm of chaotic harmony. Her whole body seemed to glow. And this is the entire complete synthesis and analysis of the algorithm of chaotic harmony. One guy, drenched in sweat, was completely stunned. Insane! He screamed his lungs out, this is insane! This is absolutely crazy! I'm witnessing a historic moment. Whoa, this is so emotional. Antizisa stood there, smiling with shy satisfaction. This really is the moment of the century, she thought proudly to herself. I did it. She looked over at Baek Juseo, who was standing there clapping. Thank you, Juseo, this is all thanks to you. Her gaze then shifted to Amazon. Right now she looked like she had lost her mind. A gloomy aura emanated from her as she kept repeating Antizisa's name. Antizisa cautiously stepped towards her, which made him anxious. He quietly called out, Professor. Seeing that the situation didn't look good, Baek Juseo immediately stepped forward. Amazon seemed to have lost all reason. She stalked closer to the two of them, muttering Antizisa's name over and over. A murderous aura radiated from her as she gritted her teeth. How much longer do you plan on making me suffer? Editing a thesis you plagiarized like that? Baek Juseo stood in front of Antizisa, protecting her. That old woman has lost her mind. She just shifts the blame and pretends the work is her own. Feeling pretty pleased with yourself, huh? His eyes were cold. He stared at her intently. Is she really planning on succumbing and becoming a dark magic user? This is faster than expected, but it's fine. He watched her smugly embracing her own corruption. If she turns into a dark magic user in front of everyone, suddenly her eyes widened and she stopped calling out to Antizisa. Her whole body trembled in fear as she witnessed this. Pushed into a corner, Antizisa could no longer stay silent. She clenched her fists and screamed in the woman's face. In front of all these people, just admit it. All her pent-up frustration came pouring out. There's no reason to show that Amir in any respect anymore. My thesis is even better than the professor's. Wasn't that speech you just gave enough for you? Are you still trying to steal my thesis? When will you ever be satisfied? Everyone in the audience was completely shocked. They stared at each other in bewilderment. The entire thesis on the Crimson Potion was also the assistant's work. No wonder. Antizisa gritted her teeth, her whole body trembling. Professor! The professor was in disbelief that someone as gentle as her would dare to scream in her face. You're even more foolish than I am, Professor. Baek Juseo's jaw dropped as he turned to look. Even he hadn't expected this. The two of them, Kan and Makazan, were also frozen in place. Amarin, mid-corruption, stood there utterly speechless. 2 bursts of laughter rang out. Ha! The old man Joseo Kogan threw his head back and laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha. His words made Amirin so ashamed she just wanted to disappear. How very interesting. Today's presentation was truly very interesting. It was as if she'd been snapped out of a trance. I looked down at my own trembling hands. What have I done? That was incredibly dangerous. Gritting her teeth, she glared at the two of them. She charged forward aggressively. Anthesia, how dare you do this? But before she could do anything, Bergius stepped forward and blocked her. His eyes were cold. Professor Migan, now I suggest you get a clear grasp of the situation. Her entire body froze as she glanced down below. The whole audience was staring at her. Their looks of contempt were overwhelming, from the old man Hokeligan to all the other ordinary people. She hurriedly spoke up. It wasn't me, I'm telling you, it wasn't. To think she could still shout such lies. That little brat stole my thesis. The old man Hokeligan ran out of patience and ordered, get her out of here. The guards immediately complied. She was taken by 2 men and immediately dragged off the stage. They ignored her screaming and crying. I didn't do anything wrong. She fruitlessly threatened them, let go, release me. After she was dragged away, Anthesia collapsed to the ground. Only then did she dare to let out a gasp of relief. It felt like a huge weight had been lifted off her shoulders. A hand reached out in front of her. Bergius smiled brightly. Assistant, you worked really hard today. Surprised, she looked up at him. Finally, she broke into a radiant smile. She was overjoyed. KN and Makajan had nothing left to do there either. They walked away hand in hand. In the end, it was all for nothing, huh? KN glanced at his colleague. Is that so? If her emotions had exploded that intensely, there should have been a sign. But the sensor that reacts to the corrosion of dark magic didn't show any signal at all. But Makajon didn't find that strange. He replied nonchalantly, that makes sense. The scanning ability of the Crescent Moon Tower isn't completely perfect, you know. Look at Juseo shining in the middle of the crowd. The girl could feel it. Hey, that kid is a high school student. And they're saying he's the co-author. She even asked excitedly, he looks pretty cute, doesn't he? Right. Ken narrowed his eyes seriously. Have you investigated him yet? Her eyes widened as she replied, yeah. I just heard from Matra. They found out that before he came to Stella, that kid's hometown was destroyed by dark mages. He's a commoner. His academic performance is the lowest, but he's in Class S. On top of that, he's studying at the Magic Academy, the most prestigious one in the world. But he can't even use magic himself. There are a lot of strange things about him. Today he even requested that his name not be put in the article. Ken, his face was still cold. He didn't show any expression, nonchalantly replying, is that so? I'll keep that in mind. Suddenly his eyes widened in shock. Juseo was looking at him. But aren't they supposed to be invisible? His gaze was clearly looking straight at the two of them, but he didn't show any expression. He quickly turned away as if he hadn't seen anything, and continued talking to everyone else. But Ken wouldn't let it go that easily. Hold on. Our eyes just met. Macaron, not understanding, asked back, what no way? She knew that with the magic of the captain's perception reduction and my shadow barrier, it's impossible to be detected that easily. It must have been a hallucination. But Ken's gaze never left Juseo watching him intently. After a moment, he was about to say something, but stopped. Finally, the two of them left the room. Let's go. We're done here. Macaron happily went along. I'm sick of this boring place anyway. A horse-drawn carriage was parked on the side of the road. Inside the car, a stressed-out Amazon was biting her nails, but she still couldn't manage to calm down, constantly muttering, damn it all. If it weren't for Juseo, I wouldn't have had to suffer this humiliation. Thinking to herself that since things had come to this, she really had to get rid of Juseo. A man's voice suddenly rang out, cutting her off. Calm down. The man's eyes were glowing red. The moment she saw him, she was stunned. You're Zaijin. His gaze was cold, as he sat in the dark corner looking straight at her with a warning. You've really stirred up trouble now.